Section 25 of The Diary of a Russian Lady. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Diary of a Russian Lady by Barbara Doukhovsky, Paris. When our train stopped at the Gare Saint-Lazare, we got a fiacre and drove to the Hôtel de la Paix, a large, ponderous edifice, one of the most stylish hotels in Paris. I waited in the cab whilst my husband went with inquiries for an apartment, hoping all the time that Sergei would not find one to his taste, for I hate these stiff and grand hotels. It turned out as I wanted. There was no room to our disposal, so we betook ourselves to the Hôtel de Calais, an unpretending house situated in one of the most elegant quarters. We spent a whole fortnight in Paris, which is a lively and beautiful city, the jolliest place in the universe. I was quite in raptures with the French metropolis and the numberless attractions it offers. I woke the next morning in high spirits, pleased with the idea of being in Paris. The street vendors and newsboys awoke me early, shouting each their wares. Here goes a woman wearing a hat with the inscription, "I shave dogs," who is leading a beautifully shaven poodle by the chain. The poor animal seems quite worn out, and lies down on the pavement at every 2 steps. I was overcome with pity for that unfortunate living advertisement, and felt still more sorry for a young woman turning a barrel organ with one hand and rocking her baby laid down in a sort of cradle with the other one. Though we are of a roving disposition and seldom remain long in one place, being always between 2 trains, in Paris we never thought of being dull, rushing about to theatres, concerts, etc. The weather was faultless. After the London fogs and damps, the sky appeared to be especially blue. In the afternoons, I was out on shopping expeditions. The Grand Magasin du Louvre, so well described by Zola in his novel Au Bonheur des Dames, especially attracted me. Before their huge stalls, one might idle away many pleasant hours. There are such wonderful occasions to be got, such lovely costumes which fitted me like a glove but cost a tremendous lot. I devoured them with greedy eyes. Sergei is awfully generous in money matters. There is nothing in the way of dress, jewels, luxury that I couldn't have if I wanted them. The instant I admired a dress or a hat, he would say, "You shall have it." Sergei is such a delightful husband. He is so good that I look on his shoulders every day for wings. One afternoon, between 2 fittings in one of the numerous dressing rooms in the Louvre, not much larger than a cupboard, I felt dreadfully fagged and entered the salon de lecture to rest a little. Turning over some French papers, I came upon a paragraph entitled Asia, and was awfully indignant to see that it contained recent news from St. Petersburg. Shall we ever be considered as Europeans, I wonder? Walking one day on the boulevards, our eyes fell upon an inscription in large gilded letters, Korotchenko Magasin Russe. In one of its windows we saw a manifesto of the recent coronation of our Tsar, and were told that a Russian traveler had left that paper to be sold for 40 francs. The address of a Russian restaurant was given to us in that shop, to which we immediately proceeded, wanting to enjoy the different dishes of our national cookery, the foretaste of which was delicious to me. But a great deception awaited us. We didn't perceive any Russian element round about. The proprietor and all the waiters were all French. Noticing our disappointment, we were told that the cook was a Russian, and that was some comfort. We sat down at a table with a cloth that was not too clean, took up the menu card and studied it through. It appeared very copious and made my mouth water. But alas, all the dishes that were served to us, beginning by the famous schi, our national cabbage soup, with scanty bits of over-mature mutton, were horrid, and so was all the rest. We only lunched on a herring and a glass of milk. Hungry and cross, we directed our steps to a neighboring French restaurant, where this time the tasty menu did not deceive us. We then went to the Jardin des Plantes, visiting in the first place the part of the gardens where the useful plants of the whole world are exposed. Amongst them we saw our native sunflowers, at the sight of which a sudden pang of homesickness came over me. I was beginning to pine already for my dear old country, for my motto is, and always will be, "There's no place like home." Life is so much more open and free in our alma mater. It is true that every piece of ground is cultivated abroad, but one feels restraint in everything here, and everywhere one meets with peremptory orders to keep off the grass, and with placards saying, "Do not walk here, do not touch that." This restraint is especially felt by myself, who am so fond of freedom and space. We just ran through the Mineralogical Museum, close to which grows a gum tree planted in 1636, and then entered the Monkey Pavilion, where the fathers and mothers of mankind, according to Darwin, performed all sorts of tricks and gambols, obtaining a great amount of laughter. Amongst other curiosities of the Jardin des Plantes, we saw a white sheep with 2 black heads and a calf with 5 legs. In a separate pavilion is shown the skeleton of an enormous whale caught in the waters of the Seine in 1847. I had a ride on the elephant and felt rather frightened to be perched so high up on the back of the great beast. I had also a ride in a car drawn by an ostrich. Before starting, I asked the conductor laughingly if his bird would not fly away up in the air with me. It was tremendous great fun. We returned to our hotel for dinner and then went out for a drive in the Bois, full of carriages, horsemen, and pedestrians. In one of the remotest parts of the park, a merry band of collegians were playing football, whilst their tutors, black-robed curés, rested under the trees. On our way, we passed the École de Médecine, on the front of which is an inscription saying Liberté, Fraternité, Égalité. And just below, some passer-by had written with a bit of coal, Vive Henri V, the Duke of Chambord, meaning quite the reverse of these 3 words and propagating monarchy. The next day being Sunday, we went to hear Mass at the Russian church. The singing was beautiful, but our priest, with his hair cut short, did not at all harmonize with the rest of the Orthodox surroundings. After lunch, we had a nice trip by boat to Saint-Cloud. We had lunch there at a small inn over the entrance door of which we read with eager eyes, "Lait frais," fresh milk. A simpering, red-armed, and rosy-cheeked servant girl in a pink print dress appeared wiping her hands in her blue apron. She spread a brown cloth upon a table standing in a green harbor under a big walnut tree and served us a frugal repast consisting of milk and eggs. A few steps from us stood a pair of scales with a placard saying, "Come and see how much you weigh before and after dinner," serving surely as a catchword to this inn, as over the door there was a painted hand pointing to the scales. After our cozy meal, we walked gaily through the grounds of Saint-Cloud, enjoying our walk as 2 big schoolchildren out for a holiday. On our return to Paris, we were not yet too tired to go to the Musée Grévin, where we made a long halt before a group of wax figures representing the coronation of our emperor. All the personages were unrecognizable. The cadets from the Corps de Page were arrayed in costumes dating from the time of Louis XV. Another group also represented a Russian scene, the capture of a band of anarchists at work in a secret printing office in which it was the police agents who looked like villains and the anarchists like innocent victims. It interested me greatly to listen to the opinions of the passers-by upon this group. They made such funny comments. Not wanting to disclose my nationality, the idea came to me to give myself out for an Englishwoman, and I asked Sergei, who didn't speak English fluently, to answer only in the negative or the affirmative to all I should say, and catching his eye, I passed a signal, making him understand he was to say yes or no. He acted his part fairly well, and 2 French ladies were taken in. They endeavored to make me understand the meaning of the criminal printing office, and one of them said to me in the very worst English, "This scene takes place in Russia. Here is the Russian God," pointing out to an icon of St. Nicholas hung in the corner of the printing office. Then this well-informed person, wanting to flatter my national pride, added that this museum could not be compared to Madame Tussauds waxwork figures in London. Our stay in Paris was drawing to a close. It was with much regret that we had to bring our delightful visit to an end. As we had plenty of time to spare before the beginning of the Italian maneuvers, it was settled we were to go first to Switzerland. The number of our trunks having considerably increased during our stay in Paris, we decided to cut down our luggage to the minimum and left our big boxes to go straight on to Moscow through a transport office. The chief of this office, a fat little Jew, put himself quite at my disposal and proposed to forward to me in the future all the nouveautés appearing in the Paris shops for all the seasons through his office. End of section 25. Read by Henry K. Noble in Falls Church, Virginia, September 1st, 2024.
Section 26 of The Diary of a Russian Lady. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Shannon Santos. The Diary of a Russian Lady by Barbara Doukhovsky. On our way to Lucerne. We started on our tour through Switzerland and went full speed in an express train to Lucerne. The scenery around us was lovely. Passing through the province La Champagne, so rich in vineyards, we perceived small white cottages with the vines in front. On the mountain slopes, bunches of newly mown herbs were scattered. Men and women were helping to heap the grass into heavily laden carts. I was in ecstasies over the marvelous landscape that met our eyes immediately after leaving Liège. The delightful panorama reminded me of the Caucasus, only it was more pacific and thickly populated. Our train ran through countless tunnels and went twining in and out through patches of pasturage, so green, smooth, and rich. Big fat cows grazed lazily thereon. The road zigzags all the time, the sun appearing alternatively on our right or our left. The steep hills are covered with dense forests through which cascades are pouring down. We were winding higher and higher with every mile. The cars are very comfortable, with a long corridor along the side where one can walk up and down. Feeling cramped with sitting, I went out there to stretch my legs and saw a young man undeniably good-looking, whose appearance spoke the last word of fashion, and who resembled a tailor's model from a Paris shop window. He twisted his mustache and stared so hard at me that I hurried back to my place, but this hunter of petticoats followed me and sat down on the vacant seat opposite to me. I settled myself far back into my corner and tried to hide myself behind my book, but every time I raised my eyes I met his stare. A draught of air blew in from the corridor. "Shall I shut the door?" suddenly ejaculated the passenger by way of opening conversation. I said no, the no of a woman who was not to be drawn into a talk. Disregarding my cold tone, he insisted on lending me his rug, tucking it round my knees and under my feet, but I disencumbered myself hastily from his coverlet, which was very efficacious in lowering his enterprising spirits, and put that brazen-faced swell quickly into his place. It was a good blow to his self-conceit. He evidently took offense and left me alone. End of section 26.
Section 27 of The Diary of a Russian Lady. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by janicwedge. The Diary of a Russian Lady by Barbara Doukhovsky. Lucerne. Lucerne. Here are the Alps towering in all their glory, their immense contours sharp and clear. A few minutes more, and our train stops at Lucerne. We were warned that the principal hotels at Lucerne were always full during the season, and that we had better order rooms beforehand by telegram. So we wired for an apartment at the hotel Schweizerhof, but it led to nothing. And when the omnibus pulled up at this hotel, we learned to our disgust it was quite full. A superior-looking gentleman at the desk announced that he had no single room disengaged at present. We were told to come next morning, and there might then be an apartment free in the meanwhile. Thanks to our telegram, a room had been provided for us in a private house just opposite. We followed a waiter who showed us the way there, and mounted to our room in anything but a sweet temper. It proved to be small but bright, and perfectly neat, and had nice beds disappearing completely under huge eiderdowns with linen smelling of lavender. The furniture was simple, the walls hung all over with framed portrait groups of antiquated photography. Amateur pictures of our landlady's parents stared down at us over the mantelpiece. On one side of them hung a flaming heart made of red paper, and on the other a small crooked mirror in which we could see only half of our faces reflected in it. I have seen nature insulted, but never to such an extent. On the mantelpiece, enclosed in a glass case, stood a clock, which didn't mark the hour. Our landlady, a stout, comely-looking woman, proposed coffee and was altogether nice to us. The next day we went for the promised room at the Schweizerhof, but the manager, with his hands in both his pockets, announced curtly that there was no room free until evening. There remained nothing else to do but to walk away in quest of another apartment. After a pretty hot chase, we succeeded in finding a comfortable room at the Hotel National on the second floor, with a good view on the lake, looking big as a sea, and the majestic Mount Pilatus, from where Pontius Pilatus is said to have thrown himself into the lake after the crucifixion. The legend goes that he fled from Jerusalem and wandered about the earth with a troubled conscience, and put an end to his misery on the heights of Mount Pilatus by drowning himself. From our windows we could also see the port, where the steamers, black with people, were coming and going all the time, carrying away crowds of passengers in different directions of the beautiful lake. We are going to be here a week and make trips round about. I am prepared to be delighted with everybody and everything. Next morning, we took our luncheon on our little railed balcony in cool comfort. The weather was clear, and we had a very good view of the distant ranges of the mountains and the snow-hooded alpine peaks. There are charming drives round about. After breakfast, we took a carriage and drove out of town along a well-kept road. We were out in the lovely undulating country land amid vineyards and orchards. I feasted my eyes on the beautiful country scene and inhaled with delight the sweet smell of the perfumed meadows and fields where the grain was tall and golden. We saw a tourist camping in the fields under an improvised tent made by means of his cloak suspended on his stick, making watercolor sketches of the lovely landscape. Our driver, wanting to give a rest to his horse, stopped before the Jardin des Glaciers, where an old guardian was explaining the museum belonging to this garden to a little group of anxious sightseers in monotonous tones. An immense plan worked in relief Of all the Swiss cantons, especially attracted our attention. Close by the Jardin des Glaciers, the Lion de Lucerne is carved out of the rock of the cliff. His size is colossal. The great beast's protecting paw rests upon the lilies of France. This gigantic thing serves as a monument to the memory of the monarchists killed in France during the horrors of the Terror, a singular mausoleum for a Republican country. On our way back to the hotel, we crossed a long covered wooden bridge which contains about 300 pictures by old Swiss masters. We got back to the hotel just in time for lunch. I generally avoid being on show at table d'hôte and was very displeased with Sergi for insisting on my going down. My eyes wandered rapidly about the table, and it did not improve my appetite, for everybody was so unattractive. Just opposite me sat a fat, bejeweled matron who had made her appearance on this planet some 70 years ago at least, and who, at a prehistorical period, could have been rather nice. But she did look such a guy now, dressed ridiculously for her age, and outrageously painted, with black circles about her eyes which made them look like goggles, and a permanent blush palpably not due to nature. Her old face and youthful clothes presented an alarming contrast, but she considered herself still irresistible, and affected little moves and attitudes that sat incongruously upon her elderly looks. She rolled her eyes like a love-smitten cat, showing off her rings and bracelets, and coquetted with her neighbors, showing her false teeth in a hideous grimace. The old crone was a laughing-stock to everybody. She saw these mocking glances, but being completely satisfied with herself, she evidently attributed them to envy. She stared about her with a long-handled lorgnette and turned it rudely on me, eyeing me disagreeably. I returned her stare with a look of defiance. Already put into a nervous state by the crossfire of masculine and feminine glances, I could not eat my lunch, and as soon as the horrid table d'hôte was at an end, I hurried up into my room and indulged in a good cry. By dinner time, I was still in the same mood and would not go down, declaring that I had no appetite. I was much too disfigured by weeping to dine even at a separate table. Next morning, when Sergi went to take his bath in the Reuss River, his bather, an old retired Swiss soldier, asked him if it was true that our Russian soldiers served under arms the whole year. In Switzerland, as it appears, the soldiers are only assembled during 8 weeks. Every 2 years they assemble for the grand maneuvers, and this is all the service the Swiss warriors go through. It is true that they have not at all a martial air, arrayed in long coats that touch the ground and tangle about their legs. After lunch, we went for a sail on the Lac des Quatre Cantons and had a delightful trip to Fleuelen. With a gentle breeze, we steamed off on the smooth waters. All the passengers, English for the most part, wearing leather gaiters and green Tyrolese felt hats with a feather in them, were laden with alpenstocks with a bunch of edelweiss on the top, and with cameras and knapsacks strapped upon their backs. We had dinner on board, whilst a troupe of Tyrolese singers danced on the deck. On the blue and limpid lake, fishermen were spreading their nets and preparing their tackle for the day's labor. Here is a steamer coming towards us. The waiters on it are waving their napkins instead of handkerchiefs, saluting their comrades on our boat. We are passing now the tiny chalet of Wilhelm Tell, situated on the shore of the lake. A little further on, we saw a large monument erected on the rock to the memory of Schiller. We glided for some time side by side with a railway train which made off in the direction of St. Gotthard, appearing and disappearing in numerous tunnels. Roaring waterfalls and picturesque cascades leap from the heights of high and steep hills. We are now approaching the village of Fleuelen, the nearest spot to the snow mountains whose white peaks were dazzling on the blue sky. On approaching the small town of Wiesnau, from where one mounts by a funicular line on the summit of the Rigi Kulm, a vast hill mounting to the sky, we saw an engine inclined almost perpendicularly, pushing one car up the steep mountain. From the peak, tumultuous torrents formed by the melting of the snow fell down. The road up the Rigi is an extraordinary piece of engineering, and how the funicular manages to climb it is a matter of surprise. The weather was so clear that we could actually see the people walking about on the top of the mountain, and it gave us the desire to follow their example the next day. We were back at Lucerne towards evening, and after taking tea, we sat for a short time in wicker chairs under the chestnuts on the quay, and went to end our evening to the theater to see a new play. I felt thoroughly fatigued and dozed off during the performance. The play appeared awfully dull, and I thought the acting was atrocious. So did everyone, for the curtain dropped and nobody applauded. The next morning, we started from Lucerne to make the ascent of the Rigi Kulm. We went down the lake on a steamboat and got ashore at Wiesnau. I was eyeing the ascent above me with great awe. It was not an easy affair. We had to climb a road leading skyward like an interminable staircase by the funicular railway. It was incredible that the locomotive, standing on his hind legs, so to speak, should creep up the mountain. I thought no one but a goat could surmount it. The funicular contains two cars, roof but open from the sides. The seats are tilted back, which enables the passengers to sit level while going up the steep incline. Whether going up or down, the engine is always at the lower end of the train. The passengers sit backwards going up and face forward going down. Our engine began to climb laboriously the steep mountain, which is 6,000 feet high, rappelling slowly, step by step, to the toothed rails, having on each side gigantic precipices clothed with pines. Loud cataracts roared below unseen. The road lay between high granite walls. Through a gap in the rocks, unfathomable depths disclosed themselves below us, chilling my blood and making me dizzy. I gripped Sergi's arm, pinching him very hard. But Sergi, whose nerves were stronger than mine, and who didn't see any danger at all, said laughingly to me that it was quite unnecessary to give him the blues, but I only grabbed his arm the tighter. The view grew fairer and fairer as we mounted. From here, one could see the four lakes in the shape of a cross, on which the water appeared a smooth sapphire floor, sparkling with sails no bigger than pinheads, and the far stretching large and fertile valley. Now we began to climb up a narrow bridge, thrown over a precipice at the bottom of which a rapid torrent rolled. I will not pretend I was not frightened. I was very. Footpaths are traced for pedestrians here and there. We saw a tourist resting against a huge stone in the crevice of a rock. We crawled higher and higher till we met the clouds that rested on the mountainsides. We are in the clouds now. The sun is shining above us, and underneath the whole space is covered with thick clouds, forming a milky ocean and screening our way completely. When the clouds dispersed, we discovered wonders in the immense alpine landscape and made out in the distance a group of cows with huge bells on their necks, lying phlegmatically amongst the clouds. All at once there was a full stop. It happened to be a drowsy black cow, immovable and contemplative, lying placidly on the rails, which we had nearly run over. The air grew quite chilly. Though warmly wrapped up, I was shivering with cold, and Sergi drew his cloak close round me. Our fellow travelers had their collars turned up to their ears. I could only see the tops of their glowing noses. My neighbor, a thin, poorly-looking individual wearing a chauffeur's cap, had tied his handkerchief over it. The wind was very strong, and I was nearly thrown off my seat and clung terror-struck to the sides of the car, wishing that I had never consented to this aerial drive. We had left below us every vestige of vegetation. A flight of rooks are screaming overhead. At every stoppage, our ears begin to tingle. At last, we have reached the final bit of ascent to the summit of the Rigi and have to quit our car. We can hardly see 2 steps before us. Suddenly, out of the fog, came the sound of a bell. It was the sign given from the Rigi Hotel in order to aid us to find our way to it in the thick mist which enclosed us. We walked slowly, one behind the other, following the direction the sound came from, and shivering with cold. On reaching the hotel, perched on the top of the mountain, we entered a large dining room filled with a cosmopolitan crowd of tourists, sitting at a long table d'hôte, who have assembled here to survey the sunset from the mountaintop. It was delightful to get into the hall with the thick, fragrant warmth of a fire of monster logs burning in a huge chimney piece reaching halfway to the ceiling, which could easily contain a whole tree. We sat down at table and were soon thoroughly warmed by the steaming soup. There was a loud, animated talk and a curious mixture of languages. You might hear every tongue of Europe. There were Americans, Germans, Englishmen, and a large number of countrymen of ours. Directly after dinner, the whole company climbed up the last bit of rough land which led to the top of the summit of the Rigi Kulm. I found it tiresome work, plowing our way slowly towards it, but the view from there was more than a compensation. We seemed to look into fairyland, and though I was by no means a sentimental person, I uttered a cry of delight in looking forth on the wide expanse of hill, forest, and plain that lay beneath us. Suddenly, a cloud rolled by beneath our feet, completely obliterating the landscape. Sometimes the mists would part and disclose glorious views. Then again they would form an impenetrable curtain. The keen mountain air was very fresh on the windy summit, and everyone was shivering and jumping about to keep warm. After having admired this spectacle, we returned to the station in order to make the ascent of another peak of the Rigi, the Schneideck. We plunged again into an ocean of clouds, nearly at hand's reach. When the clouds cleared away, we mistook forests for patches of green grass and mighty trees for thorn shrubs. It was as if we gazed down from a balloon, an odd sensation. I had never experienced it before. When we reached the Kaltbad station, a group of yellow-haired children brought us bunches of edelweiss, a small white flower which grows on the top of high mountains. Kaltbad is famous by its splendid and spacious hotel, full of bustle and movement. The vestibule was filled with English and American tourists, walking about and talking. They all seemed to know one another. The hotel has a splendid situation about 2,000 feet above the sea level and offers every possible comfort to its guests. Notwithstanding its great altitude, it has every modern improvement, even gasworks. We were far above the clouds whilst we took our coffee on the veranda. A storm broke out beneath us suddenly. Peals of thunder resounded, and the rain began to fall in torrents, whilst above us the sky was perfectly blue and the sun shone brightly. On our way back to Lucerne, at the sight of the descent we had to make, terror seized me. It looked the most breakneck thing in the world, and it made me quite giddy to look down into the valley, which is about 900 feet below. The hill was so steep that you felt as if you were going to pitch head first down it when you began to descend. We got back to our hotel just in time for our well-earned dinner. The next day, having put our heavy luggage in deposit at the warehouse, we proceeded on our journey and went to rove about Switzerland. In the first place, we are going to Interlaken. We have reached Alpnacht by steamboat and had great difficulties in getting seats in the brakes that run to Interlaken. The passengers had to take them by assault. We waited our turn with a surprisingly long delay. The huge conveyances with 6 powerful horses put to them were filling fast, and there were still no places assigned to us. At last we were provided with a supplement in the shape of a landau. There was room for 4 in our carriage. 2 seats were already occupied by a very cross German lady and her daughter, who looked at us as if they wished to order our instant execution. They were most peevish companions and grumbled all the way that der Papa had been placed into another supplementary conveyance. We made sustained efforts at conversation, but only received rebuffs. Really, I quite expected them to bite us. We proceeded at a brisk pace, changing horses only once. At 12 o'clock, we stopped halfway in a little hamlet where lunch had been prepared for us in an inn named Au Lion d'Or, where our horses were being changed. The table d'hôte was served by pretty apple-cheeked waitresses dressed in the quaint costume of the Swiss peasant. They wore red skirts and black velvet bodices, edged with little buttons of sparkling steel, with a flowered silk kerchief crossed over their breasts and a golden cross on their necks. It was time for us to move on. When we returned to our carriage, we found it had another occupant, the cross lady's husband, der Papa, a little man with a big red mustache, who declared in a very rough tone that the seat belonged to him. It appears that it really was his place, and that his wife had exchanged seats of her own free will with 2 other German travelers. One of them immediately on starting leisurely took off his coat, putting himself at his ease, and sat all the rest of the journey in his shirt sleeves. The carriage went slowly winding up a long ascent. The road crept on between mountain slopes. Close at hand, the great form of the Jungfrau rose white to the sky. The ascent was difficult enough, and when a specially steep bit was coming, the coachmen descended from their boxes to ease the horses up the rough track, walking by them and pulling vigorously at their long clay pipes. End of section 27.
Section 28 of The Diary of a Russian Lady. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by ShrimpPhish. The Diary of a Russian Lady by Barbara Doukhovsky. Interlaken. Close to Interlaken, we took the train for about 10 minutes. Interlaken is situated in a narrow pass encircled by a range of sparkling white mountains, behind which rises the majestic Jungfrau. This coquettish little town seems to be specially built for tourists. There are almost nothing but hotels in the place. The room which we occupied at the Hôtel des Alpes was furnished Swiss style, with a cuckoo clock and cupboards in the walls. There were antimacassars everywhere, and 2 blue vases on the mantelpiece with everlasting flowers. On a small table lay a Bible and a hymn book. Next morning, when I looked out of our windows, I saw a wonderful sight. The snow-capped Jungfrau emerged from a mantle of clouds, a glittering, dazzling mass with a background of shimmering snow-clad mountains. It is most fortunate that the summit unveiled today, as it is only seen on rare occasions. Our excursion to the glaciers was arranged for 8 o'clock, and the conveyance that we had ordered the day before stood at the door of our hotel, a mountain chariot with horses jingling with bells. We set off in the gayest of spirits. Our driver cracked his whip, and away rolled the carriage. Soon we were hurrying along the valley road, and past meadows strewn with wild flowers. We took 3 hours to mount to the Hotel Eiger. On our way we met peasant girls with loaded baskets on their heads. On the slopes villagers in large straw hats were cutting down the grass, and women in bright-colored skirts were working in the potato fields. Here comes a procession of carts laden with blocks of ice procured from the glaciers, dragged by patient, sad-eyed oxen. In the distance the echo of an alpine horn and the cries of some peasants resounded. We overtook a peasant woman, jolted like a basket on the back of her mule. After an hour or 2 the road began to mount, and our tender-hearted driver climbed down from the seat and walked at the horses' heads, driving off the troublesome flies which stuck to his steeds. We crossed a tidy little village consisting of but one straggling street. The roofs of the houses are covered with lathings, with big stones laid over them in order that the wind should not scatter them about. Behind the rusty gates, flaxen-haired children stared at us. On the front of a tavern we saw the picture of a bear with the pleasant inscription, "Lait Frais," written underneath. Close by, on the front of an hostelry, we read, "Les voyageurs qui descendent chez nous seront contents." The tourists who put up at our house will be contented. A year ago there was fearful damage done in the valley we were driving through. A huge block of rock fell down from the cliffs and hurled itself into the valley, destroying a house which was taken clear away. We had to pass that square stone that looked like a monument in the middle of the road. We wanted to stop before a wicket with a finger-post pointing to it, with the inscription, "La chute noire, 25 centimes par personne." But our driver said it was not worth while, as we could see this same chine at free cost a few paces off. The road was interrupted here and there by gates, which were opened by the village children, who received coppers for it. Before a wooden bridge in the form of a Swiss chalet, we were met by a party of barefooted, yellow-haired brats. provided with long branches to chase off the flies, and square stones to put under the wheels on steep ascents. They followed us during a whole hour, waving their branches and singing Tyrolese songs. We plodded on steadily for 3 hours. Having reached the Hotel Eiger, we ordered saddle horses, and went to the glaciers by a narrow way, with the rock wall at one elbow and perpendicular precipices at the other. The rough path was so narrow that we had to ride one below the other, treading a road where a man would have scarcely room enough to pass. The cleverness of our horses bewildered me. One false step would have thrown us headlong into the gap. We could ride no further and had to dismount at the foot of the glacier, where we took a special glacier guide to take us up, and sent our horses to wait for us on the highway. Here the snow mountains rose close on us. Green pasturages had disappeared, and all appearance of summer gradually faded into a perfect winter. The snow began to fall in masses. All presented a Lapland scene. Nothing but snow and ice. The guide, after having provided us with alpenstocks and blue spectacles, made us pass through a damp cavern, the soil of which was mouldy with dew and drippings from the roof. 2 shriveled old women, wrapped up in shawls, with lilac cheeks and noses, were singing Tyrolese songs, with tremulous voices in that grotto, accompanying themselves on the cithern, blowing their purple fingers in the intervals. When we came out of the cavern, we saw a group of working men occupied in sawing enormous blocks of ice, which they dropped down the mountain on rails. Now we began to climb to the glacier, which was no childish play. The guide, after pinning up my skirt, led the way. We advanced very slowly, climbing higher and higher, pricking the sharp ends of our alpenstocks into the ice, running the risk of tumbling down into the deep ravines and leaving no trace behind. We had masses of snow to climb over, and large abysses to leap over. Soon greater difficulties awaited us. We had to climb a staircase simply propped up by a snow block. There was no path at all now, only crevices and precipices. It was chaos, in short. The guide, who had a sure foot, chopped steps with his ice axe in the ice, and we were hoisted by him from a foothold to a foothold. He exclaimed at the courage I showed, and said I was a capital hill climber, and called me "Ser brave." In the distance we heard the crash of a downfall of snow. Halfway up we sat down and took a brief rest, our backs against a rock and our heels dangling over a bottomless abyss. The guide insisted upon my swallowing a drop of brandy from a tumbler slung by a strap over his shoulder. It was worth while to overcome all these difficulties to attain the mer de glace, a fairy-like icy kingdom. I was amazed by the vast and lonely beauty of these interminable uplands of ice. We were well repaid for our climb by this scenery of wildest beauty. On our way back, we left the road and descended by the rough track to the lower route leading to the Hotel Eiger by a short cut, where we expected to find our saddle horses. But when we had gained the road, they were nowhere to be seen, and we had to walk the entire remaining distance to the Hotel Eiger with the sun right over our heads. We got to the hotel red-faced, breathless, and footsore. Our tempers suffered as well as our legs, and we were so displeased with the manager for having given us such careless guides that we wouldn't take any refreshment at the hotel and hastened back to Interlaken. On arriving there, we had dinner brought into our room, and then went straight to bed. It was an unspeakable comfort to stretch my weary limbs between the cool sheets. End of section 28.
Section 29 of The Diary of a Russian Lady. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Ted Leinhart. The Diary of a Russian Lady by Barbara Doukhovsky. Montreux. On the next afternoon, we started for Montreux, intending to remain there about 3 days. We put up at the Hotel du Cygne. Our windows opened on Lake Léman, bordered by high, snow-clad mountains, which lay like a mirror before us. Far away, the jagged summit of La Dent du Midi revealed itself in a dazzling and lovely garb. On the opposite side of the wide lake appeared the shores of France. The next morning we rode to Chalon, where we visited the medieval castle, historically old and famous. The Château de Chalon stands on a small island which is reached by a bridge. An old guardian produced a large bunch of keys and took us all over the castle, down a labyrinth of mysterious echoing passages with many hidden nooks. It is a place full of thrilling historical associations. To hear the guide talk of the massacres that took place here made my blood run cold. Down steep, winding steps, we followed our guide into the secret chambers where the victims were kept. He brought us into a dungeon where Bonavard, the famous prisoner of Chalon, endured his weary captivity, chained up to a post 300 years ago. It has tall columns carved apparently from the rock, inscribed all over with 1,000 names, beginning with Byron and Victor Hugo. The torture chamber was also shown to us, where the prisoners, after hideous martyrdom on the bed of tortures, were sentenced to death. We saw the huge stone upon which the victims condemned to death spent their last night. After long tortures to some of them, it was announced that they were free, and believing that they were going into liberty, they joyfully descended the 3 steps which led into a deep pit and fell down upon sharp-pointed daggers. A shiver ran through me when I passed the open square where the gibbet stood, and saw the windows from which the corpses of the executed were thrown right down into the lake. Now we were entering the apartments of the duchesses, which opened on the lake, whereat those of their husbands looked into the courtyard. As it appears in olden times also, the first place was given to the ladies. Then, pushing open a heavy oak door, we entered a great vaulted hall paved with stone quarries and adorned with figures of knights in armor, with a monumental granite fireplace at one end. We went out of the gloomy castle as fast as we could, and were glad to be back at peaceful and modern Montreux. The next day we went out on donkeys for an excursion up in the mountains. We were up very early, drank our tea in a gulp, and were ready to start by 7 o'clock. Our long-eared steeds were already at the gates of the hotel waiting for us. We mounted them and rode towards the mountain called Les Avants. My donkey's name was La Grise, and Sergei's bore the valiant name of Garibaldi. Though the guide boasted of his donkeys being bien genteel, nevertheless they had to be harpooned with a pointed stick all the way to make them advance. We were warned that Garibaldi, being a stallion, must not be allowed to walk behind La Grise, who pressed herself amorously to her companion and stopped at every moment to clip the grass, stooping so low that many a time I nearly came to tumbling over her head. Still my donkey could be stirred up to a gallop, urged by our guide's stick, but Garibaldi was not true to his name, being very lazy, and every few steps he would stop short, and the guide had to walk at his side so as to keep him on his legs. Sergei, fearing to remain behind, was tugging at the recalcitrant quadruped, but this stubborn little ass was in one of his sulky moods and absolutely would not gallop. As we strolled along, gigantic flies pricked the poor animals, and La Grise strove to kick them off with her hind leg. One can easily imagine how comfortable I felt in my seat. We took 3 hours to mount to the summit of the mountain. The road was heavy and the heat overwhelming. We made a halt halfway and sat on the grass under the shelter of a great oak and ate the excellent lunch we had brought with us. A brook ran clear and shallow at our feet. The view from here spread on the whole valley of the Rhone, girt out with snow-capped mountains, Lake Leman, Vevey, and Clarence. From where we sat, we saw the lake on our left through a frame of foliage and green mountains on our right, where sheep were quietly browsing. During our siesta, our donkeys were placidly cropping tufts of grass, whilst Garibaldi, being at war with the flies, slapped my umbrella with his tail all the time. We descended to Montreux by a crossroad, following a steep path in the hollow of the rocks. Next day, we started to Chamonix. On reaching Martigny, we had to quit the train which was going to Simplon. The journey from here has to be accomplished in a wretched carriage, over precipitous roads and rough ground. A peasant wearing a blue blouse offered his patache to us, a battered, shabby-looking vehicle with a prodigious rattling framework drawn by two sorry horses. We jolted in our shaky, springless car, bounding over big, uneven stones. The sky was laden with black clouds running before the wind, and soon rain began to fall. Whilst we were crossing a village where a group of women were washing their linen in a pond, one of the women, an acquaintance of our charioteer, offered him her blue cotton umbrella, big enough to protect a whole family from the downpour. The road narrowed and became rougher and rougher. The foot passengers even had to scramble on the rocks to give us passage. We began to climb a path lined with precipices winding and twisting through the mountain passes, and here we met an old gray-haired curate mounted on a donkey, who called out to us, saying that there was not much room for us to pass each other, and in fact, the road was the worst to be met with in a civilized country. When we arrived at the summit of the ascent, we saw a big wooden crucifix standing against the sky, and near it stood a pole with a placard stuck to it saying that one-horse conveyance only could pass in this place, and so one of our horses had to be taken out and attached behind to the carriage. Towards evening, we arrived at Biarritz, an alpine village buried among the hills, at a few minutes' distance from the very summit of a huge mountain clad with perpetual snow. As it was getting dark and we had still a long way before getting to Chamonix, our charioteer pulled up his horses at the door of a cozy hostelry where we put up for the night. The inn proved to be old-fashioned and clean. We were shown by the innkeeper into a clean, whitewashed room where supper was offered to us, consisting of cold chicken and eggs. A robust maiden with blooming country cheeks and rather staring eyes came in and laid the cloth. Directly after supper, I returned to my room and was already in bed when Sergei brought me a glass of fresh foaming milk. The rain had ceased by this time, and we breathed the good scent on the pasture grounds coming through the open window. A stream, tumbling its way busily over the rocks, made a never-ceasing music of its own, and a jingle of bells came down from the village church ringing for vespers. The nights are chilly at the height of 5,000 feet, and this time we were glad to have eiderdowns to keep us warm. There was a great storm in the night. It is well our charioteer advised us to stop here. We were out of bed at break of day to resume our journey. The weather promised to be fine. The sun shone brightly. We saw on the verge of a forest a withered old granny bending under the weight of a bundle of twigs and fallen branches that she was bringing home for fuel. As we drove along, whilst our horses were climbing slowly up a steep hill, we encountered a band of children with knapsacks on their backs, climbing up the hill on their way to school. The girls had quill pens sticking from under their hoods. Sergei spoke to the children and made them a little examination in geography. Their answers were satisfactory. They pointed out on their maps the place where Russia stands and received some coins in recompense. Soon before our eyes, amongst the glittering peaks of the Alps, rose the majestic Mont Blanc. Not long after, Chamonix was reached. We put up at the Hotel de la Croix Blanche, facing the chain of the Alps, with Mont Blanc showing its snowy cone. On the public square, just opposite the hotel, stands an immense telescope. We took a look through it and saw the top of Mont Blanc, brilliant with sunshine. With the naked eye, we could dimly make out a house standing by the side of the great glacier, and with a telescope, we could see a caravan of 11 persons making the great ascent, surrounded by the eternal snows. I had a great wish to follow their example and go up the Mont Blanc to enjoy one of the most famous views in the Alps. The weather is most favorable for the ascent just now, and we decided to start on our Mont Blanc expedition on the following day. We got up early and equipped ourselves for the expedition, putting on proper mountaineering large-nailed boots with heavy soles. Before starting, we went through our hurried breakfast in the dining room, in the company of a French traveler and an individual wearing a blue blouse, very dirty-looking and with a flavor of the stable about him. He appeared to be the charioteer who had brought that traveler from Martigny, and who had his driver at the same table with him. It was horrible to see how that creature half swallowed his knife when he ate. He was very familiar with his passenger and conversed with him as with an equal. Oh, Republic! It was time to start on our thrilling mountain expedition. Our mules were led up. As our guide swung me awkwardly into the saddle, my mule, Nini, made a sudden start, and I went sprawling full length on the ground. It was an excellent beginning. We followed a narrow track leading to the mountain Montreux. The road now threatened to dwindle into a goat path. There were only a few inches to spare on each side of the road shelf. We were surrounded by hideous desolation. A more wild spot it would have been difficult to discover. Everywhere towered the great cliffs, destitute of tree and herbage. The cold increased the higher we got. By and by, we seemed to have passed beyond the inhabited zone. The beautiful snows of the Alps towered in all their glory in front of us. An eagle was flying low overhead. Presently, we came to the path in the hills which must be ascended on foot. We retained here a special guide with an alpenstock in his hand, an ice axe in his belt, and a coil of rope over one shoulder, and proceeded to the Mer de Glace. We passed before a group of huge dogs lying beside a cannon which was fired as usual when the passage of the Mont Blanc is about to be undertaken. The sound of the gun resounded a long time like an echo in the mountains. The climb was excessively fatiguing. We were roped to our guide and moved in single file. The guide, nimble as a goat, went in front, I next, and Sergei behind. We drove our alpenstocks in the snow in order to support ourselves. The guide cut steps with his ice axe with one hand and held me with the other, and as fast as he took his foot out of one of these holes, our feet occupied it. After a quarter of an hour's climb in the snow desert, we arrived at the Mer de Glace and were filled with speechless admiration at the splendid panorama which spread before our eyes. We found ourselves in snow fairyland. Oh, how high in the air I felt! The large continent of gleaming snow was a spectacle of silent majesty and infinite grandeur. Around us lay vast plains of untouched snow, a wonderful white world. The desert of ice that stretched far and wide about was like a sea whose deep waves had frozen solid. I have never before seen anything so impressive. Though very weary, I climbed conscientiously, dragged up by the guide. The waves of ice were slippery and difficult to climb. We took our way across yawning and terrific crevices up to our waist in snow, running the risk of being precipitated into the abyss. This mode of ascent must surely cool the ardor of the most enthusiastic alpine climbers. All of a sudden we heard, not far off, the cracking of the ice, and suddenly an avalanche fell a few steps from us with a noise of rolling thunder. We had a near escape, thank God. Rapid torrents, produced by the melting of the snows, tossed all around us in cascades. I suffered from the so-called mountain sickness, and becoming exhausted with thirst, I stopped kneeling to drink greedily at a crevice from an icy stream. The water was deliciously cold and refreshing, but it was enough to make me catch my death of cold. Overcoming almost insurmountable difficulties, we arrived at the Mauvais Pas, the most dangerous part of the ascent, a breakneck path around the face of a precipice of 50 feet. We here had to plant our feet on a piece of rock as large as a cricket ball, on the very edge of a deep precipice, and to creep insect-like. This infernal passage well deserves its name. It is really a veritable Dante's hell. The road is a mere shelf projecting along bottomless precipices. How to proceed became a puzzle. There was hardly room to stand upon our feet, and nothing to hang on by but a thin iron rod to keep one's equilibrium. I felt a nervous shudder come over me, and the guide did not soothe my fears by the cool observation that a false step would send us headlong. I recommend that passage to persons searching for strong emotions. We reached the end of the dangerous passage safely. One last effort in the Mauvais Pas was got over. It took more than 5 hours to overcome all these difficulties. 1 minute more, and I shouldn't have been able to make another step. At last we reached the chapeau, a sort of inn with a bar, serving as a shelter to alpine climbers in case of bad weather. We found there a company of old fogies wearing hideous hats with green veils and blue goggles. They appeared to be awful screws. Finding that the milk offered to them was too expensive for their purses, they went themselves to draw water from a spring nearby. Now we began our descent and reached the high road by a shortcut, where our guides were waiting for us with our mules. We descended by the valley and had another 2 hours' ride before arriving at Chamonix. I was so done up that I could hardly sit in my saddle, and envied our guides, who walked briskly alongside. They invited us to repeat the great ascent on Mont Blanc next year, and said that the mountain sickness which I had felt was just the same as seasickness. One gets accustomed to it by repeated practice. Just now there are about 300 guides at Chamonix. They obtain their rank as alpine guides when they reach the age of 23, and only after having escorted a caravan of tourists right to the top of Mont Blanc. Before that, they have to undergo a medical inspection, just like recruits. We had left Chamonix at 10 o'clock this morning, and it was close upon 8 when we were back to the hotel, simply expiring with fatigue and tanned red with the sun. When I looked into the glass, I scarcely knew myself. I had no want, no desire except to stretch myself full length in a horizontal line. I stumbled into my bed and was asleep almost before my weary head touched the pillow. After a night's rest, we rose refreshed and invigorated. All the hardships of the ascent of the day before were forgotten, and I felt ready to recommence our alpine exploits and go again mountaineering. But time pressing, we had to go on to Geneva. Our sojourn in the mountains is at an end. After luncheon, we packed ourselves into the huge 2-story diligence named La Baleine du Mont Blanc, which was to convey us to Geneva. Intrepidly, I began the ascent of the steep ladder of 12 steps placed against the side of the omnibus. This giant coach, driven by 3 pairs of horses, contains 25 places. The postilion sounded his horn. The driver flourished his long whip, and we started off full speed, surrounded by a cloud of dust. We sat higher than the passengers on the top of London buses, and I had the feeling as if we were going out of a window from a house 3 stories high. We drove for some time along the picturesque sides of the river Arve, which twisted like a silver ribbon through the smooth green pastures. The road led up and down a continual succession of hills. The coach soon turned into a woodland. My neighbor, an old lady who indulged in a sweet dose, her drooping head giving abrupt nods back and forward, gave little gasps and woke abruptly when we passed high trees, having to take care of the treacherous topmost branches which scratched our faces. The jolting of the omnibus made me also feel drowsy, but I was soon wakened up by the shouts of little peasant boys and girls who ran behind the diligence barefoot and bareheaded, and importuned us to buy the bouquets of wild flowers which they offered for sale, and fruit laid in baskets fixed to long poles. They continued to run and insisted until they lost breath. At the last station, fiery, fretful horses were put to our carriage. Before starting, they pawed the ground impatiently, tossed their heads, and were disposed in general to give a great deal of trouble. When we started off at a rattling rate, I heard our coach driver say to his neighbor that his horses weren't to be trusted. Of course, it did not help me to feel safe, especially when we had to drive alongside the railway line, where a passing engine scared our steeds, who bolted and plunged wildly, nearly upsetting our coach. We made a smart entry into Geneva at full gallop with a loud jingle of harness bells. End of section 29.
Section 30 of The Diary of a Russian Lady. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by ShrimpPhish. The Diary of a Russian Lady by Barbara Doukhovsky. Geneva. We put up at the Hôtel des Bourgeois From the great bay windows of our sitting-room we could see far out over Lake Leman, and the distant chain of mountains cut sharply against the deep blue sky. After having taken off the dust of the road, we went for a drive through the town, though I was awfully tired and felt the jolting of the omnibus still. Our driver, having guessed our nationality, drove us straight to the Russian church. A party of English tourists were doing it with red Baedekers in their hands. A guide, who was giving explanations to them, found it necessary to explain to us, pointing out the image of Alexander Nevsky, one of our most venerated saints, that he had been un grand personnage de la Russie, a notable Russian personage. In passing the public gardens, we saw a colored placard glued to the wall, announcing that a tribe of Samoyeds, brought out from Russia, from the government of Archangel, were exhibited in the gardens enclosure. As it was a little corner of our fatherland, we went in, and were greatly disgusted to see these Samoyeds devouring huge chops of raw meat, dipped in warm blood. Ugh, the horror! Esquimaux, after having ended their nasty meal, rode all around the gardens in small cars, driven by reindeers. There are only 4 of these animals left now. The rest have been devoured by the savages. It is time for us to leave the land of William Tell and to push on to the Italian lakes and to Milan. I am glad to leave this country, for the rarefied mountain air does not suit me at all. From Lucerne to Shannon, the road is very wild and hilly. Our train plunged in and out through numerous tunnels, and rushed round curves and deep cuttings. After having crossed a bridge thrown over a bottomless abyss, we arrived at Shannon, where we stopped to pass the night in a homely little inn, pompously called Hotel, with green shutters to the windows, and a bit of flower garden in front. The inn looked very cosy and inviting. After having lunched upon a cup of tea, we took a carriage with a pair of horses, with brass harness and bells, to make the ascent of the famous St. Gothard road. The driver cracked his whip, and off we went. The road mounted up and up, all over rocks and precipices, and the wheels were perilously near the edge all the time. We wound through a narrow gorge. The river Reuss roared in the depths. Long lines of mountains were sharply defined against the profound blue sky, their summits veiled in clouds. Snow lay in dark hollows which the sun could never reach, and waterfalls poured down the hills. The higher the carriage rose, the more thrilling was the savage landscape. We approached now the famous Pont du Diable, Devil's Bridge, and saw on the polished surface of rock an enormous colored reproduction of Beelzebub, with a long tail and a red tongue hanging out of his huge mouth, holding in one hand a trident and a flaming torch in the other. Nothing remains now of the ancient Devil's Bridge, which our Field Marshal Prince Suvorov had crossed with his army, going to fight against Napoleon Bonaparte. We passed over a modern bridge leading to the other side of the gorge. The spray from the Reuss, which here drops a full 100 feet into the abyss, lashed our faces as whips. The foam of the river was splashing over it. We dashed now through a vaulted gallery where we found ourselves out of the reach of falling stones. It was very damp inside. The ceiling and walls were always dripping. Stalactites dangled heavy diamond fringes low over the roof. We drove against the wind, and great clouds of dust swept across the road. We ran now into a zone of ice-cold air. There is no vegetation at all in these high altitudes. Only the sides of the mountains are covered with thickets and bushes, where flocks of sheep and goats were grazing, under the guardianship of wild-looking shepherd boys. The great silence is only interrupted by a far-off ringing of bells from an alpine village belfry far below us. As we got higher up, the road was deep in snow, which continued to fall heavily. We ascended further and further, and finally emerged upon a plain, with a mountain lake formed by the melting of the snows, and came to the top of the ascent, having reached the height of over 23,000 feet. Suddenly, after a steep ascent, we saw before us a tall, lonely mass of grey stones, built upon a rock. It was the hospice, a sort of hotel, which used to be a monastery. 2 big dogs of the St. Bernard breed welcomed us with joyous barkings. We ordered a dish of macaroni and a flash of Chianti, and started back to Shannon. The atmosphere was chilly, and the harsh, bleak wind made me shiver. Our driver, taking pity on me, put his rug around my shoulders, but alas, it appeared that it had many holes. Our train left early in the morning, and we had to be up before 6. We hastened to the railway station and took seats in the last car, in order to see the entrance of the great St. Gothard tunnel. The guide called out, "Partenza!" The train moved, and we went with a rush into the black unknown for more than 20 minutes. A wavering light glowed here and there at long intervals. When the train flashed out of the tunnel, we entered the canton of Ticino. Our train slid down zigzags through narrow passages, from valley to valley. After Chiuso, the Italian frontier, the railway line ran through comparatively flat country. At about 9 in the morning we arrived at Milan. End of section 30.
Section 31 of The Diary of a Russian Lady. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Marie Christian. The Diary of a Russian Lady by Barbara Doukhovsky. Milan. We have a vast and splendid apartment at the Hôtel de la Ville with a lovely ceiling, mostly angels and smiling cherubs floating about in the clouds, and a floor paved with marble. We passed a restless night. It was so hot, and the mosquitoes were such a nuisance. The roar of the street came to us. Until sunrise, belated passers-by sang jolly songs at the top of their voices. The next day we took another room, which looked into a quieter street. Even during the night, the heat is intolerable, and I have to fan myself vehemently instead of falling asleep. We remained indoors the whole afternoon. From within came the sound of a piano. In this artistic city, the air seems full of music, which is here as common as speech. There is nothing but singing from morning till night. We went down to dinner at the table d'hôte. A queer company was dining at the next table. 2 extra smart Brazilians and a young person of small virtue, with a thick paint on her face and a very loud voice. She seemed on easy terms with her cavaliers, who were on close attendance on her. They all looked as pleased as possible with each other, and exchanged loving glances quite openly. The Brazilians made known to their lady-love, who was a Frenchwoman, in broken French, that they had been hunting all over the town for her, and as her address was unknown to them, they had to apply even to the police. Immediately after dinner we went out for a drive. Milan is a very fine city. Our guide pointed out all the places of interest. The cathedral attracted our special attention. It is a perfect lacework of carving, all in white marble, marked, alas, by merciless age. We saw the Castelli, an immense open circus, which can hold 30,000 spectators. Reviews of troops and public entertainments take place in it. In about half an hour, the Castelli can be filled with water. It serves in winter as a skating rink, and in summer, nautical fetes are organized there. We walked through the Galleria Vittorio Emanuele, the largest arcade in the world, which has the form of a Latin cross and contains a great number of shops, restaurants, and cafes, with little tables all over it, and people sitting at them eating, drinking. The arcade is roofed over with glass and illuminated by 2,000 gas jets, which can be lighted in one moment by the aid of small automatic engines. At nightfall, the streets of Milan are filled with flirting couples sitting in dark corners, the women's heads on their gallants' shoulders. What they say to each other was not hard to guess. The masculine population is not to be pitied here, for the women, for the greater part, are very pretty creatures, wearing on their heads black lace mantillas like Spanish ladies. They don't look as if they felt the awful heat at all, the lucky creatures, whilst I am painfully hot and red. At every crossing we saw policemen dressed in long black coats and top hats, holding great sticks and looking like funeral attendants. On our way back to the hotel we heard a funeral chant, and the next moment appeared a procession of monks, their faces covered and only their eyes seen, and their hands hidden in their full sleeves, walking 2 and 2. The following day at dinner we saw again the French cocotte and her bronzed cavaliers, who this time appeared insensible to her charms, their temperature having fallen to below 0. Her fickle lovers had only monosyllables at her disposal. They took no notice of her and ate their dinner. The principal theatres of Milan are closed in summer, except the Dal Verme, where we went to see a new play. The theatre is awfully dirty, the curtain all in holes, and the chair backs wear the trace of the spectators' feet. The performers were all second-rate and the play rather boring. This night again we were roasted alive. It is impossible to remain longer in this furnace, and we decided to go on to the Italian lakes to look out for a comfortable boarding house where I could put up during the maneuvers. The morning, as if on purpose, was comparatively fresh, the sky overclouded and the rain coming on. Still, we did not put off our journey and took the first train to Como. This town, with its Gothic cathedral, is very pretty. It is situated on Lake Como and surrounded by verdant mountains. Immediately on arriving, we took a carriage to Cernobbio, a little place where you take the boat to Bellagio. The trip only occupies 20 minutes. Our driver pulled up at the entrance door of the Via d'Este, a beautiful old palace transformed into a large palatial hotel, standing in a garden of orange and lemon trees. The house had once been the residence of Napoleon Bonaparte. The dining room is decorated with rich tapestries encrusted with the letter N in gold, surmounted by the imperial crown. In the library we saw a large veiled figure, the statue of Love and Psyche, covered with gauze in order to not shock the prude spinster ladies of blameless morals dwelling in the hotel. After a hasty luncheon we came out upon the beach, and I sat down to wait for the boat. I was that day in one of my nasty moods, in the humor to pick a quarrel with anyone, and Sergei's imperturbable good temper was a source of greater irritation to me. Poking an inoffensive pebble viciously with my umbrella, I said some detestable things to Sergei and was altogether horrid. Fearing lest I should say too much, I made myself the solemn vow not to pronounce one single word until I went to bed that night. And there we sat side by side with faces apart in gloomy silence, when suddenly the idea struck Sergei to establish me at Cernobbio whilst he would attend the maneuvers. He sat thinking for a while, then rose and strolled down by himself, investigating the neighborhood to try to find some hotel where he wanted me to spend about 3 weeks. He soon came back to tell me that he had found out a nice boarding house kept by a German lady, Frau Weidemann, just opposite the landing place. Being tongue-tied, I could only nod approval, meaning, yes, it suits me exactly. In the meanwhile, our boat approached and took us to Bellagio, where we had dinner at the Hôtel Grande Bretagne. It was a depressing meal, during which I maintained an absolute silence. After a stroll in the splendid park which surrounded the hotel, the boat took us to Lecco, where we arrived too late to catch the evening train for Milan, and had to put up for the night at the modest little hotel bearing the name of Zwei Tore. The hostess ushered us into a room with a pointed ceiling and an enormously high bedstead. How pleasant it was to get rid of my vow of silence, which was becoming unbearable. For a whole day I had kept my lips sealed, although my anger had sensibly evaporated. When the hostess left us, we became reconciled upon the spot, and all was right again. Next morning we were back at Milan and went to visit the Campo Santo. This vast cemetery is a veritable museum. We wandered about looking at the tombstones, reading names and epitaphs. I noticed a great many beautiful monuments, including those of some fearless people who gave themselves monuments and erected shrines during their lifetime. We admired the mausoleum of Mario, the celebrated tenor, which is surmounted by his bust, with his favorite cavatina encrusted on a metal plate. The poor folk are buried in a remote corner of the cemetery. Their tombs are all level, with black crosses and the number of the tomb painted on white labels. After the lapse of 10 years, all the bones are gathered together in heaps in large boxes and placed in the charnel house. When we approached the crematory temple, we saw smoke coming out from the chimneys and were told that the corpse of an Austrian engineer was being consumed at that moment. This dismal procedure generally takes about an hour and a half and costs 50 francs. When we entered the crematory, I felt somewhat frightened, and the odor was so sickening that I thought I must faint, and felt sorely in want of smelling salts. But the guardian's pretty daughter seemed to feel quite at her ease in that ghastly kitchen, and ate her luncheon with great appetite. I hadn't the courage to peep into the crematory furnace, but Sergi perceived the corner of the huge frying pan upon which broiled the corpse of the Austrian engineer. His wife and children, who were present at this awful ceremony, didn't appear much impressed by it, and chattered on gaily all the time. It had been too much for my nerves, and when we were back at the hotel, I went straight to bed and had a good cry. End of section 31. Section 32 of The Diary of a Russian Lady. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Marie Christian. The Diary of a Russian Lady by Barbara Doukhovsky. Via Diest. On the following day, we started for Cernobbio to spend a week at the Via Diest. Our apartment was large and airy. The marble floor and whitewashed walls looked agreeably cool, with windows and balcony looking out on the lake, and the hotel terrace with flights of white marble steps descending to the water's edge. A boat belonging to the hotel was anchored near it. I went to bed early that night, and just as I was going to fall asleep, I heard a chorus of men's voices singing to a guitar accompaniment. I jumped out of bed and saw a boat moored to the terrace, in which a dozen men, gifted with fresh, strong voices, were giving us a serenade. The moon came up at that moment, silvering the lake and lighting up the scene. I leant out of the window to throw some coins in the direction of the singers, who were making the round of the group of visitors who had gathered on the terrace. I was very much disenchanted when I was told that these minstrels were, all of them, citizens of Como, who, having their day's work done, floated on the lake and sang ballads. Time passed slowly, one day like another. The heat obliged us to stay indoors all the afternoon, and I was glad to rest in our cool room. After dinner we took long walks in the park surrounding the hotel, with medieval castles, turrets, fountains, and waterfalls. On the top of a hillock stands a pavilion named Il Bello Sguardo, from which you have a full view of the lake. One morning we went for a row on the lake. I was at the wheel, and Sergi, taking off his coat, rowed on for an hour or more. Our light skiff flew like a bird on the beautiful lake, which is 50 miles long. The shores are lovely, surrounded by hills covered with fig trees, olive trees, pine trees, like big open umbrellas, and rich vineyards. The edges of the lake are strewn with pretty villas of the nobility of Milan, with splendid gardens stretching down to the water. The wonderful southern vegetation amazed us. orange and lemon trees, laden with fruit, grown in groves in the open air. As there is no road, there is no approach but by water to the villas. Nearly all of them have a small separate embankment. One of the prettiest villas belongs to Taglioni, the renowned ballet dancer, who in long past days delighted our grandfathers. A little further on we saw the villa belonging to Madame Pasta, the celebrated French actress. On its frescoed fronts different musical instruments are painted. Bellini once upon a time had been on a visit to Madame Pasta, and the piano on which the great composer had improvised his music is kept there as a relic. We went another day by steamer to Menaggio. The hills that encircled these shores are covered by poor vegetation, only dull olive trees here and there. We were startled by the formidable report of the dynamite blowing up the rocks which are to serve for the building of houses. The hills all around caught up the sound and echoed it from one to the other. From Menaggio to Porlezza we continued our trip in a carriage and took the boat again to Lugano. The Swiss frontier begins on the middle of the lake, and thus, for a short time, we found ourselves on Helvetic waters. Towards night we returned to Como by the railway. Baron Rosen, the Russian military attaché at Rome, came to spend 2 or 3 days at the Via d'Este. We saw a great deal of him. He devoted his whole attention to me, and offered me his escort for moonlight promenades, but I preferred to regain prosaically my bed rather than stroll with him about the moonlit park. He called me obstinate and matter-of-fact, and said that I had warm water instead of blood, and that, like the sleeping beauty in the woods, I was asleep to the whole of life's pleasures, leading the existence of a nun. But his agreeable task to wake me up did not succeed. The heat continued to be overpowering. Then one morning, after many days of waiting, the rain fell. But in the afternoon the sun was ablaze, and again there was no breath of air in the overheated atmosphere. During dinner that same day, I saw by the expression of Sergy's face that he was preparing a surprise for me. And in fact, he made me awfully happy by announcing that instead of establishing me at Frau Weidemann's boarding house, he would take me with him to Piacenza, a small town in the neighborhood of which the maneuvers would take place. And thus it was settled that we should start on the following day for the Beromese Islands on Lake Maggiore, and go straight from there to Piacenza. We left the train at Verona and took the boat, coasting along Lake Maggiore. We passed Isola Madre and moored at Isola Bella, the residence of the Counts Berome, who dwell here only in autumn, but the beautiful feudal castle and gardens are open to the public. A smart footman showed us all over the place, after which we took a rowboat and crossed over to Isola Pescia, a fishing village with only nets all along the shore hanging out to dry, and a fishy smell over it all. On the water's edge small boats were moored, and a group of fishermen were sitting on the shore, mending their nets and counting their day's catch. Suddenly I heard someone calling, "Romeo!" I turned round and beheld a fisher lad, bare-legged, with clothes in tatters, and a dirty fish basket over his arm, looking most unromantic, and bearing very little resemblance to the Shakespearean hero. On our return to Isola Bella, we took the train to Milan, where we arrived at sunset. Before we went to bed, it was settled that we should go next morning to Piacenza. When I awoke, Sergy made me understand that it would be far more convenient for him to go first by himself to Piacenza, in order to look out for a lodging for me. I was foolish enough to feel horribly hurt, and to take it into my head that my husband wanted to get rid of me. "Oh, very well, be it so," I said to myself, and made the vow to await the end of the maneuvers at Cernobbio at Frau Weidemann's boarding house. And acting on blind impulse, with quick tears rising to my eyes, I told Sergi I did not want him to be bothered with me and intended to start with the first train to Como. Having said my say, I began instantly to throw my things into my trunk in petulant haste, drying my tears with quick, impatient dashes. Sergi tried to talk some common sense into me, but to reason with me at that moment was impossible. What I once made up my mind to do, I would do, no matter how hard it was. Sergi insisted upon accompanying me to Cernobbio. We had to be at the station by 8 o'clock, but with all these parleys we missed the train, and Sergi, knowing my tempers to be of short duration, was very glad of it, thinking that it was just as well that I should be allowed a little time to recover my good humor. But I made out that there was another train about 9. When we had secured a compartment to ourselves, I drew myself far into my corner and pulled down my veil to hide my tears, feeling as if I was going off to prison. We rolled on towards Como in gloomy spirits. The journey was a very silent one. How stupid of me to have made that vow, but it was too late to alter matters now, and pride, holding me back, I had to stand firm. Nevertheless, I blamed myself bitterly. All the pleasure of our trip was at an end. End of section 32.
Section 33 of The Diary of a Russian Lady. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Ted Leinhart. The Diary of a Russian Lady by Barbara Doukhovsky. Chapter 31, Cernobbio. Frau Wiedemann, a comely, gray-haired woman in a frilled cap and white apron, came out to receive us and wish us welcome. She had taken us for a honeymoon couple and thought that we started forth on our wedding trip. Her boarding house is a quiet, family sort of establishment, but the whole effect of my apartment was rather cheerless, and the boarding house surroundings were distasteful to me. The furniture was old and shabby, with faded curtains and threadbare carpet in the middle of the room. Frau Wiedemann's prices are very moderate. I pay 8 francs per day for board with a room. I have arranged to have breakfast and lunch in my own room, but must go down to dinner at table d'hôte, which I do not like at all. My windows look out on the lake and bit of garden belonging to our boarding house. Just before dinner, I looked out of the window and discovered our hostess sitting in the garden, holding a bit of crochet in her fingers. I found that she had altered in a most surprising way and was utterly metamorphosed and unrecognizable, transformed into a portly lady, wearing a black silk dress with hair beautifully dressed. When we entered the dining room, we saw Frau Wiedemann presiding at the dinner table, looking very prim and dignified. All her boarders were present. A Russian lady, Madame N. and her daughter, Mademoiselle Nadine, future opera singer, studying singing with Professor Lamperti, the first singing master of the day. Then came Fräulein Weltmann, a maiden lady of ripe years, an ex-prima donna still dreaming of her successes, which she alone remembers, and who must have been once upon a time very good-looking, but it was a thing of the past, alas. All through dinner we had to listen to the endless stories of the brilliant days of her conquests in her vanished youth. I remarked that in speaking of herself, she generally dropped dates. Last came an American lady, Mrs. G., with her 2 children, a boy and girl aged 8 and 10, called Herman and Denis. Mrs. G. is what one might call miscellaneous. She has an American father, a Spanish mother, and a German husband. Little Denis is a Roman Catholic, and her brother is a Lutheran. Mrs. G. crossed the ocean, coming all the way from New Orleans to Cernobbio to prepare herself for professional work with Professor Lamperti, who inhabits Milan in winter and comes to Cernobbio in summer. The old maestro has the custom to nickname his pupils. Thus, Mrs. G. is called Norma because of her 2 children, though they are not twins. Denis is a very clever little girl, and unusually sharp for her years. This small damsel, who sat next to Sergei at table, made shrewd observations and questions, not unfrequently astonishing her elders. Finding it her duty to entertain her neighbor like a grown-up person, she at once entered into conversation. "My name's Denis. What's yours? Have you got any children, and how many? You are old enough to have a lot, though your wife looks so young," cried out the ingenuous child in a breath, and when she was told by Frau Wiedemann that little girls must not pass remarks, the bold little maid, turning scarlet, exclaimed, "One always asks how many children have you got when one meets for the first time." Sergei returned to Milan with the evening boat and left me a grass widow in charge of Frau Wiedemann. I suddenly felt utterly alone and so miserable, so desolate, with no one to care about my comings and goings. Our ladies took pity on me and said that they would try to make me feel at home with them. As soon as Sergei left the house, I shut myself in my room, and then my nerves failed me altogether. I sat down on my lonely bed and cried. Then I lay down and fell asleep and woke unhappy. Marie, the Swiss maid of all work, in very creaking boots, brought in a telegram from Sergei with my breakfast. The day began well. When I went down to luncheon, I was taken by storm by Denis, who had felt one of these sudden fancies to me, which children sometimes do form for their elders. She rushed up to me, and flinging her arms tempestuously around my neck, kissed me so rapturously that I was afraid of being smothered. "Mademoiselle Vava, you're a darling. I'm so glad you came down. I love you so much I should like to eat you up," cried Denis. "I am called here by everyone Madame Vava, but Denis insisted on calling me Mademoiselle Vava, saying that it didn't suit me to be called Madame because I didn't look at all like a married lady. Both children wanted to sit next me at table. "Oh, sit by me," pleaded Denis, rubbing her cheek against my hand. "No, by me, please," said Herman, and I good-naturedly placed myself between them both. For the first few days I got on pretty well with Frau Wiedemann's boarders, who were all showing themselves very amiable and kind to me. One night they asked me to go to the theater, where a traveling troupe was giving a performance. And such a theater! We found ourselves in a long room with a small stage at one end, lighted by 3 petroleum lamps suspended from the ceiling, which smoked horribly and were very dim. In fact, they gave more smell than light. The gray Holland curtain came up by the aid of 2 cords drawn through an iron ring. The band was supplied by local talent, all the musicians being laborers and workmen from Cernobbio, our gardener in the number, who received 20 centimes per evening. As to the performers, they were all more or less bad. It was the benefit night of the leading actress, who was to be a mother in 3 months, and you could see it at a glance. Our seats in the first row cost only 1 franc. The audience consisted chiefly of Lamperti's pupils. Lamperti has produced many divas, Marcella Sembrich in the number. The maestro was present at the play. He carries very lightly his 80 years, and has just taken, for second wife, one of his favorite pupils, a very pretty young creature. I am having a very dull time, and my spirits are down to 0. I do want Sergei so badly, so very badly. Oh, if I had only not come to that horrid Cernobbio. I am spending my days stretched in an easy chair, yawning over a book. Mademoiselle Nadine's room is next to mine, and I can hear her singing or chatting with her intimate friend, Baroness B., a tall, rather ungainly girl with red hands and very bad manners. Her mother is a very troublesome, bad-tempered old lady, embellished by a horrid black wig. She is vulgarity itself, and resembles a cook trying to play the lady. That detestable woman generally makes her appearance with a horrid pug dog tucked under one arm, which snarls at you and flies out of her arms trying to bite your toes. Mademoiselle Nadine and her friend carried on a flirtation with a young Italian tenor, and ran after him in a most barefaced fashion, contriving both to catch him. Mademoiselle Nadine, who was determined to keep him for herself, took him in hand and totally eclipsed the young baroness, which led to a succession of stormy scenes. I perceived that the atmosphere was highly charged with electricity, and that there will be a row presently. One day they had a fearful dispute about the hero of their romance, after which the young Baroness did not appear for a week. Her mother, wishing to reconcile the rivals, brought over her daughter to make up her quarrel with Mademoiselle Nadine, but the interview was not pleasant. Mademoiselle Nadine refused to see her friend's outstretched hand, at which the old Baroness flew into a rage and fell on Mademoiselle Nadine with fiery reproaches. "What?" screamed the old lady at the top of her voice and rolling infuriated eyes. "My daughter wants to make up with you, and this is the way you treat her? You base, ungrateful girl. I will never allow her after that to set foot in your house." Having said her say, the old Baroness sank into an armchair, holding strong smelling salts to her nose, and throwing back her head. She waited for a fit of hysterics which would not come, and 2 minutes after she made her exit, banging the door after her. If I were in the place of Mademoiselle Nadine, I should have nothing more to do with the Baroness and her daughter, but half an hour afterwards I saw both young ladies seated close together on a bank in the garden, hand in hand, mingling their tears together, after having made each other the vow of eternal friendship. Mademoiselle Nadine had another admirer in the person of Dr. Bianchi, a 40-year-old cherub who worshipped the very ground that she trod on and cooed his romance into her ears like a real troubadour. But he is far from being the ideal Lohengrin, with his bald head and prominent abdomen. He wouldn't have been my hero, even with more hair on his head, being rather a fool and very ignorant, especially of geography. To him, Russia represented only snow, bears, and tallow candles. "May I ask if you are English?" he inquired when being presented to me. "Russian?" he exclaimed in blank astonishment. "Oh, I can't believe it. You look quite European." Stupid fellow. I detested him after that, for I am exceedingly tenacious in questions of patriotic pride. Dr. Bianchi had made several times the offer of his hand and heart to Mademoiselle Nadine, but she refused him flatly, over and over again. She treats him very harshly and hates the very sight of him. When Dr. Bianchi enters one door, she goes out by the other. But the long-suffering physician makes an ass of himself and continues to persecute his lady-love with his tenacious wooing, and poor Mademoiselle Nadine doesn't know how to get rid of him. As for me, I would have known how to knock the calf-love out of him soon enough. What awful idiots men make themselves when they are in love. Our landlord, Signor Bonsignor, is a magnificent old beau, awfully stuck up and prim, belonging to the ancient school, and suited rather to the 18th century than to our modern era. He affected an antiquated style of dress, his chin resting within the points of a high collar, which reached to his ears. One day he came to keep me company, whilst I had my lunch in my room, and remained quite a long time paying me old-fashioned compliments. He said that he regretted that he had not met my second self in his young days, and that it was the reason why he is still single. Signor Bonsignor is an awful old screw. One could see it by the motto carved over the door of our dining room saying, "One never repents of having eaten too little." Frau Wiedemann follows the motto to the letter in respect of her boarders, practicing rigorous economy, rarely varying her scanty menus, and making mental photographs of the joints before they are removed. My frugal breakfast, day after day, has been coffee, 1 egg, and insufficient bread and butter. My lunch is brought in to me on a tray. The limited menu is invariably composed of cold meat, green beans, and a dessert of 2 biscuits and half an apple. Marie, the household treasure, whilst clearing away my scanty repasts, always asks, as if in derision, "Madame a bien mangé?" which made me groan inwardly. Mrs. G. and Mademoiselle Nadine came in hopelessly late to table, and sometimes didn't appear until after 8, keeping dinner waiting. One day when I descended to the dining room, a smart young man in the barber's block style, wearing very yellow gloves and yellow boots, walked in. He had a white gardenia in his buttonhole and an eyeglass which made him squint. Frau Wiedemann introduced him to me as Signor Gorgoli, the son of her close friend. He shook hands with me, raising his elbow to his ear, and bowed his head as politely as the exigencies of his high collar would allow. Mrs. G., who lighted up when men were present, but languished if there were only ladies in the room, had taken extraordinary pains with her toilette for Signor Gogoli, and came down to dinner having put on her most becoming gown. She was displaying her best graces to him, and laid herself out to be irresistible, and encouraged the young snob, which I regretted, because you could see at once that he wasn't the kind who needs encouragement, being thoroughly pleased with himself and seeming to think that every woman must fall in love with him. Edging his chair closer to where Mrs. G. was sitting, he picked out a rose from a bowl of flowers that stood on the dinner table and pinned it into her low bodice. That coxcomb talked of himself all through the course of the meal and didn't want to hear what you say, only to tell you about himself. The letter I was the backbone of his conversation. He said, "I this," and "I that," every time he opened his mouth. A more conceited ass I never set eyes upon. His manner struck me as peculiarly odious. He was trying all the time to impress the company with the idea that he belongs to a circle in society in which he certainly never set foot, and confessed barefacedly that his finances, being at low ebb, he was on the lookout for a rich heiress to pay off his debts, but that in the meanwhile he was disposed to get all the fun he could out of life, feeling far too young to settle into a sober family man. Signor Gogoli came back the next day and the day after. He tried to get up a flirtation with me and was always hanging about me, twisting up the ends of his mustache and prepared for conquest. He paid me compliments upon my looks and said that he came to Cernobbio only on my account, at which I assumed an expression of extreme innocence and pretended not to understand what he was driving at. He was certainly a very compromising young man, and I tried to avoid every occasion of meeting him, but he was such a fool and would imagine anything except that he is not wanted. Presuming young idiot. One afternoon I sat with a book on the veranda whilst our ladies were out shopping, and Signor Gogoli, who was quick to take advantage of it, came to keep me company. I grasped the fact that he intended to stay with me and began to wish the ladies would come back. In the street, a hand organ was reeling out a waltz, and I was reckless enough to give Signor Gogoli a dance. He put his arm round me and held me very tight. I had done wrong in allowing my hand to stay in his a second or two longer than necessary. Dating from that afternoon, he became bolder than ever, and ventured even to press my hand under the tablecloth during dinner. I never heard of such impudence. The matter was going a bit too far, and I began to crush him with my scorn, and soon put him back to his proper place in throwing his photograph, which he had just given me, into the wastepaper basket, whilst he pulled his mustache and looked silly. He left the room feeling terribly snubbed. A week went by, and I saw nothing of him. I was awfully glad to be free from his detestable society. He might go to Jericho for what I cared. The evenings were getting longer and dragged like an eternity. To shorten them somehow, we played society games and puzzles, which bored me to death and made me yawn. One night after I had gone to bed, a terrible storm arose. Ceaseless lightning harrowed the sky, and the rain came pouring down. Suddenly, one of my windows was blown open. I jumped out of bed and went to shut it, and was nearly carried away by a gust of wind. After having wedged the frames with matches, I crept back to bed when bang, bang went the windows, and I had to get up again, and the matchwork had to be done all over once more. When I awoke next morning, I opened the window and breathed the fresh, pure air with delight. The mist was hanging like a gray curtain across the lake, and the swallows were flying low over the water. From afar, I heard the church bells ringing the Ave Maria. As a contrast to this peaceful scene, I saw under my window our cook chasing the hens, innocently awaiting their hasty doom in the patch of garden which was the resort of Frau Wiedemann's fowls. The pacha of these poor victims, a little crested cock, didn't seem to remark the diminution of his harem, and continued to fling out his shrill cuckoo-ra-coo joyously. The little Americans are quite their own masters. They are running about all day without no one to look after them, and spend most of their time in quarreling, flying at each other's faces, pulling each other by the hair, and pinching and scratching. I hear Denise's shrill little voice coming from the garden, shouting orders to her brother. Herman, go in the shade. But he would not obey and paid no heed to her repeated calls to be quiet. Herman's sole idea of pleasure was making others miserable. He was full of mischief and took delight in provoking his sister and teased her constantly. One day he glued the hair of Dani's favorite doll, and she broke, in revenge, the legs of all the animals in his Noah's Ark. Another day Danis entered into a loud detail of grievances of which her brother was the cause. She had to keep strict watch on him, but he did everything that he was told not to do, and gave her a world of trouble. When he got ideas into his head, there was never peace till he had what he wanted. He was Mama's own pet, and could get almost anything he liked out of her, and led her by the nose. Whatever Herman did, whatever Herman said, was always right, and Danis was always in the wrong, and had undeserved punishment even when she was behaving in the most exemplary manner. She was Herman's scapegoat and accustomed to hear herself roughly spoken to by her mother, and always roared at. I wish I were as small as a needle and Herman as big as an elephant. Perhaps I wouldn't have always to bear the blame then, said poor Danis, her eyes filling with tears. It is perfectly true, shouted Herman, giving Danis a vicious little pinch. I can thump her as much as I like, and she doesn't dare to touch me, even with her little finger. But Danis, who was in a rebellious mood just then, turned upon him in a rage, and a resounding slap came before we could interfere. Thereupon Herman belabored her with his little fists, straining to get his teeth into her hands. Herman was a very wicked little boy, and took delight in torturing animals and insects. What pleased him more than anything was to help the cook to wring the chickens' and hens' necks, and then to boast of it afterwards, showing us his blood-stained hands. Horrid little creature. There never was such a child for mischief. He enjoyed playing all sorts of tricks on Frau Wiedemann. That imp of a boy stole behind her chair when she was knitting in the garden, and took a malicious pleasure in tangling her skeins of wool. At dinner, Herman loved annoying Danis. The little pig dropped hair into her soup and gave her furtive little kicks under the table. Frau Wiedemann did all she could to train him a little. One day, just as we were sitting down to table, Herman brought me a radish, fresh from its bed of mold, and the hand that held it out was evidently the spade that had dug it therefrom, and in sore need of soap. Frau Wiedemann told him that he must always be washed and brushed before he went down to the dining room, and ordered him to go and wash his hands immediately. But Herman, who had no acquaintance with the word must, set his mouth in a hard curve and didn't move. He looked so obstinate that I was strongly tempted to shake him. A more willful boy I never saw. He'd try the temper of a saint. But this time Frau Wiedemann had her own way, and ordered him out of the room. Herman reluctantly obeyed, with rage in his little heart, and dashed from the room, banging the door with a shock that made the room rattle. Herman ran straight to his mother, who didn't come down to dinner that day, to complain of Frau Wiedemann, and instead of giving him a good scolding, Mrs. G. rewarded him with chocolates and kisses. That night when I went to bed, passing through the dark corridor, I suddenly felt a tight grip on my wrist. It was Herman, who, giving an emphatic tug at my skirt, said in a husky whisper, "That's you who must have clean hands, because you are a young lady, and as to me, I may have them dirty as much as I like. I cannot be always washing myself and always thinking of my nails like grown-ups." Both children had got bad manners at table. They fidgeted on their chairs, kicked their legs right and left, and were eating noisily, rattling vigorously their knives and forks. They spilt their soup all over their napkin and spattered jam all over themselves. They also made a point of overeating themselves, transferring the largest and best pieces to their plates. They had several helps of pudding and wanted to have all the cake. One morning, Frau Wiedemann caught Herman throwing stones at passers-by over the hedge of our garden. "What are you doing, horrid little boy?" cried out our hostess. "I am chasing these people away. I don't want them to stare at me," declared Herman vehemently. "You are a bad, undutiful child," exclaimed Frau Wiedemann. Go away at once." But Herman, who meant to go on being obstinate, jerking his shoulders, retorted rudely, "Mamma told me that I am not bound to obey Frau Wiedemann, and I'll do as I please. Do you understand? As I please, as I please. shouted that delightful boy, stamping viciously his little foot. Frau Wiedemann, losing patience, said she would have him punished for daring to be so rude, and wouldn't take him with his sister for their habitual walk next morning. Denis, with tears coursing down her cheeks, implored Herman to ask forgiveness, but tears and prayers were of no avail. He stuck firmly to his chair, his nose in his picture book, dangling his feet backwards and forwards, and would not apologize. I don't propose to ask Frau Wiedemann's pardon anyhow, that's flat. When I am in a rage, I remain in a rage 1 week, 2 months, a whole year, declared Herman, doggedly, and remained sternly unapproachable. When I came down to dinner that day, I saw poor Denis, her eyes all swollen, her nose red, huddled up in a chair, a picture of misery. "We don't go for our walk tomorrow," she said, sobbing loudly. The next day I was writing in my room upstairs, with the windows wide open, when suddenly I heard in the garden below my name called in a ringing voice. "Hello, Madame Vava, look out of the window." It was Herman, success written in his sunny little countenance, accompanied by Denis and Frau Wiedemann, who, having fallen into a melting mood, was taking out the children for their usual walk, and Herman, radiant with triumph, wanted to prove to me that he had it all his own way. It was Herman who had forced Denis to ask his forgiveness, and she had coaxed Frau Wiedemann, with kisses and pleading words, to go out for a walk with them. She is a weak person, Frau Wiedemann. I should have kept my word in her place. Denis also was not quite easy to manage, and was liable sometimes to storms of temper. One afternoon all the company, except myself, went out for a sail on the lake. Frau Wiedemann, who had forgotten to prepare a sauce for the trout we were to have at dinner, returned home before the others with Denis in a small rowboat. Denis was in a fury to come back so early, and made an awful scene with Frau Wiedemann, rocking herself to and fro in a paroxysm of grief. She fretted, foamed, and turned nasty, shouting out all her bad words, for when she loses her temper she does not measure her language. She called down curses on Frau Wiedemann and sent her to Mephistopheles and wished her at the bottom of the lake and eaten up by the mermaids. As soon as they reached home, the door of my room was dashed open and Denis flew in looking like a fury. That's Frau Wiedemann who insisted on coming back so early for that horrid old sauce. I hate it and shall never eat it as long as I live. I wish there were no sauces at all in the world, that I do, cried out Denis. That same day at dinner, Denis was tiresome with awkward questions. Why this and why that? And Frau Wiedemann found it necessary to stop her. Eat your soup, she said, and remember that polite little girls never interrupt people's speeches. But I say, exclaimed Denis, turning to her with blazing eyes and face aflame, polite little girls can want to know what they do not know, can't they? At which her mother administered a good scolding to her, and told her that if she said one word more, she would give her a damned slap. It isn't me that Mama curses, it is the slap, said the bold little girl, unabashed. I hadn't got any news from Sergei for several days, and wrote to him 6 pages full of reproaches. I was expecting the postman's knock every moment, but nothing came. One morning I was sitting at my solitary breakfast when at last a long letter from Sergei was brought to me. I devoured its contents. He wrote in high spirits and gave me all the details of his life at Piacenza and glowing accounts of the maneuvers and all he was seeing. 2 big rooms were reserved to him at the Hotel San Marco. After lunch on the day of his arrival, he put on his uniform and went to present himself to the commandant of Piacenza, in whose drawing room a group of foreign officers in the most varied uniforms were gathered. Such a lot of strangers was quite an event for the little town of Piacenza, which was dressed all over with flags. A band played in the square. When Sergei returned to the hotel, he found on his table an envelope containing different instructions concerning the maneuvers, with maps and programs for every day. The military representatives received a compliment in verse with the following inscription: Dedica agli excellentissimi signori rappresentarono la nazione in occasione della loro venuta a Piacenza. The representatives were entertained with much festivity. Rich banquets were given in their honor. 20 officers of different armies sat down to table every day. 4 Austrians, 1 Bavarian, 3 Germans, 2 Belgians, 2 Swedes, 2 Englishmen, and 3 Russians. Sergei's neighbor was a Swedish general, an old trooper belonging to the school of Gustav Vasa, who probably would never have stirred the world with any striking discovery, being rather narrow-minded. He said to Sergei that whilst traveling in Italy, he was very much astonished that all the railway stations were named Uscita, which means exit, and was quite bewildered that in this country even children were able to surmount the difficulties of the language and chatted Italian quite as a matter of course to each other. The maneuvers of one division against the other began on the 18th August. My husband with his brother officers got up at daybreak and started by a special train to Castello Giovanni, where a hillock surrounded by vineyards was chosen as point of observation. The Marchese Combroso gave them a lunch in his splendid mansion that day, with champagne in abundance. A military band played during their repast. On the following morning, the valiant sons of Mars went to Voghera, where they put up in private houses, as there was no hotel in that small place. Their proprietors hoisted up the flags of the different nationalities who sheltered under their roofs. Over the house where Sergei stopped, with 2 members of the Russian mission, a flag with a double eagle floated, and in their sitting room stood a samovar, a Russian tea kettle, deprived of its tap. It was Count Belliccione who regaled the missions that day in his superb feudal castle. My husband seemed to be quite happy while I am pining away at Cernobbio, and I positively could not admit that he was enjoying himself apparently while I was gloomily brooding here alone and miserable. How I longed to go away from that hateful Cernobbio. I am quite out of place with my surroundings and feel like a fish out of water, thoroughly out of my element and out of tune with the whole atmosphere, which is a very different one from that to which I was accustomed. The relations between Frau Wiedemann's lady boarders were not so warm as they had promised to be at first. I wanted to be very good friends here with everybody, but our way of life is so different and our natures are diametrically opposite. We seem to be as far apart as the poles. The only topic of conversation of our lady boarders was vocal matters, solfeggias, and exercises. I tried to keep out of their way and remained in my room as long as I could. Frau Wiedemann was far more sympathetic than her boarders. I liked her kind, motherly ways. She tried to cheer me up and took the greatest pains to amuse me, but I refused all propositions of amusement and didn't care to join their out-of-door parties. For 2 weeks I had been controlling myself, but it gets worse every day. Our lady boarders turn up their noses at me and cut me dead. We scarcely notice each other and only meet at table. What dismal meals we had. It is Mrs. G. who has especially taken a dislike to me. If wishes could have killed, I should have been dead long ago. She detested me. I could read it in her eyes. We were at daggers drawn. I, too, was entire readiness to show fight, for I like people who like me and hate those who don't like me. It is unchristian, but I can't help it. I am not a quiet, woolly lamb, and if Mrs. G. wanted to bite, I knew how to show my teeth, too, and could take revenge on her, for to be silent and let others have all their say is not my nature. Without the least intention of playing the eavesdropper, I chanced to overhear a word or two spoken plainly on my account by Mrs. G., which hadn't been intended to reach my ears. I had not the temperament to turn the other cheek at any insult. I could take revenge, too. I tried to hold my tongue when I sat next to Mrs. G. at table, and had to close my lips tight, or else a bad word would jump out. But the day would surely come when we should have a regular fight. We were both in a mood when the merest spark would cause explosion, and the spark came. At dinner one day, Mrs. G., in the presence of her children, boasted shamelessly that she could do very well without her husband, who, luckily for her, was retained by business in America, whilst she was enjoying herself across the ocean. Her vicious morality was so different from my own that I found it necessary to give her to understand that she was a heartless and undutiful woman, and losing all control over myself at such cynicism, I gave her a bit of my mind, and was obliged to tell her some truths which did not please her, after which Mrs. G., who has a cutting tongue, made spiteful allusions concerning Signor Gogoli, and asked if I ever practiced what I preached, and added that I had better be careful of myself. But I was not a bit baffled by the sharp prick of her poisonous arrow, and not a bit afraid of her backhanded little stabs. I knew how to answer her and hold my ground, and got the better of her after all, having taught her not to interfere with me. Our hen coop is in commotion by the advent of a cock of very nasty plumage, it is true. The newcomer is an American chanter who has come from Chicago to study singing with Professor Lamperti. At dinner I gazed with some curiosity at the Yankee and found him helplessly shy and utterly unattractive, with sandy-colored hair and features all wildly wrong. His kindest friend could not have called him anything but ugly. His clothes had the air of having been bought ready-made at a cheap shop and wanted brushing badly. He wore a turned-over collar which showed his neck far down, and a white tie, tied a good deal on one side. Our new lodger was painfully conscious of his physical shortcomings, and if ever a man wanted taming, he did. At dinner he made all sorts of blunders, kept his eyes on his plate all the time, and hardly spoke at all. The advent of a man of that kind was not dangerous, and far better for the peace of mind of our lady boarders, for the new arrival was assuredly not of the type who would seek adventure. Having nothing of the hero about him, he would not play the Don Juan like Signor Gorgoli. The regattas had attracted a great number of spectators on the shore of Cernobbio. 18 rowboats, adorned with wreaths of flowers, bearing each its number and denomination, were lining the coast like racehorses ready to start. At a signal given by a cannon shot, the boats spun along rapidly in the direction of Como. I didn't take any interest at all in these regattas, my thoughts being miles away. For the maneuvers being over, I was leaving Cernobbio on the following day. To think that tomorrow at this time I shall be with Sergei again. I was getting so excited I didn't know how to wait till next morning, and went to bed as early as possible in order to reduce the evening to its very shortest proportions. It was my last night in that nasty place, and tomorrow I would shake the dust off my feet. When I awoke in the morning, I felt a great happiness. I dressed quickly and went to the window to look out for the carriage that was to take me to the railway station. To my great pleasure, all our ladies, except Frau Wiedemann, were asleep. I shall probably never set eyes on them again. If I ever see them, it will be only in my nightmares. I wanted to get away from here without the delay of a minute, and was leaving the house at 6:45. I set out of Cernobbio deliciously light of heart, and hope I shall never return to this inhospitable place again. I had a first-class compartment to myself and felt like a schoolgirl off on her holiday. At every turn of the wheels, my heart gave a glad throb at the thought that soon I would meet my husband, who was to arrive at Milan a few hours after me. I have left all my sorrows at Cernobbio. All the little bothers that were my lot were left behind. All that was done with now, and I'll make up for lost time, that I will. On arriving at Milan, I went straight to the Hotel de la Ville. The manager came up to me and made me welcome, and told me that my husband was expected in the afternoon. I was shown into the same apartments we had before, which made me feel quite at home. I grew awfully impatient waiting. I could not keep still and began to walk restlessly up and down the room, counting the minutes when Sergei would arrive, and every little while looking at the clock. At last I heard hurried steps in the corridor, and in an instant Sergei held me in his arms. After luncheon I drove with my husband in a smart landau with a pair of fine bays, put at our disposal by the government, to the Hotel Continental, where all the members of the foreign missions had put up. Sergei wore his full uniform, on which shone many decorations, and created a great sensation. People stopped and turned their heads when we passed through the street. In the long gallery of the hotel we saw groups of foreign representatives walking about. Sergei proceeded to introduce all the officers to me. Captain Sawyer, the aide-de-camp of General Fremantle, the English representative, was the best-looking of them all. A Spanish colonel, Senor Achcaragua, came up by himself and begged for an introduction. His ardent eyes fixed on mine rather frightened me. One of his brother officers told Sergei that the colonel's brains were slightly touched, thanks to his somewhat stormy youth, during which he had spent himself too much physically, being not insensible to the southern temperament of the Spanish ladies. During this edifying colloquy, General Fabre, the French representative, came up to Sergei and told him that he had just been appointed by King Humbert Cavalier of the Order of the Corona d'Italia. Quote, "It is the arrival of my wife at Milan which has brought me that luck." End quote. Sergei put in gallantly, "We have invited the members of the Russian mission to dine with us at the National that night. Just as we were sitting down at table, an Italian officer brought the order and ribbon granted to Sergei by the king, and I received in the same time a printed invitation from the syndic of the town to assist at the grand review of troops which was to take place on the following day. After dinner we removed to the Hôtel de la Ville, where an apartment was appointed to my husband. His name was on the door, Major General de Doukhovsky, in big white letters. I had scarcely time to take off my hat when General Freemantle asked for permission to present himself to me. He was accompanied by Captain Sawyer, a very fair specimen of the English officer. He was considerably over 6 feet and looked very smart and upright in his red uniform. That charming son of Albion paid me much attention and was extremely entertaining. He was astonished at my English, a language with which, from my childhood, I had been familiar. We didn't have 5 minutes' talk before Captain Sawyer defined my character. He called me Whirlwind and nicknamed me Quicksilver. I must confess I liked Captain Sawyer. He was quite my type of man. When the members of the English mission left us, 3 officers of the German army came in, bowing with great clinking and much ceremony. They were martial-looking individuals with fiercely twisted mustaches. The Teuton trio solemnly kissed my hand, sat down for 2 minutes, and stiffly bowed themselves off. Italian orderlies, speaking the language of the members of the foreign missions, have been put to their service. The soldier allotted to my husband, Giovanni Varallo by name, a very handsome chap, spoke Russian very well, being born in Moscow, where his parents have a little shop. Varallo is a funny sort of type. From the very beginning, he made all sorts of blunders. He disengaged himself of his knapsack in the drawing room and put his cap on the middle of the table. At 8 o'clock the following morning, we were awakened by Varallo, who rapped sharply at our door and said that it was time to get up. I dressed quickly, and on entering our sitting room, I saw that Varallo had arranged it according to his idea of a lady's requirements. To complete all, he was holding my hat at the moment and insisted on brushing it with a blacking brush. Madame Favre, the wife of the French general, asked me to drive with her to the parade ground, our husbands having started together some minutes before us. We went first to the railway station to see the arrival of the king and queen from Montreux, the royal summer residence. On stepping out of the train, King Humbert mounted on horseback, and Queen Margareta took her place in a victoria, bowing graciously on right and left. The Italians do not cheer their sovereigns as we do in Russia. They applaud and shout bravo, which seemed rather strange to me. At the review we had seats in the Queen's stand. Queen Margareta sat a few paces from us, looking splendid in a beautiful gown embroidered with golden flowers. The king soon appeared, followed by his suite, my husband in the number. The throng was so great that the policemen had to use main force to procure free passage to the king. A crowd of lookers-on stood behind the double range of soldiers shouting bravo and clapping their hands to the king. In an open space of ground, both infantry and cavalry were assembled. After all the regiments had defiled before the king, we went to the Continental, where the representatives of the different nations were invited to a banquet given to them by the government. They came out afterwards into the courtyard to have their group taken. The photographer grouped the party according to his idea. Sergei and General Freemantle in the center, while the others clustered round them. Many failures issued, as all these warriors, feeling themselves returned to boyhood, wouldn't sit still and laughed when they had to keep serious. The patience of the photographer was something wonderful. I looked at that comic scene out of the gallery facing the courtyard. Captain Sawyer came up to me and said that he had fixed me all the time whilst they were being photographed in order to have a pleasant expression and to look nice. On that same day, the missions were invited to dinner at Montreux. I remained alone at the hotel and sat in the deep window seat to witness their departure. Varello found it his duty to entertain me during my husband's absence and brought up an album with colored views of Milan, which he began to explain to me. Sergei returned enchanted with a warm reception of the royal family. At dinner, he sat next to the beautiful Countess Barome. All the ladies wore a daisy pinned on their bodices in honor of Queen Margaret. When the guests were leaving Montreux, the king, speaking in Russian, bade Sergei adieu, saying "Do svidania," which means goodbye, and asked Sergei to transmit his best regards to our emperor. End of section 33.
Section 34 of The Diary of a Russian Lady. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Marie Christian. The Diary of a Russian Lady by Barbara Doukhovsky. Venice. On the following day, we took the Venice Express at 9 o'clock in the morning. 2 Belgian members of the foreign missions traveled to Venice with us. Colonel Theunis and Major Havard proved very entertaining companions, only their knowledge of Russia was sadly deficient. They believed that wolves prowled in the streets of St. Petersburg in broad daylight. At 8 o'clock in the evening, we reached Venice and rolled slowly along a narrow pier. At the railway station, a group of gondoliers rushed up to us, offering their gondolas just like cabmen. We stepped down into a gondola lighted up by lanterns on bow and poop. The gondolier pushed off from the steps, and we silently glided along the great canal, surrounded by side canals crossed by small private bridges. Venice is built on piles and stands upon many islands linked by bridges. At each crossing of the aquatic streets, our strong-lunged gondolier shouted, "Gai!" to escape collision. He brought us to the Hotel Danieli, where we passed a sleepless night, not having followed the wise advice of the chambermaid, who told us not to raise the mosquito nets. We were thoroughly punished for it, having been devoured by mosquitoes. Lunch over, we went out for a walk along narrow little pathways leading to the Piazza San Marco. After a stroll in the arcades of the square, we took a gondola for a sail on the Canale Grande. We glided smoothly on the silent waves of the Adriatic, passing before grim old buildings. The palaces in which Byron, Schiller, Lucrezia Borgia have dwelt are now transformed into hotels. Venice, the town of legends and dreams, has very unpleasant odors, and nearly all the windows are hung with a flutter of drying sheets and towels, flapping in the air like old tattered flags. On the following day we took the boat to Lido, a fashionable sea-bathing place, and returned to Venice just in time for the table d'hôte. There was a great festival at night on the Canale Grande. All of the gondolas of Venice were on the water, lighted with colored lanterns. On the broadest part of the canal they were tied one to the other, thus forming a large floating bridge, on the middle of which a group of street singers were giving a serenade. Our gondolier, at our request, shouted out in a stentorian voice, "Funiculi, funicula," and the singers performed with great emphasis that popular song, after which they crossed over from one gondola to the other, holding out their hats, which were soon amply filled. We gave all the change we had in our pockets. We only remained 2 days at Venice, having had quite enough of that aquatic town which does not suit my vivacious temperament. End of section 34. Section 35 of The Diary of a Russian Lady. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Marie Christian. The Diary of a Russian Lady by Barbara Doukhovsky. Florence. Leaving Venice at 10 o'clock in the morning, we arrived towards night at Florence and took an apartment at the Hotel de Russi, with a ceiling ornamented with flying nymphs and a blue sky all over, and an enormous bedstead on top of which was placed a gigantic wreath of laurel. In my opinion, to sleep under it is an honor which few people deserve on earth. The next day we went to the Pitti Galleries to see the exhibition of old masters. This museum was formerly maintained by the monks, and the pictures were taken in preference from scripture subjects, but at present the nude mythological element predominates. In the sculpture section we met a group of curates who were all in a state of sanctimonious adoration before the marble Venus. I could hardly keep from laughing at the sight of these tonsured admirers of art, whose expression of the face, for the moment, could easily serve for a picture representing the temptation of St. Antony. At the entrance of the Medici chapel, an old curate impeded the passage of the turnstile, searching for his hat, which was hanging by the elastic on his back. Surely the venerable pater had also contemplated rather too much of the marble goddess. After the Pitti Galleries, we were shown the palace, maintained by the town, in which King Humbert is received in great ceremony as a guest when he comes to Florence. A carriage road leads to each floor separately, replacing the elevator. The king was expected in a few days, and a legion of servants were cleaning the hangings and polishing the furniture whilst we went through the palace. On our way back, we were driven in the Caschine, landaus, victorias, and open cabs of every variety, all filled with animated people, streamed along the wide road. We met in the park the famous American millionaire perched high upon the seat of his phaeton, who drives every afternoon in the Caschine a team of 12 horses, one pair in front of the other. My old friends the Levdicks have taken their abode in Italy, having been expatriated by the doctors on account of their health. They spend the winter months in Florence and the summer at Viareggio, a little seaside resort beyond Florence. We went to see them at Viareggio, and as we knew nothing of their address, we had to go to the post office for information. Their home is a very pretty one, and the outlook from their terrace on the Mediterranean and the neighboring mountains is wonderful. Next day we visited the Certosa, a convent situated on a high mountain in the outskirts of Florence. The cloister opens hospitable doors to strangers. We were gallantly received by the monks, who live here a luxurious life. Each monk occupies an apartment of several rooms, with a patch of garden. A tall, stout monk in flowing white robes served as a guide to us. He conducted us, clacking his sandals on the stone flags, along white, bare corridors paved with marble, which echoed to our footsteps. We were taken into a large refectory, resembling much more an elegant Parisian restaurant. Then we went to the dormitory where the monks sleep. When our guide ushered us into his bedroom, I stealthily touched his bed and found it far too soft for a recluse. Before leaving the cloister, we bought a few bottles of the Certosa liqueur, fabricated by the monks, for which we had to pay a considerable tax before entering Florence. Feeling awfully hungry, we stopped halfway at an osteria when passing through the little town of Galuppi. It was very cool and pleasant here after the dusty road, but our dinner had been uneatable. We had a dish of macaroni swimming in oil, and a fish fried also in oil. Ugh, the horror! Night was approaching, and an icy cold rain began to fall. We returned to Florence famished and chilled to the very bone. And our room at the hotel was so cold. You feel the cold much more abroad than in Russia, where the houses are much better heated. How I long for our warm Russian stoves! Profiting by our stay in Florence, Sergi wanted me to be immortalized by brushes and chisels, on canvas and on marble. He ordered my portrait to be taken by Parini, a well-known painter, and my bust by Romanelli, the famous sculptor, who took us into his studio full of nymphs and cupids and limbs. A moving platform for the model occupied the middle of the room. I had to sit from 9 o'clock in the morning until 6 in the evening, which was rather fatiguing. Whilst Perini painted my portrait, his wife, Signora Adelgunda, a buxom, pleasant-faced lady, stood behind and generally approved, nodded her head and murmured, caressing her husband's cheek, "Bene, bene, caro Beppi." Signora Adelgunda was also a painter and had exhibited several times. She has watched for 8 years the right to obtain the first place to copy Raphael's Madonna at the Pitti Galleries. Her picture has found its way into the museum and was sold for the sum of 2,000 francs. Perini, during the sittings, told me little humorous things he could think of, trying to keep me amused. I laughed very much when he related to me that he had just received from America the photographs of a gentleman and his wife who wanted to have their portraits painted conformably to these photos, only the gentleman wished to be reproduced with less hair on his head and 10 years more on his shoulders, whilst his spouse, on the contrary, wanted him to drop 10 years of her age. Perini related to me that when Madame Lebrun, the celebrated lady painter in her old age, visited the Pitti Galleries and saw an oil painting of her, reproducing her young and beautiful, the poor woman had a fit of hysterics and nearly fainted away. Yes, certainly it must not be pleasant to grow old, especially when one has been gifted by good looks. I felt very flattered when Perini told me in his artistic language that like Madame Lebrun my face had warm and cold touches. Shall I ever fall into a swoon, if I ever reach old age, when looking at my portrait painted by Perini? I wonder. The Perinis have got a little son named Mario, a premature painter who puts paint on the doors, walls, and statues which adorn his father's studio. He is a very lively and noisy little boy who gives trouble and puts things out of place. His last exploit was to daub with red paint the statue of the daughter of Niobe, and to adorn her beautiful face with long black moustaches. Romanelli is over 70 years old, but carries them lightly on his shoulders. He wears a red scarf round his throat, carpet slippers, and a black velvet calotte pushed off the back of his bald head. At my first sitting I felt rather shy when the sculptor placed me in a seat standing on the turning pedestal, but at the second sitting it went off all right. I mounted bravely on my elevated throne. The bust of a young woman, made in clay, stood on my right hand, and Romanelli modeled it here and there, according to my features, diminishing or adding small bits of clay. Sitting for my bust made me sleepy, and I waited impatiently when Romanelli, who was careful not to overtire me, would tell me to have a rest. Then I rose and went out into the garden, stiff with long sitting. I yawned and stretched my arms wearily, and 5 minutes after I resumed my place on the dais. When the turn came for my neck to be modeled, Romanelli told me to unbutton the upper part of my bodice, which made me burn with shame. The old sculptor laughed and said that he had lost the number of all the necks, a great deal more low-bodied than mine, which had served for models to him during his long artistic life. My bust advanced rapidly, and the likeness was perfect. But Sergi, who had only too flattering an opinion of me in every way, and was very hard to please according to what concerned my precious person, found that the head was not well put on, and the back not sufficiently straight, and when Romanelli, agreeably to his demands, began to take off layers of clay from my bust's back, Sergi turned away shuddering. It seemed to him as if I was being carved alive. Romanelli declared finally that the head had to be separated from the bust in order to place it more backwards. My husband would not consent to be present at this bloodless operation, and carried me away promptly. When we returned an hour later, we found the head in its proper place again. My bust in clay was now completed, and Romanelli promised to send to Moscow for Christmas my bust made in marble. The lump of clay representing the bust of a young woman, which Romanelli manipulated according to my features, is transformed now for another sitting into a bust of a wrinkled old man. My portrait will be ready for Christmas also. End of section 35. Section 36 of the Diary of a Russian Lady. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Marie Christian. The Diary of a Russian Lady by Barbara Doukhovsky. Rome. We spent a week in visiting the city of the Caesars, running through churches, art galleries, and other regulation sites, according to Baedeker, from morning till night. We followed our guide with uncomplaining stoicism from one museum to another. I was not feeling altogether at my ease when visiting the catacombs, and wished myself anywhere else all the time. We had to come down slowly through dark stone passages with our folding lantern, in which a reluctant wax taper went out at regular intervals. We saw caverns containing skeletons which fell to dust when you touched them, and petrified corpses in coffins under a glass cover. Truly, it was a ghastly sight. There are often crumbling stones, too, in the catacombs, and you can easily find your death under them. In the church of the Santa Croce, we saw the staircase, Scala Pia, brought forward from Jerusalem, reputed to have belonged to Pilate's palace, where they were trodden by Christ at the time of his trial. Pilgrims are permitted to ascend the steps on their knees only. Two smart ladies were toiling slowly up the long ladder, stopping at every step to arrange the folds of their skirts. Some peasant women, who had begun their ascent much later, soon overtook them. I am sure that they have more chance of getting to the kingdom of heaven. The Pantheon, where the remains of King Vittorio Emanuele repose, is the only ancient edifice in Rome which is conserved perfectly intact. It has no ceiling, and the Roman sun and the Roman moon shine through the open roof. The sepulchre in which the body of Vittorio Emanuele is laid is covered all over with garlands of flowers and is guarded by 3 veterans of the Italian army, who watch over a big book in which all those who wish to honor the memory of the King Galantuomo sign their names. We had to cross the Tiber to arrive at the Vatican, where we found ourselves on papal territory, which has a particular clerical aspect. The population is very poor here. A great part of their existence is spent in the open. There was a crowd of women, ragged and unkempt creatures, sitting in front of their houses in a bath of sunshine, bearing the pure classical Roman type. They were surrounded by a swarm of children with unwiped noses, who stared at us with their fingers in their mouths. I can't make out how these matrons had the time to bring such a lot of children into the world. We met a number of prelates in the streets, and ladies in black dresses and long black veils, prescribed by etiquette for ladies going to an audience with the Pope, and wearing mourning in the memory of the abolished clerical potency. The Pope, deploring his decay, had shut himself up in the Vatican, vowing never to leave it until the king abdicates the throne. The doors of the Vatican are closed to all persons belonging to the court of Italy, Baron Rosen, the Russian attaché, in the number. There was much to see in the Vatican Palace. We went from room to room admiring the immortal masterpieces. In the Sistine Chapel we saw the famous picture of the Last Judgment painted by Michelangelo. We could hardly get away from the place. Then we stepped into a long gallery all lined with pictures on scripture subjects, arranged like a museum and leading to the private apartments of the Pope. Groups of papal guards, the last remains of the papal power, in their picturesque uniforms, with striped yellow and black legs, were walking to and fro with a rifle on their shoulder. After leaving the palace, we strayed down the wide stairs into the beautifully kept gardens which surrounded it, and saw wild deer and pheasants walking about freely. The Pope feeds them himself every morning during the voluntary prisoners' drive in the alleys of the park. On leaving the Vatican Gardens, the head gardener presented me with a splendid bouquet. On the great square before the bronze gates of the Vatican, in front of St. Peter's Cathedral, we saw the black statue of St. Peter sitting in his stone chair under a gold baldachin, holding in his hand the keys of paradise. Through the continual contact of worshippers' lips, one of the saint's toes was almost completely worn out. After having admired the rich monuments of all the interred popes and the shrine containing St. Peter's relics, we drove along the ancient Latin road to Monte Palacino, one of the most interesting reminiscences of past ages. A whole army of workmen, under the superintendence of a group of engineers and archaeologists, continued to excavate, making splendid discoveries. A whole street intact has recently been dug out. The pavements and houses with their mosaic floors are marvelously preserved. We stood on the roof of one of the newly excavated houses, watching the workmen who were destroying, on the mountainside over us, a splendid villa which had belonged to Napoleon III, in order to continue to dig out the street under its foundation. On the eve of our departure from Rome, we went to see the Colosseum, a ruin of former glory where gladiators have fought, the largest amphitheater in the world, which could hold about 10,000 spectators. Before turning to the hotel, we took a drive in Monte Pincio, the Hyde Park of Rome. The large alleys are filled with riders, drivers, and pedestrians. On both sides of the drive stand white marble statues of gods and goddesses. In the very beginning is erected the statue of Vittorio Emanuele in the memory of the taking of Rome by his armies. In front of the round tower of the summer house, sheltered by magnificent magnolia and orange trees, there is a high terrace. We mounted on it, and Rome lay below us like a city from a balloon. It was very still and peaceful. The noise of the street did not penetrate to this place. Suddenly the evening bells began to ring all over Rome. On our way back, when passing before the Trevi fountains, we called to mind the popular saying that if you want to return to Rome once more, you must drink some water out of this fountain, and we swallowed 2 glasses of the miraculous water which we purchased at a little shop nearby. After having seen all the sights of the Eternal City, we started for Naples. We had quite enough of all these churches and museums, and were tired out by too much admiration. The tenants of our railway carriage were but 3, but they had managed things so nicely that not a square inch of spare room was visible, engrossed by a fabulous number of bags, baskets, etc., etc. Partenza, shouted the railway officials. Bang, bang went the doors, and our train left the station and began to wind round the low hills of the Campagna. End of section 36.
Section 37 of the Diary of a Russian Lady. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Ted Leinhart. The Diary of a Russian Lady by Barbara Doukhovsky. Naples. When we arrived at Naples, a whole legion of porters assailed us. We took an apartment at the Grand Hotel, situated on the new quay. We had a disagreeable surprise when we awoke next morning. A gray mist veiled Mount Vesuvius. The sky and sea were of leaden hue, and rain began to fall, which is very rare in this place. We braved the elements and went in the afternoon to try and find out what has become of Schildecker, one of my most devoted lovers in the blessed days of my girlhood. We had exhausted every means in our power to discover his whereabouts and have been all over Naples to find him, but nobody could tell us anything about him. We called it the Transatlantic Bank, where Schildecker had been employed, but there also nothing had been heard of him for nearly 10 years. We got, however, the address of one of Schildecker's friends, who perhaps could say where he was. But Sergei felt tired and said that we could make far better use of our time than spending it in search of Schildecker. I despaired of finding him again, but did not insist, fearing to displease my husband. After dinner, we drove to the circus in a cab drawn by a queer-tempered horse, who at first would not move and stood planted with rigid forelegs, tucked-in tail, and ears laid back. Our driver made a great fuss with the reins and the whip, but his horse would not advance an inch. Suddenly the stubborn animal changed his mind, swerved aside, and commenced to rear, plunging rather wildly, and seemed to be in a fair way to kick himself free of everything. Perceiving the danger, I jumped out of the carriage, to Sergei's great horror, and went straight to the horse's head and snatched at the bridle, after which the nasty, vicious brute became more manageable and consented to carry us to our destination. Next morning, while still in bed, I could see the sunrise over Vesuvius, lighting the smoke which rose from the crater. After a hasty breakfast, we went for a drive in the outskirts of Naples, passing through the Posilip Grotto, which is about a mile long. It is supported by columns and lighted at long intervals by lanterns. The road leading to Virgil's tomb passes over the grotto. We visited also the Sulphur Grotto, with sulphur smoke coming out of the Vesuvius and evaporating through crevices in the grotto. The dog's grotto is full of sulphuric acid. A dog, serving for experiments, loses consciousness when kept inside 1 second and breathes his last in the lapse of 1 minute. One of the ugly little mongrels, upon whom experiments are made, ran before us, wagging his tail, but when the guide wanted to take him in his arms, the poor little brute began to whine pitifully. We would not have him tortured on our account, and the guide, finding it necessary to show us another experiment, filled an earthen pot with gas, into which he dipped a burning torch, which was immediately extinguished. We were back at Naples just in time for dinner. Before going to sleep, we had an agreeable surprise. A troupe of wandering singers gave us a serenade beneath our windows and sung Russian folk songs. I was so pleased I could have kissed them all. Next morning, Sergei went out by himself to make inquiries about Schildecker and started off to the address of his friend given in the bank, and was told that Schildecker had died of consumption 10 years ago. Poor fellow, his death affected me, and I dropped a tear for him. We devoted the whole of the next day to Pompeii, the long-buried city at the foot of the great destroyer. Nothing but desolation and silence around. Walking amid the wrecks, the mystery of the past took possession of us, and the busy lives which animated formerly the deserted town rose before us. The cinder-choked streets have preserved their ancient denominations. The buildings remind me of those of Erzurum, with a fountain in the middle of the inner court. The frescoed walls have kept their original color, and the signboards over the houses and the indecent bas-reliefs, reminiscences of not over pure-minded antiquity, are perfectly intact. Here is the grand basilic, the symbol of an ancient disappeared civilization in the pagan temples of Venus, Mercury, and Jupiter. A little further, in the quarter of the gladiators, is the Forum, with the immense tribune in which the people assembled for all sorts of meetings. In a separate museum, curious remains of past ages are gathered, artistically worked jewels, mosaics, and petrified corpses in almost as fine condition as 1,800 years ago in 79 A.D. There is a young woman lying prostrate on the marble floor. The position of the hands indicate that she had instinctively tried to protect her face from the hot ashes when the death storm broke and Vesuvius blotted out Pompeii. We saw objects just dug up, coins, vases, and pottery. We passed before bars which looked as if they had just been freshly painted, where wine had been sold. Here are loaves of bread lying on the counter of a baker's shop, transformed into stone and looking as if they had just come out of the oven. Before the shop, a petrified dog, curled up, seems to be sleeping. Our old cicerone, who had lived all his life at the foot of the great mountain, had worked as guide to Pompeii for 55 years. He told us that there were presently 40 guides at Pompeii. When we asked if it wasn't dangerous for him to live so near to the volcano, the old guide replied with pride that they were all of them sons of Vesuvius and had no need, therefore, to dread it. We had to pass through the vestibule of the modern Hotel Diomede to enter the domains of the past, and on our way back we had dinner there. I was glad to be out of the circle of the dead centuries and back into the world of living men. I had just read a French novel written by Georges de Parabrun, in which the author described the wonderful beauty of Signorina Sophia Prospesi, the daughter of the proprietor of Hotel Diomede, and wanted to see if the reputation of her beauty was not exaggerated. It appeared to be quite true. Signorina Prospesi was beyond question endowed with great beauty. She was tall, slender, with a pure oval face, finely chiseled features, and luminous velvety brown eyes, shaded by curling black lashes. I asked her to give me her photograph, and she begged for mine in return. Her father was wonderfully amiable and attentive towards us. Instead of regaling us with diluted wine, which was usually served to his customers, he ordered the oldest and best wine in his cellars to be brought to us. Our host evidently meant to be complimentary, and said that he thought me very much like his wife, who appeared to be a compatriot of ours when she was young and beautiful. On the following day, we drove to Castellamare. A succession of villages lined the way. The tramway took up half the breadth of the road, encumbered with huge wagons drawn by great powerful horses. I felt rather frightened. On approaching Sorrento, we ran against a car drawn by a horse, a cow, and a donkey as well. There was a local feast of Saint Somebody, I didn't know who, at Sorrento, and flags were suspended from house to house across the narrow streets. We passed before the house which had been inhabited by Torquato Tasso, transformed now into an hotel. Just in front of it stands the statue of the great poet. The distant sound of low chanting attracted our attention. It grew louder, and presently, far up the street, we saw a religious procession come in sight. At the head came a pilgrim holding a high crucifix. Behind followed a group of curates in white surplices, bearing a large grotto in which stood the statue of a saint dressed as a Franciscan monk, surrounded by a number of statuettes representing worshippers kneeling to him. A number of little girls, arrayed in white, with crowns of roses on their heads, carried an altar decorated with vases full of paper flowers, in the middle of which stood the statue of the Virgin, clad in a rich brocade dress and a long blue mantle embroidered with silver stars. The Madonna's long hair fell in ringlets on her shoulders. A large crowd of pilgrims came behind. We begged a constable to clear a passage for us through the throng and gained the high road by a back street. From afar we saw the lava running down Vesuvius. Our vetturino, turning round, said, "That's my home," pointing with his whip to a little village sheltered beneath the treacherous mountain. On arriving at Castellamare, we were just in time to catch the train with which we were to return to Naples. We got into the first railway carriage occupied by an ill-assorted Italian pair, a fat middle-aged lady and a good-looking young man resembling an opera tenor, and at least a quarter of a century younger than his companion, who made beside him the sharpest contrast, looking very thick and clumsy. She gazed at her interesting cavalier with an admiration and tenderness in her old eyes, which was quite ridiculous. The evening being fresh, I closed the window, to the great displeasure of my voluminous neighbor, who began to grumble and said to her companion that she was on the point of being suffocated. "She must certainly feel hot, the fatty," I exclaimed in Russian very imprudently, for after I had just made this flattering statement, the young Italian said to Sergei, in a most natural tone, that his wife, as it appears, is a compatriot of ours. I felt pretty bad at that moment, I confess, having got into a terrible scrape. I could have bitten off my tongue. Unfortunately, I always speak first and think afterwards. But apparently the fat lady didn't hear my complimentary adverb, as she amiably entered into conversation, and in a few minutes we felt as if we had known her for ages. She became very confidential, and by the time the train reached Naples, we were in possession of the entire history of her life. She told us, with a coquettish glance at her husband, which would have been very effective 30 years ago, that she had been married 5 years and was feeling perfectly happy, only rather homesick for Moscow, her native town. How in the world did she manage to catch that handsome fellow, who, for his part, certainly didn't seem to adore his caricature spouse? Our great desire was to make the ascent by the funicular railway of Mount Vesuvius whilst it was in eruption. Our wish was fulfilled on the following day. It took us 3 hours to drive in a carriage to the aerial railway station. We passed a great number of macaroni factories and saw rows of macaroni hanging on strings to dry. The road was most picturesque, having the blue Mediterranean strewn with white sails on one side and Vesuvius on the other. At length we reached the foot of the mountain, its head wrapped in a gloomy wreath of smoke and cloud. The volcano was in full activity at that moment, and a large torrent of lava was running down the right slope of the Vesuvius. We saw the funicular railway crawling up the steepest part of the cone. We began to climb a very steep ascent leading to the aerial station, paved with different colored tiles of petrified lava. On each side of our way rose mountains of black lava. A group of street singers followed our carriage, singing Neapolitan folk songs. When we arrived at the railway station, standing near the observatory and the Carbineers' Lodge, the carriage road ended. After having secured our tickets at the booking office, we had lunch in the restaurant and saw from the open window a funicular car crawling down the mountain. The funicular railway has only 2 cars attached to an endless cable, named Vesuvius and Etna, one at the top and one at the bottom of the mountain. The one that comes down pulls the other one up. After lunch, when we made our way to the funicular, we were accosted by a crowd of tattered boys who proposed to clean our boots and begged plaintively for some coins, per mangiare macaroni. We descended into a sort of dark cave and entered an open railway carriage in sloping position, holding only 10 passengers sitting in pairs opposite each other, the back seats on a level with their heads. 2 carbineers escorted our car. I shuddered when we began the ascent, for it was not at all comforting to be aware that lava only served as foundation to the funicular railway and might be falling to pieces at any moment. The mount, which only takes a few minutes, seemed a whole century to me. Vesuvius was throwing great balls of fire all the time, and the smoke coming out of the volcano spread around us. We had arrived at the highest point that the wagon could reach and had to leave the funicular and climb to the summit of Vesuvius on foot. We walked on very rough ground, steaming with sulphurous springs. A score of ragged fellows proposed to serve as guides to us and said that we must absolutely take 2 men, each of us, to push and pull us up, but I announced proudly that I could perfectly do with 1 guide only. I hadn't made the ascent of Mont Blanc for nothing, I suppose. We walked on a moving soil, consisting of ashes and pumice stone. Sulphur smoke passed off in vapor from crevices beneath us. The soil burnt our feet and our shoes filled with lava. The smell of sulphur nearly choked me. I could not breathe without coughing or gasping. Our mount became more and more difficult. There was no longer any path. It was merely like going up a very steep cinder heap. With each step we sank in it to knee depth. It was very fatiguing, and I had to seek the aid of 3 guides. 1 guide took me by the right arm, another took me by the left one, and the third pushed vigorously behind. By the time we arrived at the top, my dress was in rags. At last, after an hour's toil, we succeeded in reaching the summit of the cone and were approaching the lip of the crater. At the same time, we heard a long, low rumbling, like the sound of the sea when the tide is breaking on a distant beach. Right below us yawned an enormous pit, whose sides were gnarled and twisted by the action of terrible heat. We saw the burning liquid issue from the crater. I managed to get so near that the ashes fell on my dress. It was a wonderful sight, and needs the pen of Dante to describe the awful impression received when I stood on the brink of the crater and gazed into the depths of an inferno. The head guide requested me not to approach too near its fiery mouth, but I felt it draw me like a magnet. We could hear the roar of the fire beneath us. We stood there fascinated when a loud report shook the ground and a shower of hot cinders fell around us. We felt like being under a war fire. I never was in such a fright in all my life and thought our last moment had come. We are lost, I said to myself, trembling all over. Following the command of our guides, we fell flat on our faces at once. All this happened in the space of a second. A smell of burning wool spread around us. It was my dress which had caught fire. Next moment we got up hurriedly and fled in terror to the other end of the cone, as the direction these rivulets of liquid fire take depends entirely on the wind. By some miracle, nobody was hurt. We have had evidently a very narrow escape of our lives. We were now on our way back to the funicular railway. Oh, that descent! We slid down as on skates and reached the funicular station in shoes almost entirely without soles. The next day we went to visit the Certosa, an ancient gray abbey perched on a high rock, a veritable eagle's nest. Only 6 monks are left now in the monastery to make the famous Certosa liqueur. They gather the herbs in the mountains and keep the recipe of their liqueur as a great secret. The convent is now converted into a museum. Among other curiosities, we were shown a shallop in which Charles X had landed in Spain. Looking out from the terrace, the whole city of Naples lay revealed. Only the distant splashing of the sea below was heard. A terrible calamity has befallen the island of Ischia. The little town of Casamicciola, destroyed by a recent tremendous earthquake, is nothing but a heap of deplorable ruins. Through the awful cataclysm, the inhabitants are deprived of home and bread. In pursuit of strong sensations, we wanted to visit these ruins and embarked on a small steamer which plied from the Bay of Naples to Ischia. It takes only 2 hours to cross. There was not a breath of air, and the sea looked like a polished mirror. Whilst we gazed at the frolics of the dolphins from deck, we passed a man-of-war that had cast anchor in the bay and did not remark that it was a Russian cruiser. A young chap who sold photographs on board offered to show us the ruins of Casamicciola. He could murder enough French to be our interpreter, and we accepted his offer. He told us that he had lost both his parents and all his belongings in the recent earthquake. The only object he had found amongst the ruins was his watch. The poor boy had remained several hours unconscious under the ruins and was just out of hospital. On approaching Ischia, we stopped before what had formerly been Casamicciola, a desolate black desert now. The earthquake had in a few moments changed the prosperous little town into a ruin. Hundreds and hundreds of homes had entirely gone. Many people were buried beneath the fallen houses. About 200 corpses remained under the ruins, and a terrible smell came forth. In fear of infection, the inhabitants had forbidden to dig out the corpses. Another slight earthquake took place the other day. A rock tumbled down, destroying the remaining houses, and large crevices have been formed in the mountains all around. The whole population is in terrible distress. The only inhabitants who escaped death are those who were working out in the fields at the moment of the catastrophe and had fled panic-stricken to the mountains for refuge. We were told that a Russian couple living at the Hotel des Etrangers had been saved through their children who were having a fight in the park belonging to the hotel. Their parents had just come down to set them apart when the earth shook and the whole hotel came down, falling to pieces. Looking at this bright place in its luxurious vegetation, it seems to be a perfect paradise on earth, but this beautiful soil opens treacherously under your feet, transforming everything into a vale of tears. Oh, the irony of the things of this world! And still men will build up new dwellings again, and will not think of the danger of a repetition of the past catastrophe. An old cab, with a skeleton of a horse between the shafts, drove us through the demolished streets heaped up with stones, trunks of trees, and plaster, but soon there was no road at all, and we had to walk amidst a mass of broken stones and woodwork. We saw women seeking forgotten objects on the threshold of their crumbled houses, a wreck of broken stones and fallen walls. A young girl sat with her head buried in her hands, rocking her body to and fro, and kept wailing, "Why, oh why was I saved?" It was a sorrowful spectacle, and my heart bled for her. Workmen had been sent in haste to build barracks for the victims of the catastrophe, and huts have been erected in the vicinity of the ill-fated town. We visited that sordid encampment where the poor wretches slept on the hard ground, pell-mell, like bohemians. A troop of carbineers have just arrived to keep order. We were surrounded by hundreds of poor, starving creatures. Sad-faced women with tragic eyes stood in groups with children of all ages holding to their skirts. They spread out their hands in a gesture of despair and burst into lamentations, begging for bread. Sergei gave away nearly all the contents of his purse. The poor wretches murmured their thanks, pressing kisses on my hands against my inclination. In token of gratitude, an old, toothless granny, wrinkled like a crumpled apple, her hooked nose nearly in contact with her chin, patted me on the back. Being very much afraid that she meant to kiss my reluctant cheek, I went prudently behind my husband. My one desire was to get back to Naples, and I breathed freely when our boat left the shores of Ischia. A group of Neapolitan women with red handkerchiefs on their heads had come out from third class on our deck to dance the tarantella to the accompaniment of a band of strolling musicians. One of the women had been hurt by the earthquake, and this was her first day out of the hospital. On approaching Naples, I was delighted to see on the quay a group of Russian sailors belonging to the man-of-war which had cast anchor in the bay. I hastened to land in order to boast of my countrymen before our fellow passengers. But, oh horror, it appeared that the sailors were all desperately drunk and looked awful. With bleeding faces, their clothes all in tatters, they made a disgusting spectacle of themselves. We were told that they had just had a fight with some Italian sailors who had cheated them in a tavern where they had been drinking together. Our compromising compatriots were shouting in Russian, "Give back our money, or we'll throw you into the water." It was not a very edifying scene and made me blush for my country. On our way to the hotel, we met another group of Russian sailors walking in a friendly way, arm in arm with their Italian comrades, also tolerably drunk and zigzagging somewhat, their 2 feet being hopelessly at variance. There will be a fight between them ere long, I am sure. Passing by a quarrel shop, we entered to purchase a necklace, and made out that the owner of the shop was a fellow countryman of ours, living in Naples for the last 30 years. He had been sexton at the Russian church, and having married the daughter of an Italian merchant, he had settled down for good in this country. His eldest son can just speak a few words in Russian, but the younger ones cannot speak a word of our mother tongue. The next day we started back to Russia. I left La Bella Napoli with regret. End of section 37.
Section 38 of The Diary of a Russian Lady. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by ShrimpPhish. The Diary of a Russian Lady by Barbara Doukhovsky. Peissenberg. Once back in Moscow, we resumed our usual mode of life. My husband is working very hard, and I see him only during our meals. Our doctor finds repose and change of air necessary for us both, and sends us to make a cure in the sanatorium of the famous Wunderfrau Ottilie Hohenmeister at Peissenberg, in the Bavarian mountains. Our journey occupied 3 days. I grew rather excited as we neared our destination, and when the train steamed into the station of Peissenberg, I felt downcast and nervous at the thought that we should have to undergo a serious cure here. We drove in a carriage sent by Frau Hohenmeister to her sanatorium, beautifully situated on the slope of a hill, and followed her head manager into a parlour where a fire was burning brightly. After having put our names down in the register book, we climbed to the top floor by a creaking staircase of 70 steep steps, which led to our apartment, consisting of 2 rooms high up in the attic. Our turret bedroom was close under the roof, and our eyes were above the tree-tops. It had a window in its sloping ceiling through which stars might be studied at night. And we are first-class boarders at the sanatorium. How are the second-class tenements lodged, I wonder? In return, we have a beautiful view from our sitting-room window, looking on to the vast forest and on snowy hilltops in the background. After having ordered a fire to be lit in our room, we went to present ourselves to the Wunderfrau, who lives in a private house close to the sanatorium. A number of people, coming from all parts of the world, sat about waiting in the drawing-room. Frau Hohenmeister has wide world fame, and works wonders. The doctoress welcomed us affably, and gave me a friendly pat, calling me all the time, mein kind, mein Schatz. She is a short and fat woman, with a round face and round black eyes. In short, she is round everywhere. My German being very elementary, I called to my help all the German words I knew to answer the Wunderfrau's questions. That night, before going to bed, we devoured a whole box of caviar, which we had brought from Moscow, as we were to be put on diet the following day. Our cure began at 6 o'clock in the morning. First came a little wizen old woman, badly named Gretty, diminutive of Margaret, who brought us a nasty drug, which we swallowed with a grimace. At 6:30 we had to undergo a massage performed by Fräulein Zenzi, Frau Hohenmeister's pretty niece. At 7 came the knock of the bath-man, Herr Bademeister, announcing that our baths were ready. The water in the bath was dark, and smelt just like Gretty's mixture. We had to lie down in bed for 20 minutes after our bath, and at 8 o'clock Fräulein Zenzi reappeared, bringing a bottle bearing the inscription, Medicine, and we had to swallow a tablespoonful of that horrid physic every 2 hours. It was only at 10 o'clock that I got a cup of beef tea, whilst Sergy, lucky man, was allowed a cup of coffee. At 11 o'clock repetition of the same broth, with an egg, and a small roll in addition. At 7 we went down to dinner after the table d'hôte, and returned to our attic feeling very hungry, for the soup had been uneatable and the following dishes quite tasteless, as our doctoress strictly forbids seasoning of any kind. At 9 o'clock we were obliged to go to bed, and at 10 the gas was turned out all over the house. Sergy was not a very docile patient, and felt rebellious to the authority of a person of the feeble sex, but I did all that the Wunderfrau ordered me to do without protest. The village of Peissenberg, set upon a hill, is very picturesque. It is inhabited mostly by mine-workers. In the daytime the male population lives underground. When we went out for our everyday walk, the women on their doorsteps dropped us a curtsy with a muttered Grüß Gott. Sergy goes out on excursions sometimes. One afternoon he went to Steinberg, where he took the boat plying on the Lake Worm. He met on board a very pretty and stylish woman, the Countess Durkheim, née Princess Bobrinsky, a compatriot of ours, who had married an aide-de-camp of the King of Bavaria. The Countess expressed her desire to make my acquaintance, and wrote a note to me asking us to dine on the following day at Rothenbuch, the Durkheims' beautiful estate at 2 hours' drive from Peissenberg. I scribbled off a line to say that I regretted I was unable to accept her amiable invitation, not being very well, but if she would come to see me, I should be very pleased. And the Countess came the next day. At the end of the week we drove down to Rothenbuch to return her call. On approaching their estate, there came a sound of music from the forest surrounding the fine old mansion. The Countess and her husband came to meet us on the verge of the forest, and led us over a velvet lawn to a nook under a group of old trees, where there was tea and cakes, and all sorts of things laid on a long table, at which sat numerous guests. including the priest of the parish and the schoolmaster. The whole company went afterwards to shoot at targets near the brewery, where we saw a huge barrel filled with beer. The pencil drawings on the walls of the brewhouse, of life-sized faces, depict every drunken emotion that the human face is capable of expressing, and represent red-nosed drunkards belonging to all classes of society, with a constable and a monk in the number. The young count in shooting get-up, with his gun on the shoulder, looked very sportsmanlike. He is the best shot in the country, and now he carried off the first prize, a good fat goose. Then our hosts led us to inspect their magnificent property. The Schloss is a formidable square building with rounded towers at the four corners, full of medieval reminiscences. The grounds around are beautifully kept. As we were driven back to Peissenberg, we were overtaken by a terrible storm. The thunder rolled, preceded by dazzling lightning, and rain began to fall heavily. We came home drenched to the skin. My dress had the heavy soapy look that bathing suits have, and my hat looked a sad object with its plume hanging lamentably, and rivulets of water falling from its brim. Every year on her birthday the Wunderfrau gives a village entertainment, followed by a rural ball. She invited us to a grand dinner, during which a military band, imported from Munich, played marches and lively airs. After the repast we went to see the country dance on the common. The merry-go-round was in all activity. The Wunderfrau, surrounded by her guests, was sitting on the grass, dowdily dressed and loaded with false jewelry. Her black silk dress was fastened at the throat by a brooch the size of a saucer, which contained the effigy of her late husband. There was a long file of tables laid out with dishes and bottles. Village youths and maidens had come from all around, dressed in their Sunday best. The lads, their vests hanging on one shoulder and their large-brimmed hats cocked on one ear, sat before a large box, filling themselves steadily with beer and flirting with their sweethearts, talking and laughing uproariously. When it began to get dark, there were dances in the big barn. Our cook and laundress opened the ball, swinging round the three-step waltz to the music of "Ach mein lieber Augustin," played by rural musicians. After them the whole company began whirling and twirling with shrill shrieks of merriment. We were very much amused by the gambols of these rustics. The lads in their thick boots and country clothes, carrying their partners clasped to their bosom like packets, were careering around, stamping the floor loudly with their nailed heels. We were much surprised to see among the dancers our doctoress, red and panting, turning around like a weathercock, embraced by a ruddy-faced youth. All of a sudden the boys, brisked up by some glasses of wine, separated from the girls and began to turn somersaults, tapping themselves noisily on the thighs, at which Countess Platen, a Swedish lady who lived in our sanatorium and gave tone to everything, gathered up her skirts majestically and swept out, queen-like, bearing her head high and stepping as though she was mistress of the whole fair earth, followed by her satellites. The days passed with despairing monotony. With admirable patience we were persevering in our cure, and took our medicine, our bath, our massage, with great resignation. We shall finish our treatment in about a fortnight, and have decided to go and take sea baths at the Isle of Wight. The day of our departure arrived at last. When taking leave of us, the doctoress presented me with an enormous bouquet. Our train was crammed, and we were closely packed in our compartment, when the door was flung open, and a breathless, panting lady of colossal dimensions, pushing parcels before her, clambered in, walking on everybody's toes. That fat creature had undergone a cure in our sanatorium, and was also provided with a bouquet, only of much smaller dimensions than mine, because she had been a second-class boarder. We made a short halt at Munich, just in time to make a round of the museums, and to climb a dark staircase, lighted by a few oil lamps, up to the gigantic statue of Bavaria, in the head of which 2 big iron sofas find place, and whose eyes serve as windows. We had a splendid bird's-eye view of the whole town out of them. End of section 38.
Section 39 of the Diary of a Russian Lady. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by George Banfield. The Diary of a Russian Lady by Barbara Doukhovsky. On the Rhine. We arrived at Mannheim at 3 o'clock in the morning and drove to the Deutsche Hof. The entrance door was locked, and our driver had to ring vigorously several times before a dishevelled, drowsy waiter let us in. On the following day we travelled up the Rhine on our way to Holland on the Elizabeth, a small merchant steamer, the only one starting that day for Koblenz. As there was no private cabin on the boat, we had to remain on deck all day. The Elizabeth was a shabby little vessel, very unclean. The uncovered deck was piled with boxes and barrels. Towards evening we approached Eltville, a small place where our boat moored for the night. We slept at a small hotel and had to be up at dawn, as the Elizabeth continued her way early in the morning. We got up long before light, and at 4 o'clock were already on board. The banks of the Rhine became more and more picturesque. The Rhineland seemed to be saturated with the life of the past. We saw ruined old castles perched high on the cliffs. One feels that they must have been the stage where many dramas of human life have been enacted. Here is the legend of Lorelei Felsen, so romantic and so mysterious. At every stoppage our boat took a cargo, which made us miss the Koblenz boat, and we had to proceed further on by rail. Our road ran side by side with the river. The train was rapidly gaining headway, and at the second station we had overtaken the Elizabeth, which had left Koblenz half an hour before us. We made a short halt at Bonn in order to pay a visit to Bongasse, the street in which Beethoven was born. The house number 515 is commemorated by a tablet with his name and date of birth. At the last German station I saw, to my great fright, that we were descending straight to the Rhine, with no vestige of a bridge over it. When we arrived at the very edge of the river, our train divided into two parts. 3 cars, ours in the number, were placed on a large ferry and worked across the water by a wheel and a rope, to be hooked after to a Dutch train. It was a curious experience floating on a wide river without oars or any visible means of transport. As soon as we entered Holland, the landscape changed at once. We rolled across flat expanses. All was level land. Vast fields of red and white tulips spread before us. Black and white cows, with huge bells on their necks, dozed in the high grass. The verdant prairies are variegated with bad-smelling canals filled with water, on a level with the ground. Quaint little houses with green and white shutters that have sat themselves close to the water edge border the road. In the distance windmills were turning slowly in the evening breeze, pointing their wings in all directions and filling the air with a ceaseless whir. End of section 39.
Section 40 of The Diary of a Russian Lady. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by ShrimpPhish. The Diary of a Russian Lady by Barbara Doukhovsky. Rotterdam. We arrived towards night at Rotterdam, one of the most considerable seaports in Holland. How helpless we felt in this strange country! We had the greatest difficulty to make ourselves understood by the porters, our knowledge of Dutch being nil. We addressed them in German and English, and they answered in Dutch, which did not help us. We hailed a cab and tried to explain to the driver that we wanted to be driven to New Bath Hotel, and doubted somewhat whether we were understood, but our driver replied reassuringly, making our luggage a resting-place for his boots, and clambered into his seat. We arrived, in fact, at the designated hotel, situated on the quay of the River Maas. Next morning, Sergi went to secure tickets for the first boat leaving for London. There was one starting on the following day. When Sergi returned, we drove to the Zoological Gardens, the best in Europe. Rotterdam does not inspire me. The houses are built on piles, and look as if they were all on one side, and the canals, like those of Venice, are dirty and stinking. After the zoological gardens, we visited an exhibition of Dutch painters and saw posthumous pictures said to be painted by Rembrandt. Before returning to the hotel, we drove through the park by a broad avenue bordered with elegant villas belonging, for the most part, to rich merchants. Dying of thirst, we drew up at a cafe and ordered tea. A waiter brought a teapot with boiling water and 2 cups and nothing else, and told us that the visitors had to supply their own tea and sugar in this singular restaurant. When we were back at the hotel, I sat a long time by the window, looking at what was going on in the street, where the tram-cars, the carriages, and heavy carts intermingled unceasingly. Muzzled dogs drew large wagonettes, led by buxom peasant women in stiffly starched gowns, who were faithful to their ancient costume and wore red bodices, brown skirts, and a strange form of headgear with heavy gold ornaments over flowing white caps. I was very much interested with the life and traffic in the port, on to a corner of which our windows looked. Large cargo boats, exporting fruit and vegetables to England, were moored in the port, and numerous barges toiled steadily by, on their way to market, loaded to the water edge. A big American steamer was leaving for New York on the next day, carrying 2,000 emigrants. We spent our evening in a music hall. The performance was very bad indeed. First came a French chanteuse, in a short skirt and still shorter bodice, who rattled away indecent songs. Then came the so-called tenor, who cooed a sentimental romance both out of tune and time. Then a basso profundo, who bellowed Mephistopheles' serenade, made his appearance. The whole performance was accompanied by dead silence. The Dutch, in general, are a reserved people. All the faces are grave. I never saw a Dutchman smile. We were obliged to return on foot to the hotel, and would have given anything for a carriage, but none was to be had, and all the trams were overcrowded. So we walked, trying to find our way, which was not an easy thing to do, stopping at every corner to read the name of the street under a lamp-post. On the following morning we embarked for London on a Dutch steamer named Feyenoord. The lower deck was closely packed with calves and sheep for sale. As soon as we were out in the open sea, we began to feel a slight rocking. It was too windy to remain on deck, and in our cabin the air was so close and stifling. We asked the stewardess to wake us before entering the Thames. I was up before 6, dressed quickly, and mounted on deck. It had been raining in the night, and the wet wool of the sheep smelt very badly. Whilst passing the English lighthouse, the siren on our ship whistled loudly, calling out the pilot, who came alongside on a small skiff. A rope ladder was dropped, and the pilot clambered on board. At 6:30 we landed at Blackwall. After having passed through the customs on a floating raft, we then took the train to London. We regretted that we couldn't enter London by the docks, but it was Sunday, and the boats going that way had a holiday. End of section 40.
Section 41 of The Diary of a Russian Lady. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Diary of a Russian Lady by Barbara Doukhovsky. Section 41. London. We put up at Charing Cross Hotel. After a good wash and brush-up, we went to find out the Rides, my old Stuttgart friends who had settled in London for some years. I did not hear from Eddie Ride, with whom I used to have great fun since our school days. What a chance to meet again! It was some time before we found out the Rides. We were received by Eddie's sisters, who had just returned from church. I was very much disappointed when I was told that Eddie was out of town at the present moment, but the Rides are going to spend most of the summer at Blackgang in the Isle of Wight, and I hope to see a great deal of Eddie. It was Sunday that day, which reduced us to inactivity, and we had nothing else to do than to return to our hotel. There was a great demonstration in the streets, and we met on our way a procession of the Westminster Democratic Society, composed of a deputy of cabmen and wine merchants and other corporations who were shouting and waving flags. They marched with their bands at the head without disturbing the order in the streets. 3 ragamuffins opened the march, mounted on decrepit old hacks, holding large banners. The police gazed upon this demonstration with the phlegm of an elephant whom a fly would like to sting. The next day we visited the health exhibition in Kensington Palace. The trains left every 5 minutes and stopped with great jerks. We were thrown out of our places so violently that I found myself sitting on the knees of my neighbor opposite. There were many interesting things to see at the exhibition, but the Russian section was rather poorly represented. Furs and stuffed animals predominated. We had a good laugh when we stopped before a mannequin representing a Russian soldier, a frightful guy, more like a bear than a human being, with a beard right up to the eyes. The quarter of old London attracted us the most. Whilst walking the narrow dark streets lined with houses and shops, and crowded with people dressed in the costumes belonging to the 15th century, we had a vivid sensation of the ages past. We returned to our Charing Cross Hotel, longing to have a good rest, but on entering our apartment we found our beds upset, the sheets and blankets lying on the floor in a heap. It was the sour-faced chambermaid, who thought that we were leaving that same day, and was making ready the beds for new visitors. When we told her that we were going to remain another night in London, she picked up the sheets, flung them on the beds, and carried away the clean linen. I could have smacked her. We left London at 10 the next morning, having taken our ticket straight to Rhine, the principal port of the Isle of Wight. On arriving at Portsmouth, we embarked on a small steamer which corresponded with the train leaving for Shannon, a sea-bathing place where we intended to spend about 3 weeks. The crossing, though short, was rather rough. It took 10 minutes by train from Rhine to Shannon station, where we got into an omnibus and drove to Hollier's Hotel. Shannon is a clean and pleasant village, built on a cliff with trees planted along its streets, detached houses standing back amid gardens, and a grey church reminiscent of rural England, with a spire rising from among the trees. We've taken an apartment of 2 rooms for 2 guineas a week. Hollier's Hotel is a white house, overgrown with honeysuckle and sheltered by 2 enormous linden trees. Boxes of red geraniums hang out of the windows. There was a most charming air of home-like comfort about the whole house. Our sitting room was prettily furnished, full of knickknacks, with chintz covers, muslin curtains, and vases of fresh flowers on the mantelpiece, and landscapes on the walls. 3 bay windows look on the front at the entrance, and at the back into a railed-in garden, with a broad, well-kept lawn like a green velvet carpet, shaded by cedars a century old. Before the entrance door stands the hotel omnibus, which is in ceaseless demand the whole day, bringing passengers from and taking them to the station. The driver, perched on his high seat, is dozing in the shade, with his nose on his paper. On the following day of our arrival, we were awakened by the sound of the rain beating against the window panes. It did not hinder Sergei to go and take his first bath. It was low tide, and the bathers were taken out into the sea in a small cabin drawn by a horse. We arranged to have our meals served in our apartment. At 5 o'clock a waiter brought in a neatly arrayed tray with nice tea, delicious cream, and fresh-baked rolls. In the afternoon the sun came out, and we went for a stroll to the Chine, a picturesque narrow pass which descends to the sea edge. The Chine is, for its own sake, well worth a visit to Shannon. The admittance is only 2d each. We sat down to rest on a crooked arm of a fallen tree, and listened to the music of a small waterfall down below. After dinner, Sergei went to Mew's post office to hire a dog-cart for a drive to Sandown, a neighboring watering place. We have run the risk of breaking our necks during the promenade. I drove a restless horse, who pranced and kicked all the time. Taking fright at a passing train, he jerked to one side, bolted and sprang into a furious gallop, nearly dragging my hands off. I frantically tugged at the reins, and managed to pull up the frightened animal some way down the road, driving him into a heap of stones. The season had not yet begun at Sandown, and the houses, with their locked doors and closed shutters, looked as if in sleep. Everywhere placards were to be seen bearing the inscription, "Apartments to let," and announcements that pieces of ground were to be let. There was land to be sold for 999 years. Having learned that the Rides were living already at Blackgang, not far away from Shannon, I hurried to let them know of our arrival, looking forward to seeing a great deal of Eddie. Although years had separated us, I was not one to forget old friends, and had been simple enough to believe that Eddie also was burning with impatience to meet me. But one always believes what one desires. It's the weak point of human nature. Several days went by, and it was queer that Eddie did not send any word of her coming. This meeting, so hotly desired by me, came at last, but in a fashion altogether different from that which I had pictured. One morning a knock came at the door, and the parlour-maid ushered in Eddie in person. I must say she was sadly altered, and I scarcely recognized her. Time passing over her had modified her as it does everything in this world. Nothing was left of the pretty Scotch lassie of bygone days. She was altered morally, too. She looked so stiff, so unlike her old self. Eddie reminded me, nevertheless, of my youthful days, and memories which had slumbered for years awoke now in me. Stirring the cinders of our reminiscences, we spoke of the dear old days gone by, when we were both 16. We kept Eddie for dinner. When she went back in the evening, her farewell seemed stiff and formal to me. She gave me a cold kiss on my cheek, and we were parting for no one knows how many years, for good and all, perhaps, for the rides were leaving Blackgang in a few days. I am a terrible creature for taking things to heart, and felt at the moment as if I had been drenched with cold water. She is a cold-hearted creature, Eddie, and I do not want to be friends with her any more. I should like to be cold-hearted too, and not to care for anyone. When Eddie had gone, I remained for some time wrapped in thoughts the reverse of agreeable, and was not able to put Eddie out of my mind. Sergei, who has a wonderful soothing influence over me, set to work to comfort me, but he did not succeed, and this time I was not to be comforted. There are delightful walks and drives in all directions of the Isle of Wight. We undertook to make excursions through the neighbouring country in a huge, pleasant tour coach named Old Times. This coach can hold 20 people inside, and is driven by 4 powerful horses, gaily decorated with ribbons. We began our tour by Bembridge, and scrambled into the back seat of the immense car by a ladder of 10 steps. The postilion frantically blew his horn, the coachman cracked his whip over the head of his horses, and the coach rattled full speed along beautifully kept roads. The drive proved long and interesting. We made 3 halts without changing horses. Our fellow passengers were not very elegant-looking. I took Sergei's neighbor, a tall, bearded man who was chewing a stinking cigar, for a German colonist, and he proved to be a German royal prince. Towards noon we drew up before the veranda of Bembridge Hotel, standing on the beach, and had lunch on the spacious terrace, enjoying the sea breeze. At the same time, a pleasure boat had brought a crowd of tourists to the hotel. We were back to Shanklin for dinner, having taken another road through the woods and cornfields. Before us there was a lovely stretch of country with the gold of ripening grain and the scarlet glint of poppies, smelling like honey. Full-blown blossoms of clover, white and pink, scented the air. The Isle of Wight, so green and fresh, is well named the Garden of England. Really, it is quite the nicest bit of England. Trees and grass are of a wonderful vivid green, peculiar to this island. The climate is so mild that figs, laurel, and myrtle trees grow in the open air. Intense heat is quite unknown here. The next day we had gone coaching again. This time I had the front seat of the coach. My neighbor was an elegant young man, who had the manner and the bearing of a prince of the blood royal. Having taken the day before a royal prince for a colonist, Sergei this time promoted my neighbor to the post of state minister at least, and I felt sure he was no less a person than a royalty travelling incognito. At a stoppage one of the horses had cast a shoe, and one can easily imagine how we felt when my aristocratic neighbor began to shoe the horse. He was a blacksmith. Our driver, put into good spirits by frequent sips taken at the stoppages, seemed to have completely forgotten his business. He drove recklessly, taking the corners in a way that made me gasp. I had to hold fast to the seat not to be thrown out of the omnibus at every turn. I couldn't bear it any longer, and begged our driver to go slower, but it only made him rush down the inclines at the speed of an express train, turning in the same time his back to the horses and chatting with the passengers. He boasted of how well he could manage his long whip, and, waving it right and left, he caught the rake of a villager who was passing on the road. Luckily, the idea didn't come to our driver to lift the man like a spillikin in the air. Halfway on, we stopped at Ventnor, a resort for consumptive patients, to give a rest to the horses. We saw numerous invalids drawn through the streets in their bath chairs. We continued our way by an avenue of trees bending over and forming a roof, and towards 4 o'clock we rattled into the quiet village of Carisbrooke, and tore like a hurricane through the narrow streets, scattering the crowd of dogs and hens before us. The village, with its white cottages and grass growing liberally out of the broken pavement, looked very cosy. We saw a group of women, all down on their knees, cheerfully doing their washing in the stream, laughing and chatting together, and village children who were playing at soldiers near a puddle where the ducks were quacking. The foaming horses came to a stop before the Red Lion Inn, and everyone descended. We had dinner at the inn, consisting of soup tasting like dishwater, and slices of mutton not thicker than a sheet of paper, and they charged us 5 shillings for the meagre repast. A 2 hours halt gave us time to visit the picturesque ruins of old Carisbrooke Castle, after which we flung ourselves with satisfaction upon the grass under a stack of hay, and had for company an ancient white cart-horse who chewed his bunch of hay under an old ash-tree. We felt quite bucolic. It was so cool and nice here, and the new mown hay smelt so sweetly. Meanwhile our coachman had put out his horses and gone to lie down. When we returned to the inn, we found him stretched full length on the grass, under the shade of a big tree, his face covered with his hat, sleeping the sleep of the just. The postilion put him on his legs with some difficulty, for the brave man had fortified himself still more with plentiful libations at the bar of the inn. The horses were put to with the aid of the postilion, and we drove back to Shanklin at the rate of 20 miles an hour. The photographer, who had taken a photograph of our group in the morning, just before we had started for our tour, was waiting on the high road and handed to each passenger a copy of it. The next day we went to Cowes, the summer residence of Queen Victoria. We were speeding along level roads bordered by green woods, all soft grass and splendid trees, and rolled through fields golden with buttercups. The road now wound through bright green pastures where big fat cows dozed, lying in the shade of apple trees. We passed neat little white cottages embowered in green, and a big farmhouse belonging to the Prince of Wales. We drew now through an avenue sheltered by stately elm trees, and descended a steep hill leading to the river Medina, which we crossed on a ferry, and arrived at Cowes. Our coach drew up before a big hotel where we were to have dinner. The view from the terrace was one of exquisite beauty, the surroundings of Cowes being amongst the most splendid in England. We went and sat down on a bench beside the pier, waiting for the bell to call us to table d'hôte. 2 big yachts belonging to the Queen, the Neptune and Man of War, were moored in front of us. Side by side with us on the bench sat an old man with a face framed in a grey fringe of beard, wearing a cotton bonnet drawn over his ears, who held a short pipe in his toothless mouth. We fell into conversation with him, and were very much surprised when he told us that in all his long life he had only been once to London. Another day we went by rail to Rhine, the most frequented beach of the Isle of Wight. The esplanade, with its elm groves, different-coloured flower beds, and well-raked lawns, is magnificent. The day after, we went and spent the whole afternoon in the neighbouring town of Newport, to visit the exhibition of agriculture. There was only one passenger in our compartment, a stiff, solemn-looking lady, who plunged her nose in her book all the way without uttering one word. On arriving at Newport, our silent companion dropped on my lap a small bunch of flowers and a leaflet describing the way to get to heaven. It flashed upon me that perhaps that lady was some kind of missionary, who wanted to snatch me from the grip of the evil one and rescue my soul from destruction. The exhibition, decorated with flags and banners, occupied a large space. In the first place we were taken to see the section of work horses, cows, sheep, and pigs in their stalls. All these animals, enormous in size, were well worth looking at, and especially the pigs, long and low with no legs to speak of, interested me very much. The prize animals had placards hanging round their necks bearing the inscription, "First prize, highly commended," and simply "commended." On a big square we watched the show of the carriage, saddle, and cart horses, their manes plaited and interwoven with wild flowers and ears of corn, and their tails jauntily braided with red cords. Then came the jumping competition, in which the first riders were to prove what they and their horses could do in clearing hedges, hurdles, water jumps, and other obstacles. Special experts were observing the print of the horse hoofs on the sand in order to see which one had made the longest leap. One of the horses bolted before a water ditch, and all the brave experts took to their heels, carrying off their chairs with them. There was suddenly a stir on the ring and stifled shrieks. It was a swarm of bees which, leaving their hive, had settled on the head of a poor lady. Luckily a doctor who was present rushed to her aid and began to scrape off with his penknife the bees from their victim's face, which had become all at once one blistered mass. We had dinner in a big refreshment tent, during which a red-coated military band played the best pieces from their repertoire. Towards evening it began to rain, and we hurried back to Shanklin. One afternoon we saw a carriage stop at our entrance door. It held King Oscar of Sweden and his suite, who had come to take lunch at our hotel. After their meal the whole company withdrew to the lawn in front of our window. The Swedes threw themselves down on the grass, and the eldest member of the party, who was lying on his back in idle contentment, began to sing at the top of his voice a Swedish song with the burden of O Matilda coming over and over again. Another Swede, forgetting his dignity, pirouetted and executed somersaults like a veritable clown, his legs making frequent excursions towards the sky, to the great indignation of one of the hotel tenants, a prudish maiden lady of some 50 years, who was knitting in the garden. She rose suddenly, gathered up her work in dignified displeasure, and walked back to the hotel with an air of offended maidenhood, like a startled virgin whose virtue was being put to the test. King Oscar was traveling in strictly incognito, under the name of Count Haga. When my husband asked our waiter, who had just brought in our tea, if the gentleman who sang O Matilda was the king, he responded stoutly that it was not at all the king, but his first minister. Some time afterwards, during our stay in Paris, we saw the portrait of the Swedish king exposed in the window of a picture shop, and the fact appeared undeniable. That singer was precisely King Oscar. In Shanklin, like everywhere else in England, Sunday is a dull day. The village is asleep. The shopkeepers put up their shutters and retire to the bosom of their families. Over the door of a thatched-roofed cottage just opposite Hollier's Hotel, the signboard "Library" in big white letters is taken off, and the mistress of the shop does not sweep the steps on her threshold, as she does every weekday. The baths, even, are open only until 8 o'clock in the morning. There are very few people in the streets. Only at 11 o'clock a.m. and at 8 p.m. you can see the inhabitants with their prayer books going off to chapel. We had quite enough of the Isle of Wight. Shanklin is such a dull and sleepy place. It has only one advantage: you can't spend money there. The worst of the place is that there is nothing to do in the evenings. At 9 o'clock all the houses close their shutters, and one can only go to bed. My pleasure-loving temperament revolted against this life, and I was very pleased when the day of our departure arrived. We went by train to Cowes, where we took the boat to Southampton. Before leaving British soil, we entered a druggist's shop and bought some homeopathic medicine against seasickness, for each crossing makes me horribly ill. We arrived at Havre the next morning at sunrise. The fog was so thick that we could not see 2 paces ahead of us, and had to signal our approach by shrill sounds of the foghorn. We took the express train at Havre and arrived the same evening at Paris, where we made a 3 days' halt, and then started back to Russia. The end of section 41.
Section 42 of The Diary of a Russian Lady. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by ShrimpPhish. The Diary of a Russian Lady by Barbara Doukhovsky. Moscow. We are home at last. No more horrid hotels, no more traveling. We remained a few days in town and removed to the camp on the Kodinka field, where a large barrack, consisting of a score of rooms, was assigned to us. I fully enjoyed our camp life. The trumpet exercises and the singing in chorus of the soldiers resounded from early morning until night. One day we made an expedition to New Jerusalem, a large monastery standing in the neighborhood of Moscow. It is a vast stone building surrounded by a high wall, 1 mile in circumference. There are 42 altars in the church, which can hold up about 10,000 people. Every Sunday the bishop, surrounded by a group of priests dressed in white sacerdotal vestments, performs the Easter Mass before the Holy Sepulchre, the exact copy of the Sepulchre in Jerusalem. There is an hospice near the church where pilgrims find shelter and board for 3 days at the expense of the monastery. Another day we drove to the cloister of Simeon, where men and women possessed by the devil assemble for the expulsion of the evil spirit. When we entered the church we saw about a dozen women stretched flat on the floor before the altar, in a fit of epilepsy. All at once they jumped up and began to shout, "There he is! There he is! He is entering into me! Go away! Go away, demon!" But as soon as the priest called up the women by their names, they grew calm at once and began to drink a spoonful of oil taken from an image lamp. The rainy season coming on earlier than usual, we returned to town in the beginning of September. Moscow was very gay this winter. Many celebrated artists visited our city. The appearance of Maria von Zondt, a lovely American opera singer, was the great attraction of the season. I went to see her in Lakme, Delibes' latest opera, and she gave me exquisite pleasure, being delightful to look upon and to be listened to. She was bewitchingly pretty, just like a dainty bit of Dresden china. Her voice was clear as silver, and she trilled like a bird. Prince Dolgoruki, the Governor-General of Moscow, arranged theatricals in his palace, in the presence of the Emperor and Empress, who visited in January, our old capital. After a French one-act comedy came a tableau representing a banquet of Russian boyards in the 9th century. The prince invited me to take part in the tableau. My costume, pink and gold, was very pretty. Sylvain, the coiffeur of the imperial theatres, came to arrange my hair and make me up. At 9 o'clock I set off to the prince's palace. The performers in the tableau had to wait till midnight in a close dressing-room before appearing. The temperature in our little dungeon became unbearable. My headgear was awfully heavy, and I was beside myself from heat and fatigue. Our tableau was a great success, and the curtain fell amidst a thunder of applause. When the performance was over, we came into the reception rooms, where we were presented to the Empress. We had supper afterwards, served on small separate tables. In the first fine days of May we removed to the camp, where we remained until September, when my husband was to go to Brest. To take part in the grand manoeuvres, it was settled that I was to join him in a few days, in order to proceed further on together to Biarritz, to take sea baths. During Sergei's absence, a telegram was received addressed to General Lieutenant Doukhovsky, and I hastened to be the first to congratulate my husband, by wire, on his new promotion. End of section 42. Section 43 of The Diary of a Russian Lady. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by ShrimpPhish. The Diary of a Russian Lady by Barbara Doukhovsky. Biarritz. I left Moscow on the 10th of September and arrived at Brest on the following day. It was the first time in my life that I traveled alone, and it frightened me somewhat. I never left my compartment until Brest, and allayed my hunger by cramming myself with bonbons. My husband was waiting for me at the station, and we continued our journey together. We took a day's rest at Verona. It was the anniversary of the occupation of Rome by the Italian troops, and the town was dressed all over with flags. On our way to the hotel we passed the house which had belonged to the Capulet family, and saw the balcony on which Juliet appeared to Romeo and listened to his serenades. After dinner we visited the splendid Giusti Gardens, where we were shown a marble statue worth a fortune, resounding like bronze when you touched it, and for which an American collector of works of art had offered the sum of 40,000 francs. Next afternoon we beheld Genoa, at the foot of the Apennines, and the Mediterranean spreading far and wide, where we stopped a whole day. An old guide, aged 75, took us through the town. That old man had been a brave soldier in his day, one of the 1,200 warriors who had fought and landed with Garibaldi in Sicily. He took us to his private dwelling to show us his Garibaldian costume, a piece of Garibaldi's famous red shirt, and the tip of a cigar which had been smoked by Garibaldi, which he kept as relics. On our way back to the hotel we passed before the monuments of Christopher Columbus, Garibaldi, and Verdi. On the front of Garibaldi's house, the Freemasons have carved a garland of flowers surrounded by hieroglyphics. After dinner, we drove to the Villa Pallavicini. At the entrance into the park stand white marble statues of Leda, Pomona, Hebe, and Flora. We walked through alleys of lemon, laurel, cypress, and myrtle trees in full bloom. We passed a lake in which salmon trout swam, and mounted on the top of a castle of the Middle Ages. We entered then a stalactite grotto, with an artificial lake in the middle, where a mysterious Carcarolo invited us to take a row in his boat, carrying the arms of the Dukes of Pallavicini. Further on we saw a pavilion bearing the tempting inscription Tete a tete Montreux, and wanted to enter it, but our guide said that we had better keep outside, for as soon as you open the door a tub of water pours over your head, cooling instantly your amorous ardor. On the following morning we started for Nice by the Corniche railway. The road runs all the time by the seashore. Here and there it is barricaded with stones, in order to prevent the railway line from being washed away by the waves, which broke against our carriage wheels. We put up at Nice at the Hôtel des Étrangers. On entering the apartment that we were to occupy, we saw a placard stuck to the wall, begging the visitors to turn the key in the lock when going to bed. This warning made me spend a restless night. I could not sleep, fearing that someone would come and strangle me. It seemed to me all the time as if a hand fumbled at the door. The mosquitoes were also awfully troublesome. I began to chase these little vampires and execute them on the spot. I, who could never hurt a fly. Next morning, directly after breakfast, we went to the Villa Bermont, in which the Grand Duke Nicholas, our heir to the throne, had expired. A chapel has been built on the place where his bedroom stood. This villa is surrounded by a plantation of 10,000 orange trees. On our way back we visited the Russian church. The altar is constructed of oak brought from Russia, and a big silver cross is made of different objects taken away by our Cossacks from the French in 1812. We continued our journey on the following day, and arrived at sunset at Toulon, where we had to wait patiently for the train, which left for Biarritz at 4 o'clock in the morning, in a bare room at the station, where we had the privilege of dozing on hard horsehair chairs given us. Our travelling companions lay curled up in uncomfortable armchairs. Nevertheless, their noses very soon emitted trumpet sounds. I drowsed also, all in a lump on my chair, and was chilled to the bone. When we arrived at Lourdes on the following afternoon, we saw the platform crowded with pilgrims, crippled and impotent, who come here from all parts of the world in the hope of a miraculous cure. The road from Lourdes to Bayonne has a desolate look, without any vegetation whatever, only groups of trees here and there. We saw laborers in the fields, tilling the ground with oxen harnessed to plows, just as we do in Russia. During the 20 minutes' run from Bayonne to Biarritz, 2 very prim, stately old ladies entered our compartment. They looked extremely haughty and unapproachable, and gave no outward signs of wishing to enter into conversation. But their manner changed instantly when they found out that we were Russians. They became amiability itself, and expressed their great sympathy for our country. We put up at Biarritz at the Hôtel d'Angleterre, and had to be satisfied with a small room at the very top. Our windows looked seawards, and showed the wide expanse of the Atlantic and the agglomeration of rocks of the most fantastic forms, named the Chaos. From below we heard the thunder of mighty waves dashing on the cliffs, with a sound like the booming of many guns. In the night the noise of the ocean hindered our sleep, and we decided to move to the Villa Gaston, a comfortable boarding-house, where we paid 5 francs a day for an apartment of 2 rooms. Above our heads 2 pupils of the Conservatory of Moscow played and sang all day long, practicing their scales and vocal exercises not less than 50 times in succession. It was enough to make you hate music. Biarritz is built on a rock. Over trenches excavated by the ocean, picturesque bridges are thrown. The top part of the town consists of splendid hotels and lovely villas, which stretch towards Bayonne and the road to Spain. It is from Biarritz that Christopher Columbus sailed to discover America. This queen of southern strands is very gay and fashionable. There are 3 beaches. La Grande Plage has a splendid casino. Port Vieux, encased between rocks, and is well sheltered against the assault of the big billows, where children and invalids bathe in preference. Above Port Vieux, a tunnel is cut through the rock for pedestrians, and on the summit of the rock rises the statue of the Virgin, held in great veneration by the seamen. Near it stands a big cross and a pole with an alarm bell to signal shipwrecks. A bridge is thrown over the dike, under which the ocean roars furiously, producing sounds like continual cannon shots. It is on the 3rd beach, La Côte des Basques, that the waves are the strongest. On Sundays the villagers from round about assemble here, dressed in their half-Spanish costumes, to dance sprightly muchachas in the fandangos, with the accompaniment of castanets and tambourines. Having danced to their heart's content, they undress completely, and enter the water in a long file, holding each other by the hand, men and women pell-mell. After the waves have drenched them thoroughly, they come out and bake themselves on the sand for a while. We took our bath every morning on the Grande Plage, where the waves reached only to the knees, but they were so monstrously long that they splashed us from head to foot and pushed us far away from the shore. One morning, whilst my husband was taking his bath, and I was merely present in the character of looker-on, someone called him in Russian by his name. Sergy turned round and saw Colonel Skalon, an aide-de-camp of the Grand Duke Michael. "What an unexpected surprise! How do you do, Colonel?" he exclaimed. "Thank you. But at that same moment a gigantic billow had flung them apart, without giving time to the colonel to end his phrase. Bathing hours are very gay on the beach. A crowd of people from all parts of the world are to be met there. Amongst the lady bathers, an American actress, wearing a white, tight-fitting bathing costume, is the main attraction for the moment. I ordered myself a similar costume, which led to a very unpleasant incident. One morning after my bath, I was returning to my cabin with my soaked bathing costume clinging to my body. The bathing establishment was especially crowded that day, and the woman on service, who happened to be on my way, handed me the key of my cabin and led me through the throng, whilst 2 young ladies, seeing this favoritism, swelled with resentment at having to wait their turn longer than I. "Well," said one of them to her companion in Russian, throwing a murderous glance at me, "it is known that such creatures as this eccentric girl are always served the first. Courtesans certainly know how to take care of themselves." I had great trouble in controlling myself not to give her a good shaking. It appeared that these unpleasant compatriots of mine, who had so badly guessed my social position, were the noisy musical tenants of the Villa Gaston, who exasperated me daily with their scales and exercises. I shall have my revenge the first time I meet them. This occurred on the following day. The young ladies recognized me when I was going out to take my bath, and desirous to repair their silly mistake, they saluted me obsequiously, coloring to their hair, but I pretended not to see them, and didn't recognize their bow. One afternoon we went by train to Bayonne. There is nothing of much note in that town. The streets are narrow and encumbered with heavy carts and chariots. There was a crowd gathered before a small travelling circus, where a self-named Hercules, in very dirty tights, lifted up weights of 100 kilos, to the loud applause of his enthusiastic audience. Another day we arranged to visit the Couvent des Bernardines. This cold grey building is situated some miles off from Biarritz, and seems to be shut away from all sounds of the world. From afar the dull sound of a bell was heard, denoting every half-hour the change of the nun on duty. Over the entrance door we saw a plate with the inscription to speak in a low voice when entering the cloister. We saw the nuns walking about 2 and 2, shadowy, white-robed women, with black hoods that hid their downcast faces. There are many girls belonging to the best French and Spanish families amongst them, poor recluses who have taken their vows for eternal silence, which would separate them from earthly love forever. A defiance to natural laws, I call it. The Bernardines are permitted to converse with their parents for half an hour, once a year only. I wonder how they could preserve the gift of speech, being deprived of it such a long time. A sad-faced lay sister ushered us into a large parlor, with long windows and a polished floor. On the walls hung framed texts and colored prints of the Virgin and saints. We were shown all over the monastery and saw over the doors of the cells placards bearing the inscription, "God alone." It was a very hard life in that order, and silence was everywhere in this house of silence. In church even the nuns are hidden behind a curtain. A pine wood separates the cloister from the convent of the Cervantes de Marie, where the nuns lead quite a different sort of life, working with their tongues just as well as with their hands. They are very industrious, do carpentry and photography, and cultivate their flower gardens. The rainy season was coming on. It was time to leave Biarritz and proceed to the country of Carmen. From Biarritz, the distance to the Spanish frontier is short. At Iron, the first Spanish station, we saw policemen wearing short black mantles and triangular hats, walking up and down the platform. After San Sebastiano, a picturesque town surrounded by fortifications, our train rolled along a curving road winding at the foot of the Pyrenees, vividly outlined on the deep blue sky, just as we were preparing to arrange ourselves comfortably for our night's rest. Travelers charged with parcels entered our compartment. A miserable child, who was cutting his first tooth, made us pass a bad night. Luckily, I was not a bit sleepy, and leaning on the window I enjoyed the beautiful night, the moon and stars shining out gloriously. End of section 43. Section 44 of The Diary of a Russian Lady. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by ShrimpPhish. The Diary of a Russian Lady by Barbara Doukhovsky, Madrid. We took seats in the omnibus belonging to the Hôtel de Paris, drawn by 3 richly harnessed grey mules with half-shaven tails like poodles. After lunch we went out for a stroll round the town, which does not differ greatly from other European cities. There is a continual thoroughfare in the streets of Madrid. We made our way with difficulty through a crowd of lookers-on surrounding a mountebank, who was selling an elixir against toothache of his own concoction. He was standing on a chariot, dressed up in a swallow-tail and silk hat, and uttered in a loud voice the panegyric of his remedy. When passing the royal palace, we saw a squadron of blue hussars, a company of infantry, and 2 cannon drawn by mules, who came to relieve the guard. This ceremony takes place every day, and always gathers a great crowd, kept back by a line of soldiers. Before returning to the hotel, we went through the museum, where we admired the marvels of art painted by Murillo, Velasquez, Michelangelo, and other celebrities. Murillo's Madonna Annunziata and Tintoretto's Paradise, an immense picture in which appears, between the chorus of angels, the lovely face of the painter's wife, attracted particularly our attention. A party of Negroes, very up to date, were walking about the museum and seemed very interested with all they saw. After dinner we went to see the arenas, where barbarous bullfights, the favorite spectacle of the Spaniards, take place. The bull ring is a large round building, which can hold up to 16,000 spectators. We entered a chapel where toreadors, matadors as they are called here, say prayers before starting for the bullfight. In the next room we saw 6 beds prepared for the wounded matadors. We were also shown the stalls where stood 30 horses doomed for the next courses. The poor animals didn't get any food or drink. "It wasn't worth while," said one of the grooms, as they would all be emboweled on the following day. The bulls travel by train to Madrid in a box put on wheels, hardly big enough to hold them. On arriving at Madrid, mules are harnessed to these boxes, and the bulls are brought behind the bull ring, where they are being kept in some dark place. And just before the beginning of the corrida, they are pushed into the arena, with long, sharp iron rods, through a door which is opened from the top galleries by a cord on a pulley. We drove back to the hotel through 2 beautiful parks, Del Retiro and Reservado. After dinner we went to the Apollo to see a modern-day La Grande Via, about which the town was raving. The theatre was packed to the very ceiling. I perceived in one of the boxes a very ugly matador, who did not at all resemble Carmen's toreador. After the second act I began to yawn, for the play was rather a bore, and the actor's appearance very unattractive. Sergi proposed to go and spend the rest of the evening in a music hall, where painted women were sitting in a circle, singing and shrieking in oriental fashion, accompanied on guitars by suspicious-looking individuals. The audience consisted of rather ferocious-looking Spaniards, with hair which seemed to have never been touched by the comb, and eyes blazing under their wide black sombreros, who had the air of demanding, "Your money or your life?" The next morning we were again present at the ceremony of the change of watch, and saw General Pavia, the commandant of the town, enter the palace, directing his steps to Queen Marina Christina's private apartments, with his report in his hand. Today it was the Red Hussars, mounted on white horses, and a detachment of infantry who relieved the guard. When the big palace clock struck 11:30, a piercing horn gave the signal for the beginning of the ceremony, which lasted about an hour, whilst a military band played selections from Faust on the square before the palace. Fair women are in favor on the other side of the Pyrenees, it appears. I was the only blonde person in the place, and most of the officers were paying attention to me, especially one of them, a very good-looking chap, who was throwing fiery glances at me all the time. But I pretended not to notice him, and he got nothing for his pains. After luncheon we left Madrid for Saragossa, where we arrived in the middle of the night. End of section 44. Section 45 of The Diary of a Russian Lady. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by ShrimpPhish. The Diary of a Russian Lady by Barbara Doukhovsky. Saragossa. There happened to be a local feast of the Madonna del Pilar, the patroness of the town, just now, and every hotel was crammed to the roof. The trains were bringing constantly new guests, and the hotel proprietors profited by it in fleecing their tenants abominably. We had great difficulty in finding a shelter, and were dragged in a crammed omnibus from one hotel to the other. We succeeded at last in installing ourselves at the Hotel Universo. The entrance door was locked when we drove to it, and our coachman had to give a vigorous pull at the bell. At length it brought a sleepy porter who told us that there was only the drawing-room, which had just been furnished with 4 beds, available for the moment. We hastened to occupy it, whilst the 3 Spanish travellers, burdened with their handbags, who had alighted from the omnibus together with us, went to seek a shelter elsewhere, muttering angrily, "Que diablo!" We found ourselves in a spacious bare room, which, in the way of conveniences, left much to be desired. Long-cherished visions of cheering meals and soft couches vanished, and I felt so woefully tired that I was ready to weep. The corridas generally take place during Saints' Days feasts. All the profit out of them is assigned to charity. The Spanish benevolence is of a very bloodthirsty nature, as it appears. A queer pretense of religious feeling with barbarous cruelty. The excitement of the forthcoming bullfight had invaded the town. The matadors had just arrived from Madrid, accompanied by their quadrillas, and have put up at our hotel. They are traveling all the year round from one town to another. After Saragossa, they are going to take part in the bullfights of Sevilla. One of the waiters of the hotel procured tickets for us for the corrida, which was to take place on the following day, on the shady side, which costs twice as much as those on the sunny side. After lunch we sallied forth to the arenas, and had to walk all the way, as there was no vehicle to be had. On the day of a corrida the streets are alive with streaming crowds of people, in their gayest dress and mood, on their way to the Plaza de Toros. The houses are adorned with flowers and banners. Pretty women hung over the gaily dressed balconies. When we approached the arenas, a compact throng stood round the entrance door, and my heart gave quick throb. 12,000 people could be accommodated in the great bull ring, which resembles an enormous circus. Above was the clear blue sky. In the center is a sanded place for the bullfight, encircled by a wooden barrier 6 feet high, over which the toreros jump to escape the bull in wild pursuit. The bullfight was to commence at 2 o'clock, and we had more than an hour to wait yet. The tribunes were lined already with rows of gaily clad spectators. Some of them had brought baskets filled with empty bottles, which they intended to throw at the head of the matadors, who happened to be clumsy in killing the bull. Soldiers were stationed everywhere. Not unfrequently their services are called into requisition, for nothing excites a Spaniard more than his national bloody game, and disturbances often occur. We sat amid a haze of cigar smoke, which made me quite giddy. Amongst a group of ragamuffins a quarrel arose, which nearly ended in a fight. An army of grooms dressed in scarlet blouses and wearing yellow caps, the national colors, began to water the arena. The entrance of the president of the bullfight was the signal for the band to strike up, and it continued to play at intervals during the horrible performance. The door opposite the president opened wide, and the procession began. First of all, the alguazil, herald, entered the ring, mounted on a beautiful bay horse adorned with a red velvet saddle. He himself was clad as if he had just stepped out of a Velázquez painting. He wore a black velvet suit and a large black hat ornamented with scarlet plumes. After having pranced round the ring, he stopped beneath the president's box, and, taking off his plumed hat, begged to know if the performance might begin. Assent being given, the huge golden key of the door, behind which the 6 bulls who were to be killed that day were shut up, was thrown open and gracefully caught by the alguazil in his hat, after which he pranced to fetch his quadrilla. The gates on the opposite side of the arena were flung open, and a team of 6 superb grey mules, who were intended to drag out the dead bulls and horses, rushed in, decorated with yellow and scarlet ribbons, with pyramids of plumes and bells upon their heads, harnessed into shafts, at the end of which a long iron hook was dragging. After having pranced noisily round the arena, the mules disappeared by the same door. Then the quadrilla appeared on the ring, and a roar of applause went up. First came Legortillo and Frascuello, the 2 most celebrated matadors of Spain, who were to act that day, clad in spangled-colored jackets, tight-fitting knee breeches, white stockings, and leather slippers, wearing, like Figaro, a black wig with a short pigtail and a 3-cornered hat. Behind came the picadores, mounted on their poor decrepit horses. They were dressed in leather suits, their legs covered with armor to save them from the horns of the bull, and wore broad black sombreros. The picadores blindfold their miserable steeds, tying a cloth round their right eye, and take them into the ring to be gored by an infuriated bull. The horses are slashed and spurred forward to a certain death on the pointed horns of the maddened, formidable animal. At each corrida there are about a dozen horses killed. Sometimes, when all the horses are exterminated, the insatiable audience claims new victims, shouting, "Mas caballos!" Bring on other horses. The picadores were followed by the capadores, the men who wave their scarlet cloaks in front of the bull to excite him, or to distract his attention as he rushes wildly after someone. They were dressed in beautiful costumes of varied colors with gold embroideries. Last came the banderillos, holding a dart a couple of feet long and gaily decorated with ribbons in each hand. After waiting for the bull to charge, they rush right up to him and plant the dart into his shoulder, deftly jumping aside. The butcher, with his merciful knife, completed the quadrilla. The signal for the beginning of the bullfight was given. A man dressed in black, as if he had already donned mourning for the death of the bulls, went to the door exactly opposite to us and unlocked it carefully, concealing himself behind the door. And out rushed bull number 1, a magnificent black animal, with a rosette fixed on his shoulder representing the hacienda, toril, from which he came. The huge wild beast galloped into the middle of the ring and then stood still, as though bewildered by the noise and sudden transition from darkness to brilliant sunlight. A capador, running swiftly and waving a red shawl, darted before the bull and retreated rapidly backward, leaping over the barrier. The animal dashed at the shawl with a resounding bellow, and lunged with his sharp horns at the cloth. A banderillo approached him now, holding in his hand his long darts, the ends of which were shod with little barbs, that once firmly planted in the flesh, hold on tightly. He awaited the bull, like the spider watches for the fly, in order to plant his banderillas into him. If the bull is not sensitive enough to complete the cruelty, the banderillas are charged with crackers, fuegos, which burst in his flesh. A slight stream of blood appeared trickling down the bull's shoulder. He made a mad rush and stood now facing the banderillo, strictly on the defensive, legs apart, head down, back humped, and tail lashing the air. A picture of power. The ferocious-looking animal with bloodshot eyes, his red nostrils quivering, pawed great lumps of sand and dug furiously with his mighty horns at the banks of the arena, giving thus the time for the banderillero to jump over the barrier. We were told that at one of the preceding corridas, an infuriated bull, following the example of the fleeing banderillero, jumped after him and found himself in the stalls amidst the audience. That did not sound very promising. Soon the whole body of the bull became one bloody mass. The people shouted in the stalls. Both men and women became unconscious monsters excited by the horrible spectacle. It was too hideously cruel. I burned with indignation and applied bad epithets to the Spaniards, calling them as many bad names as I could in Russian. The picadores now pushed their horses on the bull, trying to prick him with their lances. The poor animal, with a loud snort, lowered his head, and with tail arched wickedly, he charged furiously upon one of the picadores, and plunged his horns into the horse's side, rolling him over. I covered my eyes with my hands to keep off the dreadful sight. Looking up accidentally, I nearly had a nervous attack, and started back with a cry of horror. A horse was there before me, his 4 hoofs up in the air, disemboweled, with 2 streams of blood pouring down its gored sides, rolling in convulsions and mortal agony. I shall never forget the sight of this quivering, dying creature. The executioner, dressed in a red blouse, ran up to the horse, and, with a butcher's knife, he deftly cut the poor animal's throat, giving him the touch of mercy. After 50 minutes of this horrid sport, the bugle sounded for the final act, the putting to death of the bull. It was Legortillo's turn to kill the first bull. Wrapped up in his capa, he strode out into the ring with a firm step and approached the president's box, whom he saluted with a theatrical flourish of his hat, after which he extended his mulata sword and made his announcement to present the bull to the president. Then he threw his hat to the audience, to be kept until his return, and advanced slowly, with an almost devilish expression of cruelty on his face, his sword hidden in the folds of his capa, to his victim, and began his passadas, passes, whilst the bull, who was by now one bleeding lump, stood motionless and trembled all over, his eyes out of their sockets and tongue hanging out. For the space of half a minute both man and beast stood as if turned to stone. Then, with a quick movement, Legortillo stuck his sword up to the hilt into the neck of the bull, nothing but the handle remaining visible. The tortured animal tottered to his knees, bowed his head in the dust, rolled over, and died. It was a master stroke, and the air resounded with deafening applause. Flowers and cigars, the highest token of Spanish approval, were thrown into the arena at the torero's feet. More bugles, and at the same moment a door was flung open, and in galloped the team of mules. The bleeding corpses of the martyred animals were hooked to their yoke by the hind legs, and off they went full speed round the arena, dragging the corpses on the sand. It was unworthy of mankind. My nerves could not stand it any longer, and I had but one desire, to flee from the spot. We struggled with all our might, but couldn't pass, being encompassed on all sides by a dense crowd, and we had to return to our seats. Hardly was the ring cleared before the second bull rushed in, and the programme was repeated. The new bull looked quite peaceful, and, instead of rushing into battle, he walked from right to left, looking for a loophole to escape. But nevertheless he was made to go through all the traditional tortures. It was Frascuello's turn to march on the bull. The matador didn't show any pluck. With the first passes of the mulata, he had missed his bull and only injured the animal without killing him, at which shouts of encouragement to the bull were raised on all sides. "Viva el toro!" they cried. The arena resounded with whistles and invectives to the matador, and the populace fiercely threw orange peels and empty bottles at him. Frascuello paled with suppressed rage, and had to strike several times before putting his victim to death. The matador ventures to face the bull when the last spirit has been beaten out of him, and I find there is much less danger for them than for the Russian peasant going to hunt bears, armed only with a spear, whereas the matadors charge on, an unfortunate animal, driven into a circle whence he could not escape. After the second bull, we pushed resolutely through the crowd. We had to fight our way as best we could by a series of maneuvers, and managed this time to decamp. I had my first, and, I am sure of it, my last experience of a bullfight. The one thing that makes Spain hateful to me. Outside the bull ring we saw the carcasses of the martyred bulls, whose meat was sold at low prices to the lower classes. We returned to the hotel in a cab. When we asked our driver if his horse was also doomed for the bullfight, he answered that for some years yet his animal would escape the bull's horns. My blood being still hot from the remembrance of what I had seen, I locked myself up in my room, heartsick, whilst Sergi went to make a tour in Saragossa. He crossed a bridge and found himself on the other side of the river Ebro. It happened to be a market day, and there was a horse fair on a large square, where more than 10,000 horses and mules were brought for sale. I heard a carriage stop before our hotel, and, thinking that it was my husband who was returning home, I went out on the balcony and saw Legortillo, the hero of the day, stepping out of a smart phaeton. A rich marquis had begged, as an honour, to drive him up to his hotel in his four-in-hand. Behind the phaeton came the picadores on their poor nags, who had been spared today, to be disembowelled tomorrow, perhaps. There was great animation in the street. Carriages drove by containing gaily dressed ladies, wrapped in soft lace mantillas, returning from the bullfight. Newspaper boys were shouting the triumph of Legartillo and announced the issue of the bullfight. It appears that after our departure 2 banderillos had been severely wounded. Sergi took me after dinner to see the dances of the gitanas in a more than dubious-looking tavern, where the male audience consisted of individuals belonging to the Fra Diavolo type, whom one would not care to meet at night turning the corner of a street. 4 Andalusian gitanas and 2 guitarists with red kerchiefs wrapped round their heads, and the navaja, knife, stuck in their belt, composed the troupe. The gitanas, arrayed in scarlet frocks and different-colored shawls, with a traditional red flower stuck just over the ear, and huge gold earrings, bounced about to the sound of the guitars and the clinking of castanets, occasionally indulging in a sudden shrill shout, whilst the audience clapped their hands in tune. After that the gitanas went round for collections, and came and sat at the guests' tables to be regaled with mollusks and snails, which they swallowed uncooked. A fat and rather unattractive terpsichore seated herself at the table next to ours, and cast alluring glances on the male audience, but lost her time in vain, for nobody paid attention to her. My neighbour, who, with his savage-looking beard, resembled a highwayman, offered me a cigarette and wanted me to taste some of those horrid mollusks, and was extremely astonished at my refusal. End of section 45. Section 46 of The Diary of a Russian Lady. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by ShrimpPhish. The Diary of a Russian Lady by Barbara Doukhovsky. Barcelona. The following morning we took the train back to France, and shared our compartment with a pretty young woman from Seville and her 2 children, a fat-cheeked baby who filled our car with its waitings, and a little girl holding a big doll in her arms, whom her mother stuffed with cakes to make her keep quiet. Both delightful children responded to her coaxings with piercing shrieks. Such a journey was not one to put you into good spirits. We arrived towards evening at Barcelona, and put up for the night at the Hotel des Quatre Nations, situated on the Rambla, the finest and gayest street of Barcelona. This town can easily rival Madrid. The streets are broad and beautifully lighted with electricity, and the shops are splendid. Feeling too tired to appear at table d'hôte, I went immediately to bed, whilst Sergi made gastronomic purchases at the nearest grocery shop. He came home laden with parcels, having converted himself into a temporary hanging stand. From every part of him suspended a loose parcel containing butter, cheese, sausages, etc., and under his arm he brought bravely a bottle of Malaga wine, which he added to his stock in order not to be taken by the shopman for a famished wretch. Early in the morning we continued our journey to Nice. The country is not picturesque, and the roads are very rough and badly kept. Towards sunset we approached the French frontier, Porto Cerberre, and soon perceived a corner of the Mediterranean, lighted by a silver moon. It was very cold in our compartment, and the foot-warmers had to be changed several times during the night. We did not stop at Marseilles, and went straight on to Nice, having decided to spend a few days on the Riviera. There were 2 Frenchmen in our compartment going to gamble at Monte Carlo, who studied systems on a little roulette board. One of them descended at a station to buy a newspaper, whilst his friend slept on peacefully, nodding his head in a corner of the carriage, and didn't come back when the train had started. I was watching wickedly the awakening of our fellow passenger, to see the expression of his face when he would find out that his friend was not there. Suddenly waking out of his nap, he opened his eyes very wide, and fixed them upon us suspiciously. Did he think perhaps that we had pitched his companion out of the window? At the next stoppage both friends were reunited. The belated passenger, as it appears, had just time to jump in the next carriage when the train was moving. End of section 46.
Section 47 of The Diary of a Russian Lady. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Jennifer Beckett Wood. The Diary of a Russian Lady by Barbara Doukhovsky, San Remo. We only remained 10 days at Nice, for we were at the end of October, the season of gusty winds and showers. The weather was abominable, and we had to remain indoors all day. So we started for San Remo, where my husband's brother had settled with his family for the whole winter. The Villa Maria, which they were to inhabit, was not ready yet to receive them, and they had to put up in the meanwhile at the Quisisana, a boarding house kept by an old German lady. The society offered by the few tenants of the Quisisana was not of a specially enlivening description. There was an English spinster lady on whom wooers had turned their backs long ago, dried up in celibacy, who never was kissed, I am sure, for with such a thin body you might get a bruise in coming in contact with her. She was a blue-stocking in the bargain, and read Homer in Greek, a crushingly superior person who made other people feel ignorant. I was becoming intolerably tired of her superior culture, and stopped her every time she began any long sentences. There was another British lady who was a very different sort of person, her tongue being the only sharp thing in her whole stout person. What she lacked in height was amply made up in width. Whichever way you put her down, she'd roll. After dinner she regaled us with songs which she cooed, raising her eyes to the ceiling, at which I had to make the greatest effort to keep serious. She was awfully sentimental, and when she turned her eyes upon me with so melting an expression that I thought she was going to kiss me, I precipitately fled. The third boarder was a consumptive German student, frightfully pale and thin, who, notwithstanding his malady, manifested an immoderate love for the flute, and practised it assiduously, to the great annoyance of his neighbours. San Remo is not very gay. The only distraction you get is to walk around a music kiosk in the public garden in the company of nursery maids wheeling perambulators in front of them. At 9 o'clock of the evening the music stops, the shops are closed, and everybody goes to bed. One morning we took a carriage and went over to Monte Carlo, situated at some hours' distance from San Remo. We followed all the time the beautiful Corniche road cut out in the rock. Our driver, who made the journey for the first time, did not know that he had to take a pass and was not allowed to go further. It is lucky that we found a carriage on the Italian side of the frontier at Ventimiglia, which brought us to Mentone, where we took the train to Monaco. Here a new disappointment awaited us. We were too late for the train and had to wait hours for the next one. To shorten the time, we went for a stroll through Mentone and entered the first hotel to have lunch. But it was not mealtime at the hotel, and we returned fagged out and ravenous to the railway station. All Monte Carlo seemed composed of gardens, with the big white building of the casino in the midst, the whole ringed in by high grey mountains. We went straight to the casino and looked in at the gambling rooms. The tables were surrounded by anxious players, with a preponderance of courtesans of high and low degree, with painted faces and rings down to their nails, who followed the game with breathless interest. An old woman dressed in dyed silks and a homemade hat was losing heavily, and staked her last francs with despair written on her face. Many players come to Monaco with their pockets full, and have nothing to pay their return journey. Suicides often take place here. I tried my luck and lost something like 10 francs. The Principality of Monaco is quite a small one. It would take half an hour to walk over the island from one end to the other. The reigning prince has a diminutive army of 60 regular soldiers, 2 officers, and 3 constables. And that's all. Sergei asked one of the constables, who was on duty at the railway station, how their army could manage without any cavalry. And he answered that they wouldn't have known what to do with it, for it would take more time to saddle a horse than to walk around their whole territory. Another day, we went for an excursion to the monastery of Notre-Dame de la Garde, where the church is decorated with little cardboard boats that the sailors' wives offer with their prayers to the Madonna when their husbands are at sea. We removed at last to the Villa Maria, where we felt the cold very much. The rooms were badly heated, and the draughts in the corridor were strong enough to work a windmill, and they gave me a horrid cold. In the night, the noise of the passing trains and the roar of the sea hindered our sleep. We hastened our departure and started for Paris, where we intended to spend a few days before returning to Russia. Towards night, 3 young Corsicans entered our compartment, and we were doomed to pass a sleepless night, for we couldn't stretch our legs and felt very uncomfortable. Our fellow travellers were the very image of Napoleon Bonaparte and resembled each other like 3 peas. End of section 47. Section 48 of the Diary of a Russian Lady. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Jennifer Beckett Wood. The Diary of a Russian Lady by Barbara Doukhovsky. Paris. Mary Vettinghoff, my old Stuttgart friend, who had married a Frenchman, Count Soligueur de Fougères, was in Paris for the moment. She used to be a dear girl and so fond of me. We had not met for nearly 10 years, but the friendship which had subsisted between us in the days of our girlhood had suffered no diminution through absence. How good it was to see her again! Mary smothered me with kisses and made me feel how her heart throbbed with joy at our meeting. She invited us to dine on the following day. There was a French minister among the guests who began a political discussion with Sergei, which lasted during the whole repast. I must confess that political affairs rather bore me, and was very glad when Mary took me up to her room, leaving the gentlemen to sip their coffee. We sat and chatted happily together. We had not forgotten the old days, and had 1,000 confidences to exchange. Mary told me that she had quitted the fold of our church and had turned Roman Catholic. She was afraid that my religious views would be hurt, and that her renouncement of our faith would stand as a barrier to our former friendship, but I assured her of my everlasting love. Mary's husband does not like our country, as it appears, and when his little daughter, called Baby, is capricious, he threatens her, saying that if she continued to be naughty, he would send her to Russia. How nasty of him! Last winter, a French colonel, Baron Rothwillers, passing through Moscow, paid us a visit and invited us to come and see him in Paris and make the acquaintance of his wife, which we now did with pleasure. Baroness Rothwillers is a fine horsewoman, and her stables are renowned in Paris. She invited me to drive with her in the Bois de Boulogne. I sat on the high driving seat and trotted her handsome pair of browns round the park. The horses were pulling and became somewhat restive, but I kept them well in hand, surveyed by the groom, immovable as a wooden image, with rigid folded arms, seated on the back seat. Though sorry to leave Paris, I was glad when the North Express carried us back to Russia. End of section 48. Section 49 of the Diary of a Russian Lady. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Jennifer Beckett Wood. The Diary of a Russian Lady by Barbara Doukhovsky. Moscow. On returning to Moscow, we found among our numerous correspondence a number of the Parisian paper L'Événement, sent to us by the Rothwillers, with my biography and expressions of regret that the sojourn of the blonde young lady who had made a brief appearance in the Bois, handling so surely a pair of restive horses, was of so short a duration. It appears that when I entered a cafe to drink a cup of chocolate during my drive in the park with the Baroness Rothwillers, a reporter of the Événement had asked our groom the address of the hotel where I had put up, and learnt from our hotel keeper, who had known me a good many years, all sorts of things concerning my life. It is thus that my biography appeared in the French paper. A Japanese imperial prince, who was returning from a long tour in Europe to his country through Russia, with his spouse and a numerous suite, stopped for a few days in Moscow. I went to see these Japs at the Manège, where a great festival was given in their honour. The prince and princess wore European costumes, which did not suit them at all. They would have been much better looking in their own national costume. The princess, into the bargain, had golden teeth, the sign of imperial blood, which did not really embellish her. In November, my father came to pass the winter with my aunt Galitzine in Moscow. He had been ailing for some years, and I was painfully struck to see the change that had come over him. His illness took a dangerous turn, and soon after his arrival he departed this life. Father's death gave me a great shock. It was weeks before I got over it. I wouldn't see anyone or take interest in anything. My health broke down completely, and the doctors ordered me away from Moscow for some time. We decided to make a tour in Sweden and Denmark. So, at the end of June, we started off to Stockholm, taking from St. Petersburg the Finnish boat Dublin. The captain, a consummate patriot, had with extreme suddenness forgotten every word of Russian, and we had to talk German to him, though we knew, of course, that he spoke and understood Russian perfectly well. That detestable man made disparaging remarks about Russia to our fellow passengers, foreigners for the most part, and prided himself that his steamer was named Dublin, after a famous Finnish hero who had distinguished himself in the War of Sweden against Russia. When we approached Kronstadt, I heard him say that this fortress had only 2 strong forts, and that the rest of them were good for nothing and could be easily blown to pieces by 1 bomb. My patriotic pride was awfully wounded, and I did all in my power to resist the temptation to give the captain a bit of my mind. On the right side of the Bay of Kronstadt, our cruiser stood in a long line, and huge German men-of-war were anchored on the left one. Numerous steam launches were plying all the time from one fleet to another. On one of our vessels a band was playing on the deck. It was our marine officers, who were feasting their German comrades. The weather was very fine, and the sea had scarcely a ripple. Towards 6 o'clock dinner was spread on deck in Swedish fashion, on a long table covered with appetizing dishes, and you were asked to help yourself. That is a good way, because you have the opportunity of selecting what you prefer and of taking as much as you like. At 5 o'clock in the morning we landed at Helsingfors and had only 1 hour to survey this pretty town. When we returned to our boat, a fresh breeze arose, and our ship began to pitch and rock. This disagreeable tossing of the waves made me feel sick and giddy. I hastened to my cabin and lay down. Early in the morning I was up and hastened on deck. The shores of Sweden had appeared at last, and soon we entered the port of Stockholm, the Venice of the north. The town, built upon islands, is very picturesque. As a rule, the Swedes are exceedingly courteous to strangers. Nevertheless, at the custom house, the officials burrowed into our trunks and opened all our bags, making a mess of everything. One of the men picked out a little folding looking-glass and turned it about in his clumsy fingers trying to find out what it was, till Sergei, at the end of his patience, opened the looking-glass and thrust it under the man's ugly face, after which he left us in peace. We put up at the Grand Hotel just opposite the Royal Palace. After having taken a little rest, we went for a stroll in the town and crossed in a small steamer to Djurgården, a beautiful park on the other side of the bay, where we had dinner at a small restaurant. A waiter, napkin upon arm, came up to us, but as we couldn't speak a word of Swedish, we found it difficult to make him understand what we wanted, and had to converse by gestures to illustrate our meaning. But our attempts to describe a chicken being useless, the idea came to me to cry out "Kukariku," and I came out of the difficulty. We ended our evening at Tivoli, a fashionable music hall, where we met several fellow passengers of our boat. The performance took place in the open. The actresses who sang and danced were more or less bad, very short petticoated, and very generously décolletée. The next day we visited Drottningholm Palace, situated out of town, the summer residence of the king, who was for the moment in Norway, where he is obliged to live a part of the year. After dinner we started for Malmö, where we arrived early in the morning on the following day, and then took the train to Copenhagen. End of section 49. Section 50 of The Diary of a Russian Lady. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Jennifer Beckett Wood. The Diary of a Russian Lady by Barbara Doukhovsky. Copenhagen. Thanks to the exhibition in Copenhagen, all the hotels and boarding houses were full, and it was with great difficulty that we succeeded in finding a shelter in a private house. By a winding staircase we were ushered into a dark, low room, looking into a grim backyard, and scantily furnished with 2 beds, a few cane, inhospitable-looking chairs, and a sofa losing its horsehair through wide, gaping wounds. Feeling very tired and sleepy, I lay down to rest a bit, but sprang up hastily, for the bed was abominable, the mattress as hard as stone, and the pillows so thin that they could easily be folded in 2. To crown all, behind the wall, our landlady's children were shrieking with all their might. It was impossible to go to sleep, and we decided to go and take the train to Tivoli and explore the exhibition, with its chief attraction, an enormous elevator representing a huge bottle of beer with a magnificent bird's-eye view of Copenhagen. We had dinner in a restaurant on board a ship of the Middle Ages, and were brought in a barge with a 3-storied poop to this curious establishment. The waiters were dressed in the costume of sailors belonging to that long past epoch, wearing broad-brimmed Rembrandt hats. On the next morning, an old friend of ours, Mr. Sturbachev, the first secretary of the Russian embassy, came to see us. He was begged to wait for me in a small tobacco shop belonging to our hostess in the next house, while I finished dressing. Mr. Sturbachev was horrified when he saw our lodging, and said that he had an apartment ready for us in the house where he dwelt, and we resolved to remove immediately to our new apartment, looking out into the most fashionable and animated quarter of the town, and furnished in showy fashion. It seemed palatial in comparison with our miserable room. During our stay in Copenhagen, the anniversary of the 9th century of the institution of Christianity in Russia was celebrated. Sergei went to the Russian church to be present at the official Te Deum, and was invited afterwards by our priest to take a cup of tea. On that same afternoon we visited the museum, where we saw prodigious sculptures, the work of Thorwaldsen, the famous Danish sculptor. After dinner we went by train, in an open car, to Klampenberg, about an hour's drive. A peasant woman, returning from market, sat opposite to us with a basket on her knees, which contents appeared to be stinking fish. Our road ran along the sea coast and was sheltered by roses and creepers. A strong odour of seaweed came over to us. When we arrived at Klampenberg, we took a carriage to drive within the precincts of the beautiful park and chose a coachman who could speak German. His comrades jeered at him and called his horse eine alte Katze, out of spite, of course. We hadn't time to have dinner that day, and we went to bed famished. I roamed about the room looking for something to eat, opening drawers and exploring them, but there was nothing, not even the skin of a sausage. On the following morning we went out shopping and saw my picture painted in the Greenaway style on a cardboard plate exposed in a bookseller's shop window. When we entered the shop, one of the clerks, who had noticed the resemblance at once, asked me if I had sat for that picture. It really bore a striking likeness to me, and we bought it as a souvenir. On the 16th of July we saw the arrival of Kaiser Wilhelm II. It was his first visit to Denmark after the taking of Schleswig by the Prussians. Our ambassador, Count Toll, offered a window to us at the Russian embassy, but we preferred to stand near the royal pavilion, erected on the landing place for the reception of the Kaiser, so as to have the best view of the proceedings. Towards 10 o'clock in the morning, Mr. Sturbachev, arrayed in full diplomatic uniform, covered all over with gold embroideries, came to fetch us in his carriage. Driving through the streets took a long time, the crowd was so great. When we approached the royal palace, we heard cannon reports. A stir among the throng heralded the coming of the King of Denmark, followed by his brothers and the heir to the throne of Greece. Soon afterward appeared in a coach driven by a team of white horses the old Queen, aged 72, but still very alert, accompanied by the Duchess of Orleans. Then a murmur arose among the crowd, and we saw a steam launch with the German flag flying at the prow, moored to the Danish shore, and Kaiser Wilhelm, his blonde moustache curled upwards, stepped out upon the elegantly decorated pier, followed by a numerous suite. The king came up to him and embraced him. After a long exchange of amiabilities, the Kaiser approached the queen and kissed her hand, whilst the soldiers, standing in lines, presented arms to him. Only a few hurrahs were heard here and there. We were told that strong measures had been taken by the police to avoid demonstrations in the streets against the Kaiser. A squadron of hussars was given to him as an escort, and all the way to the palace infantry regiments formed long lines. The Danish soldiers did not look very imposing, being mostly of small stature. The circulation of carriages and trams was stopped during the passing of the troops, and we had to walk home, running the risk of being crushed by the crowd. Having passed a fortnight at Copenhagen, we returned to St. Petersburg by the same way, taking at Stockholm the Constantin, another Finnish boat. There were many passengers on board. During dinner I sat next to a young Mexican, Senor Lopez, who was very sarcastic and found plenty to criticize. The task is so easy. He actually tore all our fellow passengers to pieces. That snob thought himself very sharp-witted, and was rather put out that I did not think him so. Opposite me sat an old Frenchman, Monsieur Prévost Rousseau, and his pretty daughter, Mademoiselle Camille, who had been touring in Norway and were now on their way back to Paris, passing through St. Petersburg. Mademoiselle Camille was an accomplished linguist, speaking English, German, and Italian equally well. I discovered that we had a great deal in common, and an instinctive comradeship sprang up between us. I am not much given to making new friends, but I had a liking to Mademoiselle Camille the moment I saw her, for I generally like or dislike a person at once. We had a bad crossing. The sea was rough and the ship rolled very unpleasantly. Towards morning, the wind having changed, calm came on, and I hurried on deck to rejoin Mademoiselle Camille, my new-found friend. We established ourselves comfortably in a secluded spot on the prow of the vessel. Scrambling over a pile of boxes, we found a seat on a barrel of oil and had a nice chat. Senor Lopez, who was in the mood of making the most open court to me and followed me everywhere like a shadow, discovered our hiding place, but we packed him off very soon, and he had to withdraw, ruffled and out of sorts. We anchored at Helsingfors in the evening and went on shore to stretch our legs. I wanted to boast of the first Russian town before our fellow passengers, who were visiting our country for the first time, but failed, alas, for the boulevards were full of half-drunken Russian sailors, loafing about, elbowing us, and using bad language. Fearing a skirmish, we hurried back on board. At St. Petersburg we parted with regret with our French friends, who invited us to pay them a visit some day in Paris. End of section 50. Section 51 of The Diary of a Russian Lady. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Jennifer Beckett Wood. The Diary of a Russian Lady by Barbara Doukhovsky. Moscow. This winter we had to give tiresome at-homes every Sunday from 4 to 6. I was so pleased when those tedious 2 hours were over. Every morning I went out for a ride with Sergei and had a gallop round the park on my beautiful horse named Sailor, black as jet, with a coat shining like satin, which Sergei had just presented to me. In bad weather I went to a riding school. I met there one day a stout lady perched on a pacific-looking horse who was rolling like a barrel on her saddle. She wanted to try Sailor, and I seated myself good-naturedly on her old hack. We had scarcely made 2 or 3 tours when the fatty tumbled off my horse and lay sprawling on the sand, while Sailor, feeling himself free from his heavy burden, went gambolling round the track, rearing and prancing after me with sheer joy of life, and trying to catch my habit with his long teeth. Losing my head, I cried out shrilly, "Help! Help!" And a gentleman who had come to the manège as a looker-on sprang forward and was just in time to catch me in his arms as I fell from the saddle. He profited by the opportunity in coming to our at-homes the very next Sunday, and the Sunday after, and many other Sundays besides. We frequented regularly the concerts of the Philharmonic Society, where the audience, for the most part, was far more interested in themselves than in the music to which they were supposed to listen. I often met at these concerts an elegant young man whose gaze followed me persistently. Turning my head, I always found his eyes upon me. One night he came up with a friend of ours and asked to be presented to me. When the concert was over, he followed us to the cloakroom and helped me on with my pelisse, drawing it over my shoulders with lingering tenderness of touch, and squeezed my hand in a manner that spoke volumes. According to my permission, he came to call next afternoon, which happened to be a Sunday, and took advantage of every possible occasion to visit us. Wherever I was going, he would find out and go too. I do not deny that I flirted a little with him, for I love to be loved, but it was really a shame of me to put ideas into his head. He flamed up one day, and looking admiringly into my eyes, burst into the most fiery declaration, telling me he had loved me since the first time he had met me, that the fever of love consumed him night and day, and all sort of other sentimental rubbish. But my temperature, as far as he was concerned, was invariably under 0. His great love left me unmoved, and his eloquence was all in vain. He was extremely jealous into the bargain. He was even angry with my parrot when the bird had too much of my attention. I soon became thoroughly tired of him. He exasperated me with his suppressed sighs and melancholy, and I wished I hadn't made him so fond of me. I did all in my power to discourage him, and heartlessly asked him to put himself out of my way, but he would not obey me, and regardless of the weather, it might rain, snow, or storm, he was always to be seen standing before my windows on the opposite side of the street, looking up through opera glasses, trying to see what I was doing inside, and looking profoundly miserable, just like a stock figure weeping on a tombstone. To arrive nearer my heart, my suitor loaded me with flowers and bonbons, and bored me with passionate letters in prose and in verse, but I tossed his epistles half read into the waste-paper basket. Everything wears out with time. His broken heart began to mend. He was seen no more and disappeared completely from my horizon. End of section 51.
Section 52 of the Diary of a Russian Lady. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Tom Shoesmith. The Diary of a Russian Lady by Barbara Doukhovsky. Chapter 50. Paris. Towards the end of June we went to Paris to see the World's Fair. We put up, as usual, at the Hôtel de Calais, a pleasant, quiet house. After having washed off the dust of our journey, we started to visit the exhibition. The passage of carriages was forbidden on the Pont d'Arras, and only foot passengers provided with entrance tickets could cross that bridge. On entering the enclosure of the Grand Fair, we took the Decauville, a toy train, which carried us round the whole place. Every now and then our eyes were arrested by vivid printed notices on the walls, advertisements about cocoa and soap, and placards put everywhere warning the passengers not to thrust out their hands or heads out of the window, written in all the European languages, except in German. The Parisians, as it seems, have nothing to say against the Teutonic visitors of the exhibition being deprived of heads or hands. In all directions, small two-wheeled wagonettes called pousse-pousse circulated, pushed by yellow-faced Tonkinoise aborigines. There was much to see at the exhibition. It just made my head swim. We unweariedly enjoyed all the sights of the Champ de Mars, the gayest part of the exhibition, crowded with visitors from all the parts of the earth, and moved with the throng being pushed to and fro. The Eiffel Tower was the chief attraction of the exhibition. It is by far the highest structure in the world, being 984 feet high, and took 2 years to build. There were 5 big restaurants on the first platform, where the charges were perfectly monstrous. We had lunch at the Restaurant Russe, and paid 10 francs for a roasted chicken. We waited more than half an hour our turn to enter the lift, which raised us to the third platform. Whilst we were mounting gently to the very sky, we saw through the barred windows the landscape gradually diminishing. The whole horizon was disclosed, and the people down below, walking about the exhibition, appeared not bigger than flies. On each platform, commemorative medals made of brass, bronze, and silver were sold. The tower had its own printing office, where a newspaper named Le Figaro de la Tour was printed every day. Night festivals were given 3 times a week at the Trocadero, when the Eiffel Tower was illuminated with thousands of electric lights of all the brightest colors of the rainbow, as well as the beautiful Fontaine Lumineuse, lighted up in a wonderful way. We went almost every day to the exhibition, and sacrificed a whole afternoon to the French colonies, Tunis, Algiers, Dahomey, and other transmarine countries, all clustered together near the Trocadero. In front of them were the cafes belonging to them. Here you could listen to the different national airs, see the different national types and costumes, and eat the different national foods. The section named Habillement des deux sexes is marvelous, with Paquin's and Worth's most divine combinations. I did not know how our purses were going to hold out. There was a dress I had been dying for, and Sergei, dear man, made me a present of it immediately. The Palais des Machines A monstrous gallery full of machines, with glass walls and roof, was very fatiguing to go through. Sergei took great interest in all sorts of engines, and our guide bothered me with his technical explanations, of which I understood nothing. On the top galleries, a moving electric bridge full of people advanced towards us from the opposite side of the gallery, moving very slowly in order to permit the visitors to see all the machines at work. We were dying of thirst, and entered the English dairy to drink a glass of milk, after which we visited the cow house, exhibiting superb animals who stood in comfortable stalls with new clean straw under their feet. Whilst I petted a beautiful fat cow named Every Inch a Queen, a milkmaid appeared with a stool and a pail and began to extract what the cow chose to give her. Directly opposite the Palais des Machines is the Vieux Paris. To visit it is to step back into the past. In the street La Huchette, the houses, the shops, the citizens, everything transports you to the 17th century. The anachronism was ourselves in our modern clothes, which did not harmonize with the picture. Soldiers, with their bands at the head, wearing white wigs, marched in the streets. On a raised platform, the mandolinists of the Duc de Guise played pretty gavottes and minuets. A few steps further, the so-called sans chagrin street singers, standing on a table, sang popular airs. Through an open window we saw a dainty marquise singing old-time love ditties to the accompaniment of a smart marquis, wearing a white wig and buckled shoes, who played a harpsichord. The illusion was complete. We had gone back 100 years to Louis XVI's time. In the Rue Saint-Antoine we saw the exact copy of the Church Sainte-Marie, with a museum inside where you could see the atrocities of the French Revolution represented with horrid realism, and calculated to give even a strong man the creeps. Soldiers wearing pigtailed wigs bellowed, "Come and see the execution of the royal family!" In dark alcoves, different scenes of the French Revolution were represented. We saw the wax figure of Robespierre presiding at the Jacobin Club, of Charlotte Corday in the act of murdering Marat, etc., etc. A fortune-teller, standing at the door of her dwelling, invited the passers-by to come in to hear their fortunes told. On the threshold of a house just opposite, a quarrelsome female, arms akimbo, was shouting and shaking her fist at her bourgeois. The discussion waxed hot, and a constable, dressed in the costume of the period, came running to separate them. The scene was only a sham. We entered a theatre on the Place du Guesclin, where we saw the escape of a prisoner from the dungeon of La Bastille. There was a great push at the entrance, and we got to our places with difficulty. The curtain rose, showing the prisoner preparing to clamber out of the window, and falling down whilst he was dropping a cord, exclaiming, "How dark the night is!" And, indeed, night came on when the spectators emerged into the square where stood the reproduction of the Bastille, with its towers and raised bridges, to see the man, who appeared to be a skilful acrobat, making his escape from the prison. His flight was noticed by a group of soldiers, dressed in red uniforms and wearing white wigs, who fired at him and began to climb over the walls in hurried pursuit, and seized the escaping prisoner, who was hissed by the crowd on the square. After that, the taking of the Bastille was reproduced. We could imagine all this taking place. A throng of 500 men, wearing Jacobin caps with tricolored cockades, and armed with muskets and swords, began to climb up the Bastille by the aid of ropes and ladders, making a terrible noise. Suddenly a detachment of soldiers, dressed in the costume of the period, appeared, and a white-wigged colonel began to read instructions to the men, under a smoking lamp-post, urging them to serve their king faithfully and defeat the sans-culottes. Then began the charge of cannons and muskets, which soon made the huge building flame on all sides. After the taking of La Bastille, we went to seek for something to eat and drink at the hostelry of the Lion d'Or, and ended our evening at the Palais des Enfants, a rather badly named theatre at the Exhibition, where we saw La Belle Fatima, the renowned Eastern beauty, encircled by unattractive houris, who set her off still more. La Belle Fatima looked amongst them like some vivid, brilliant flower surrounded by faded leaves. We assisted one day at the representation of the fakirs, a Hindustan religious sect given over to the mortification of the flesh. It was an impressive spectacle. The fakirs, arrayed in white flowing garments of doubtful cleanness, were sitting in a semicircle on the floor, holding banners and singing religious chants. Their mollah, wearing an enormous turban, sat in the center. Suddenly the tom-toms rolled like thunder, and the experiments began. The fakirs did amazing things. One of them, clad in a sort of white sack with 5 openings through which passed his head, legs, and arms, began to light the sacred fire to the accompaniment of a flute and tambourine, bending over the burning coals into which he threw some essence in order to get dizzy. The barbaric music struck up faster, and a long convulsive shudder shook the fakir's limbs. Then he took a heated spade and applied it to his arms and face and put his fingers into the brazier, making disorderly jumps, after which he fell on the floor with foam in the corners of his mouth. But it was only a prelude to more horrors. The fakir who came next terrified me still more by his shouts and wild gestures. He pricked his tongue, lips, cheeks, and ears with a long iron spear, and stepped barefooted on the sharp sides of a sword, after which, in a state of wild excitement, he stabbed himself with a poniard, and the blood ran down in abundance. The third fakir twisted a large serpent round his body and ate a part of it, and then swallowed a scorpion, which the manager had previously shown to the audience. Now came the turn of the last fakir, who grilled his skin with red-hot irons, and made his eyes bulge out of its sockets with the end of a dagger, and slowly rolled the eye back into its ordinary position again. Professor Charcot, the celebrated psychologist who had controlled the experiment, was convinced that it was not a fraud. Sergei essayed a trip in the ballon captif, which lifted 10 persons at a time 100 meters higher than the Eiffel Tower. From below I breathlessly watched the ascent. Sergei was presented with a medal bearing the inscription, Souvenir de mon ascension. Another day we went to see Buffalo Bill's Wild West, where a troop of redskins attacked a caravan of travelers, after which they scalped them and showed dramatically all the horrors described by Mayne Reid. Suddenly the cowboys, with pistols bulging from their belts, came galloping on and drove away the Red Indians. On July 14th, the day of the Fête Nationale, the usual review of the troops took place at Longchamp. I was ill in bed that day and could not accompany my husband to the review. Military bands played in the streets, which were full of noise, and from everywhere shouts of "Vive Boulanger" were heard. Tables were set in the streets and squares, laid out with dishes for the populace. I saw from my window an Alsatian procession pass by. All the members, dressed in black, were directing their steps towards the statue of Strasbourg, in order to adorn it with mourning wreaths. We witnessed on the Place de la Concorde the arrival of the Shah of Persia. Soldiers formed a long line on his way. The Shah drove in a victoria with President Carnot sitting by his side, and was escorted by a squadron of cuirassiers. The General Saussier followed galloping alongside the victoria, and 12 carriages with the suite of the Shah and newspaper correspondents followed. That night there was a great rush to the exhibition to see the Shah, who was to make his appearance on the balcony of the Dôme Central. We were carried ahead with the rush, with more than one escape of being crushed to atoms. We raced for chairs, and Sergei got one for me to stand on. A row of red velvet fauteuils were placed for the Shah and his suite on the balcony, upon which the Shah appeared, arrayed in a beautiful costume all worked with gold and bedecked with diamonds, accompanied by President Carnot with his spouse and a numerous suite. From the exhibition the Shah was driven to the Eiffel Tower. He had gone up only as far as the first floor, and there was no persuading him to ascend higher up. We have been braver than the Shah, as it appears. Monsieur Prévost-Rousseau and Mademoiselle Camille, having heard of our arrival at Paris, came to see us at the hotel and invited us to come and spend a whole day at Champigny, where they have some property. The very next morning they came up again in their brougham to take us to their chateau. It was a 2 hours' drive, and a very pleasant one, going through Joinville and the Bois de Vincennes. Madame Prévost came forward to greet us, holding out both hands, and led us to the salon, where we found a group of guests assembled. Our host proposed to all the company to make a tour in the park, which descended in an easy slope to the banks of the Marne. Monsieur Prévost took us for a pull on the river, and showed us afterwards his well-kept grounds. The weather had changed for the worse by this time, and Monsieur Prévost thought we ought to be starting home. I lifted up my nose to the clouds, from which big drops of rain began to fall. Suddenly a storm burst out, and a shower came down upon us in torrents, accompanied by lightning and peals of thunder, which necessitated a hasty retreat, and we started running back to the chateau. Mademoiselle Camille carried me up to her own room to remove my hat and arrange my hair, disheveled by the wind. After dinner there was to be a little entertainment in the salon, music and recitation, and towards midnight Monsieur Prévost drove us to the railway station in his dog-cart. Baroness Rothwille had left Paris when we arrived. Nevertheless, we went to see her husband, who gave us a warm and kindly welcome. He invited us to dinner on the following day, and took us afterwards to the Cirque d'été. We met at the exhibition Madame Diane Bibikoff, a French lady married to a Russian dignitary living in Moscow, a very pretty young woman, full of spirits, and Parisienne to her fingertips. One day, whilst visiting the exhibition together, I suggested entering a barrack on the Champ de Mars, bearing the inscription, "On the Waves of the Sea." It appeared to be a carousel with boats rolling over cardboard waves. Madame Diane stepped into one of these boats, but as I did not like to be seasick at shore, I could in no way be persuaded to follow her example, and left poor Madame Diane to her fate. After the first going round, she began to beg for mercy, and entreated them to stop the machine, but she had to make the regulation circuits, and stepped out of the boat more dead than alive. The situation was too much for my gravity, and I was seized with a fit of uncontrollable laughter. Madame Diane will not want to repeat the experience. The end of section 52. Section 53 of the Diary of a Russian Lady. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Tom Shoesmith. The Diary of a Russian Lady by Barbara Doukhovsky. Chapter 51. Trouville. We had to leave Paris for the seashore, and proceeded to Dieppe, where we took a room in a private house, intending to remain there a fortnight at least, but after our first bath we decided to leave on the morrow to another bathing resort, for the water wasn't pleasant, and the landscape discouragingly rain-blotted. It was to Trouville we gave the preference, and went quietly out of the house with our dressing-bags in rather guilty haste at daybreak, before our landlord was up, to catch the first train to Trouville, feeling like fugitives from justice. We walked on quickly towards the railway station, as there were no cabs about at that early hour. Sergei had to come back again to fetch our boxes and pay our account. He told our bewildered landlord that we were suddenly summoned to Paris on business, but it did not prevent, I am sure, the old man from taking us for a pair of unlawful lovers who had come stealthily to spend a clandestine night at his house. I found Trouville a most amusing place. No chance of being dull here. It was the height of the season, and the place was full of people who had come to see the races at Deauville, a pretty Norman coast town on the other side of the river Latoc, possessing a splendid hippodrome, where during 1 week important races take place. Crowds of people came by special trains from Paris, and omnibuses kept constantly arriving with passengers. Our hotel was crammed to the garrets, and it was difficult to get a seat at any of the tables during our meals. Our landlady, a mustached virago, was almost out of her wits to satisfy all the demands. Pretty Parisiennes came to Trouville to show off their beautiful toilette, which they changed 3 times a day. In the afternoon they sat on the beach under big brown Holland umbrellas, chatting and flirting with their cavaliers, whilst their bare-legged babies, armed with tin pails, made sand-cakes and paddled in the sea. We went to Deauville on a raft to see the races, although I do not particularly like that sport, and take the view of the late Shah of Persia, who explained why he would not go to the Derby during his stay in London, by saying that he had always known that one horse could run faster than another, but that it was a matter of perfect indifference to him which that one horse might be. The hippodrome was filled with a gay and fashionable crowd, who followed the races eagerly. The prize of 10,000 francs was won by the famous Volcano, whose lucky proprietor was loudly applauded. Rain began to fall, and we got wet through because the people behind us wouldn't let us open our umbrellas. My pretty dress was quite spoiled. Whilst we lingered at Deauville, the tide had run away, so we had to take an oddly shaped carriage with a white awning on it and drive back to Trouville, being obliged to cross a pontoon bridge, as with low water the little river Latoc becomes almost dry, and the tide retreats so far that fishing boats were lying upon the banks of sand. We went one night to the Eden concert. Between the acts, Sergei left his seat for a few moments to bring me bonbons, and all at once a handsome woman, in showy dark style, who had been staring at me through her lorgnette in such a nasty way that I became quite uncomfortable, came up and sat by me and gave me her address, entreating me to call upon her the next day. At that very moment my husband returned to his place, very much astonished to see it occupied by that strange person, who gave up her seat very unwillingly, and continued to throw approving glances at me. Funny sort of type, that woman. Another night we went to the theatre to see Serge Panin, the comedy in vogue. I liked the play, but the spectators did not seem to understand it, and giggled in the most pathetic places. We were very much amused when a dog, who was promenading between the chairs, mounted on the stage and stretched himself comfortably before the prompter's box. At the end of August we left Trouville and started on our homeward journey. The end of section 53. Section 54 of the Diary of a Russian Lady. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Tom Shoesmith. The Diary of a Russian Lady by Barbara Doukhovsky. Chapter 52. Moscow. Many renowned artistes visited our old capital this winter, among them Tamagno, the celebrated tenor, whose fame was just then ringing all the world over. After a concert tour in America, he came to Moscow to collect a new harvest of laurels, but I didn't admire particularly his thundering voice, a veritable Jericho trumpet. Fernie Germano, the ideal Carmen, for whom Bizet had composed his opera, made a clamorous appearance after Tamagno. She came to see us with a letter of recommendation given to her by one of our friends living in St. Petersburg, but didn't find us at home. I wanted to see her close, and went to the hotel where she had put up to pay her a visit. The diva did not gain on close acquaintance. She couldn't stand the ordeal of pitiless sunshine, and sat with her back to the light in discreet semi-obscurity. I saw, nevertheless, that she hadn't had time to rub off the powder which lay an inch thick on her nose. Eleonora Duse, the great Italian tragedienne, had come to Moscow to give a few performances. I saw her in La Dame aux Camélias, and was immensely pleased with her acting. In all my life I had never seen anything so perfectly beautiful. She seemed to have absolutely converted herself into Violetta, whom she represented, and put all her soul in her part. Most of the women in the audience were in tears. I was also in rapture with Marcella Sembrich, who sang at the Imperial Opera. Her beautiful, well-trained voice was something marvelous. I had also the opportunity of seeing the famous ballet dancer, Virginia Zucchi, in Esmeralda, and Nikita, a rising young star recently out of her teens, with whom Europe and America had been enraptured, and who looked like a delicate piece of Dresden china, and was entirely bewitching with her long locks hanging loosely over her shoulders. I enjoyed her singing very much. Her voice went straight to the heart of her listeners, and her high notes were as clear as a bird's. Nikita had a brilliant future before her. She was born in America and sang in public for the first time at the age of 6. There was a gala performance at the Opera House in honor of Nasr-ed-Din, Shah of Persia, who appeared in his box wearing his tall astrakhan cap and literally ablaze with diamonds. He seemed to have a special appetite for the ladies of the ballet, and stared at them fixedly through his opera glasses, all the time regretting, doubtless, that he could not carry them away to his harem. I was perfectly dazzled by the aspect of the audience in the brilliantly lighted theatre, which presented a most magnificent sight. The gentlemen in brilliant uniforms, and the ladies in beautiful toilette and superb jewels, showed to their greatest advantage. The Countess Keller, one of the lady patronesses of Moscow, was getting up a charity affair in the hall of the Assembly, an amateur play and tableau. She called upon me to beg me to take part in these tableaux, and would hear of no refusal. I asked for a day's consideration, for Sergei rather disapproved of the whole thing, but the Countess sent me a note that same evening, imploring me to say yes directly, and Sergei, who was always willing to accede to any wish I expressed, and had not the heart to refuse me anything, gave in. Our tableau, named Serenade in the program, represented a scene of Venetian life in the 16th century. A large gondola was to be moored to the side of a lagoon, with a lady dressed as the wife of a doge of Venice in it, surrounded by the ladies of her suite, 2 gondoliers, and a street dancing girl standing in the middle of the gondola. I was to appear as the dancing girl in a lovely costume, the exact copy of a well-known picture. According to the looking-glass, it suited me very well, with my hair hanging down, adorned with a gold net intermingled with pearls. I had been given the choice between a harp, a lyre, and a mandolin. The latter I selected for my instrument. We had 2 rehearsals, and everything went smoothly, except that I made several bitter enemies. The next tableau was to represent the exit of a troupe of masqueraders, with their masks off, from a fancy dress ball. One of my would-be friends took part in that tableau. She had a tongue as sharp as a sword, and if she could say a bitter thing to wound someone, she never lost the opportunity of doing it. She told me a good many things concerning our tableau, most of which were more or less disagreeable. Notwithstanding her darling Vava here and darling Vava there, she tried to sting me and to spoil my pleasure as thoroughly as possible, in hinting that our gondola was in great danger of being sunk, having such a lot of occupants. As my temper was not of the sweetest that day, I warmed up and paid her back in her own coin, by suggesting that the staircase on which she was to stand during the tableau, representing the exit from a masked ball, was in far greater danger of giving way, because our tableau had only 10 performers in it, whereas a crowd of 40 figures appeared in hers. This was a stab which didn't please the young lady. She drew in her claws and bit her lips in vexation that she had been using her weapons in a wrong direction, and that her aim to sting me was not attained. I was mistress of the situation, and amply avenged. Our tableau was a great success. The curtain fell amid loud applause, and went up several times to the sound of an orchestra playing Moczkowski's Mandolinata. It was with a sigh of relief that I found myself home. I removed the grease paint off my face and got out of my costume as quickly as I could. Though we led a quiet life, I had plenty of occupation. I took singing lessons of Madame Kogan, a delightful teacher, and had some lessons on the cithern, which didn't hold me for long. My participation in the tableau, in which I appeared with a mandolin, suggested to me the idea to study that instrument. Signorina Cerloni, a soloist on the harp at the Imperial Opera, who played also the mandolin, was invited to give me lessons. Mr. P., one of the most assiduous frequenters of our at-homes, a snobbish young man bursting with conceit and thinking a lot of his appearance, proposed to accompany me on the guitar, but our duets came to nothing, for it appeared that my partner could only play Bohemian songs, throwing himself into a sentimental attitude and studying his own reflection, with complacent eyes, in the mirror on the wall beside me, which reflected his proceedings. Madame Schwarzenberg, a great friend of ours, who was a splendid pianist and an artist to the fingertips, asked me to sing at a musical party at her house. I sang there in public for the first time, and it amused me very much to be treated as a professional singer. I should be wanting in modesty if I repeated all the compliments I received that night. Somehow or other I felt that I had a call for the stage, and had missed my vocation, and mistaken my profession of an opera singer. The vision of treading the stage boards stood before me night and day. At Christmas we got up a concert for the benefit of Professor Albrecht, an old violoncellist, whose pecuniary circumstances were not very flourishing just then. My husband's aides-de-camp took the arrangement upon themselves. A raised platform had been put at the end of our hall, and chairs were placed in rows. We invited artists and dilettanti to take part in our concert. I had a duet and solo to go through, and showed much courage at the rehearsal of the concert. It was poor Sergei who seemed much more excited and nervous, looking forward to that concert with excitement. At last the day of the great event arrived. I hardly knew how to get through it, and spent that day looking like a professional prima donna, reclining in a long chair and waiting for my triumphs. People began to arrive towards 8 o'clock. There were a great many pupils of the Music Academy and the Philharmonic School among the audience. Every seat in the hall was rapidly filled up. We artists gathered behind a screen hidden from view by big plants. The agitation I felt over my debut before a select audience of musical critics may easily be imagined. I had never sung in a concert before and was going to enjoy an entirely novel and exciting experience. Just before the beginning of the performance, whilst I sucked vigorously a pastille to clear my throat, a waiter brought us a bottle of champagne to keep up our courage, to the great alarm of Sergei, who thought I had been taken by a sudden access of timidity and needed the help of that stimulating drink to harden me. Before making my appearance on the platform, I had an attack of stage fright, but I soon recovered my self-possession, and after the first note I lost my fear entirely. Taking care not to look at the audience, I directed my glances above their heads, trying to persuade myself that all the audience was merely furniture. My first aria was Gounod's Ave Maria, to the accompaniment of Professor Albrecht on the cello. A storm of applause arose, and I was recalled several times. Bis, bis, ran round the room, and I had to sing again and again. I don't wish to boast, but my triumph was complete. Mr. Shostakovsky, the director of the Philharmonic Society, who was critical to the extreme, approved, nodding his head, and when the first part of the concert was over, he came up to me and complimented me upon my singing. There was a quarter of an hour interval for gossip and refreshment, during which Count Krgardech, the French consul, thanked me for the pleasure my singing had given him, telling me that I was equally pleasing to the ear and to the eye. I was very flattered, very excited, very happy, and realized that the stage was my proper sphere. There, I am on the point of failing in modesty, and stop. When the performance was at an end, and the audience filed out, we invited some friends to supper. I was too excited to go to bed until dawn. Everyone agreed that our concert was a wonderful success. Our desire to raise as much money as we could was fulfilled. The collection mounted to over £80, which we handed over triumphantly to Professor Albrecht. We did not expect so large a profit. Our Governor-General, Prince Dolgoruki, underwent the same fate as Count Brevin de la Gaudy, my husband's chief. He was made to understand that it was time for him to give up his post. The uncle of our emperor, the Grand Duke Sergius, who was married to Elizaveta Fedorovna, Grand Duchess of Hessen-Darmstadt, the granddaughter of Queen Victoria and sister of our empress, was named Governor-General of Moscow in his place. I had to go and meet the royal pair at the railway station, my name being put in the list with all the ladies, who were to present the image of the Virgin to the Grand Duchess. All the so-called high life of Moscow had assembled at the station. When the train was signaled, we went on to the platform covered with red cloth. The Grand Duke, giving his arm to his spouse, advanced toward the mayor of the town, who presented them with a silver plate, and on it the traditional bread and salt, an ancient Russian custom. On the next day I was presented to the Grand Duchess, and found myself amidst a lot of ladies standing in a semicircle in one of the large halls of the palace. The Grand Duchess was going round, speaking a word of welcome to every one of us. I was curious to watch the expression of the ladies waiting for the honor of being addressed by Her Imperial Highness. Some of them dropped profound courtesies till they almost disappeared. In May, the French exhibition on the Kodinka field was inaugurated under the presidence of Monsieur Dits-Monin, a senator of the French Republic. There were many interesting things to be seen at the exhibition. The sections of jewelry and costumes were admirable. Beautiful costumes were exhibited by Redfern and Paquin, but the prices were exorbitant. A splendid ball dress cost neither more nor less than 10,000 francs. Admiral Gervais visited Kronstadt with the French squadron of ships, and came with all his officers to visit our old city. A banquet was given in their honor at the exhibition, in the Imperial Pavilion, where everything was done grandly. Caviar was served in a big barrel, and ice cream was made in the shape of the Eiffel Tower, with tiny French and Russian flags stuck into the top, which the naval officers pinned in their buttonholes as souvenirs. One of the young marine officers exchanged visiting cards with his neighbor at table, the vice-governor of Moscow, who, on returning home, showed it to his wife, and to her great amazement she read on the wrong side of the card the addresses and prices of the most popular courtesans of Moscow, penciled on it with the officer's personal valuation of them. I can well imagine how the young mariner felt when he found out his mistake. The French officers were present at a night retreat on the Kodinka field, after which a great supper was given in their honor at the military club, illuminated a giorno. I stood amongst the crowd of lookers-on when the mariners were proceeding to the dining-room. There arose on their passage a mighty shout, "Long live France!" and the French officers shouted, "Long live Russia!" Innumerable toasts were drunk to the prosperity of France and Russia during the repast. My husband pronounced a long discourse in French, after which Admiral Gervais addressed himself to General Malahoff, the oldest Russian military commander present, and said that as he hadn't the opportunity to shake hands with all the Russian officers sitting at table, he asked permission to kiss the old general for them all. The champagne had loosened the tongues of the guests, and one of them having suggested the wish that France and Russia should fight together against Prussia some day, a voice cried, "We'll enter Berlin together," after which the subject of conversation was diplomatically changed. Next day the French mariners returned to St. Petersburg on their way to Portsmouth, where Queen Victoria was to meet them. The end of section 54.
Section 55 of The Diary of a Russian Lady. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Stacy M. The Diary of a Russian Lady by Barbara Doukhovsky. A Trip to Egypt. The microbe of globetrotting having entered us, my husband took a month's leave, and at the end of September, we started on a trip to the east. I was so pleased I could kiss the whole world. We traveled by train to Sebastopol, where an omnibus, drawn by 6 horses, stood ready for us. There were so many passengers that I hadn't much room for my legs, and felt pins and needles in them, and a horrible disjointed feeling, as though my limbs didn't belong to me. The road leading to Yalta was beautiful, but very wild, composed of zigzags and terrifying angles. High cliffs towered on each side of the road. Halfway on, we drew up at a post house where we had dinner, and arrived at Yalta towards night. We found there my cousin Zoe Zaroudny, who was to travel with us to Constantinople. The next day we took the Oleg, a Russian boat going straight to the shores of the Bosphorus. Except ourselves, there were only 3 passengers on board: Madame Lebedev, an orientalized European, wearing a scarlet fez, who was returning to Constantinople, and 2 inhabitants of Alexandria, father and son, whom we took for Greeks, very taciturn-looking both of them. Our crossing was not agreeable, the sea being very rough. I was roused in the night by a terrible squall, which subsided only towards morning. End of section 55.
Section 56 of The Diary of a Russian Lady. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by ShrimpPhish. The Diary of a Russian Lady by Barbara Doukhovsky. Constantinople. Towards midday, when we entered the Golden Horn, we were plentifully rewarded for our bad passage by the enchanting view of the bay, the harbor of Constantinople being one of the most beautiful in the world. We passed the citadel and the Dolmen Bagcha Palace, where Murad, the deposed sultan, is kept prisoner. All around the castle stood sentinels. We glided now along the verdant shores of Buyuk Dere, the summer residence of the ambassadors, and dropped anchor at Constantinople. The town scrambles up and spreads itself over 3 sharp-sided hills. It is divided into 3 quarters: Scutari, on the Asiatic shore, inhabited mostly by Mahometans; Stambul and Paragalata, on the European side of the Golden Horn, joined by a long bridge to the Asiatic shore, where all the embassies, banks, and hotels are concentrated. As soon as we were moored to the shore, a fleet of caiques surrounded us, and a crowd of sallow-faced guides invaded the deck, offering their services. We stepped into a canoe which took us to the custom-house. After having got our baggage speedily chalked, we called a carriage and drove to the Hôtel de Londres, by narrow and badly paved streets, were appalling beggars and cripples of every description exposed to the eye their sores, and insisted upon thrusting their distorted limbs into our faces. It was sickening to look at them. The streets in Constantinople are awfully dirty. All the refuse is carried out and spilt into the middle of them, and the homeless dogs, who serve here as sweeps, lick them up greedily. Each street has its own band of dogs, who bark and howl throughout the whole night. The carriages and horsemen don't abstain running over them, and the greater part of these poor mongrels are lacking, here a paw and there a tail. We saw fat Greeks chatting in groups, coffee drinking and smoking before their open shops. The imams, in white turbans and flowing robes, sat dreaming on the threshold of their dwellings. They are also free to engage in trade, and it is not uncommon to discover that an imam owns a melon shop, or proves to be a milkman. Long white veils conceal the form of the Turkish woman from head to foot, whenever she leaves her house. I remarked that the old women, to whom age and ugliness permitted their faces to be revealed without offending the Mussulmans' ideas of propriety, were particularly well wrapped in their chadras, leaving only their eyes exposed, but the young and good-looking ones are not averse to show a little more. The Hôtel de Londres being quite full, we were led into a large saloon, which was hastily converted into a bedroom. It was all windows on one side, and seemed horribly uncomfortable. Looking about me with dissatisfied eyes, my face began to lengthen. I suppose it was very silly, but I felt so tired and out of sorts that I could have cried. On the day following our arrival, we explored the outskirts of Constantinople. The Sultan had the amiability to send his aide-de-camp to go about with us to all the places of interest we should like to visit, and put at our disposal, as often as we pleased to use it, one of his rowboats with 10 men. This Turkish officer, a very stylish young man, was the son of Jakir Pasha, ex-ambassador of Turkey at St. Petersburg, where he has been educated in the Cour des Pages. He speaks Russian and French to perfection. He told me that he had a tedious time at Constantinople, and was pining for St. Petersburg. In the first place, he took us to Dolma Bakhchi Palace, and the Museum of Eski Saray, where we saw a throne inlaid with precious stones, dating from the 16th century. We went afterwards to the Cathedral of St. Sophia, transformed now into a mosque. All the Christian paintings on the walls are scraped out, except a big image of Christ, which the Mussulmans could not manage to rub off. Then we were rowed over to Scutari, on the opposite shore, in a rich yawl with scarlet velvet cushions belonging to the Sultan. Its crew, 10 bronzed-skinned men of athletic build, showing bare, muscular brown hands and legs, rowed vigorously, bending to the oars. We moored before Bellerby Palace, and entered an immense hall with a marble floor, mirrored walls, and a fountain in the middle, looking out upon the Bosphorus. Before leaving the palace, we visited the sumptuous apartments of the chief of the eunuchs. The next day we went for a sail in a steam launch belonging to the Russian embassy, the swiftest vessel on the Bosphorus. After having moored at Buyuk Der, we took a long walk in the gardens of the Russian and French embassies. The dead autumn leaves covered the paths with a yellow carpet, and were crushed under our feet. On our way back to Constantinople, the moon showed above the hills, lighting the Bosphorus. I repeatedly expressed the desire to be shown the interior of a Mussulman home, jealously kept hidden from the eyes of the curious, in order to see the domestic side of Turkish life. Madame Lebedeff got the permission for my cousin Zoe and me to visit the harem of one of the Sultan's aide-de-camps, who, like all the modern Turks belonging to the upper classes, had only one wife. After having crossed the Stamboul Bridge, we took a small steamboat which brought us to Scutari. The master of the harem met us on the quay, and, touching his forehead to us, led us to his home, built round a courtyard. We were shown into a large hall, furnished chiefly with sofas draped in different-colored silks along the walls, with lots of cushions and oriental rugs. Cigarettes were lavishly strewn on low tables before them. We were cordially welcomed by the sultaness of the harem, a pretty plump woman, saturated with perfume, her cheeks painted red and white, her lips of an unnatural crimson. She wore a fantastic apple-green dress with a broad silver belt which drew attention to the amplitude of her waist, and a small red velvet cap richly embroidered. Our hostess spoke very good French, and seemed very gay, though in the higher ranks of life harem ladies live a dull existence. It is a curious thing that, though they are never seen in public, they take an engrossing interest in their personal appearance, and dress and jewels absorb most of their time and attention. Rouge and other cosmetics are common in harems, and the examination of garments and ornaments is the first and almost the sole form of entertainment when visiting or receiving female friends. Our hostess was surrounded by pretty slave girls, Circassians for the most part. We were asked to be seated, and soon an enormous old woman, bursting with fat, our hostess's mother-in-law, came in. She wore a dress of crying colors, and a bonnet trimmed with crocheted flowers. This hippopotamus was treated with great deference. At her appearance everybody rose. She was followed by her daughter with her 2 little girls, in European dress, and her son, a fine boy of 12, with fair curly hair, a pretty piece of diminutive manhood, dressed like a grown-up, in the last Parisian fashion, his tie fastened with a large emerald pin. A very independent-looking fellow, who was addressed reverentially as Bey. Soon after, a slave appeared, a large bundle of keys hanging at her girdle, carrying a large tray covered with a green velvet napkin embroidered in gold, heaped with cakes and preserves, flavored with attar of roses, nauseously sweet, presented with a glass of water to wash them down. A negress followed, handing round coffee, served a la turca in tiny little cups, like little eggshells supported in filigree silver, and behind came a mulatto girl holding a silver censer. I felt as if I were at the opera, and the curtain had just gone up on a brilliant act of Aida. Presently we were invited into the dining-room, where a dinner of about 12 courses was served, all cooked in olive oil. The dishes were handed to our hostess first, and when she had served herself, the slaves served the guests. We ate our soup with spoons whose bowl was of tortoise-shell, and the handle of ivory tipped with coral. During the repast, a band of musician girls were seated cross-legged on the floor, playing noisily on their weird, strange-looking instruments, and making what they seemed to think was music. One of the slaves began to sing in a falsetto voice, when suddenly there came a tap at the door and a few words in Turkish, that caused the slave girls to jump hurriedly to their feet, drawing their veils over their faces. The door was flung open, and the master of the house came in, followed by his father-in-law, an ex-vizier. As a rule, no male, except the woman's husband, father-in-law, and brother-in-law, ever passed the threshold of the privacy of a harem. At the end of the dinner, a slave girl poured rose water over our fingers from a copper jug, wiping them with a napkin of damask. After which our hostess threw on a blue cloak and led us into the garden, laid down in terraces, with lemon and orange trees bending under the weight of their fruit. In a large pond goldfish swam, and close by was a large cage filled with canaries. We sat on a hillock admiring the beautiful bird's-eye view of Constantinople and the Bosphorus. Willis the Bey, the little man-child, picked flowers for Zoe and me. Night was drawing on. It was time to bid farewell to our amiable hosts and return to the hotel. My curiosity concerning harem life was not entirely satisfied. I wanted to visit a harem containing several wives. The interpreter of our hotel, a Circassian named Michael, who spoke 12 languages, proposed to show us a harem whose pasha kept 12 wives. Sergi did not approve of the expedition, but I had my own way, and started off with Zoe and her lady companion in an open carriage. We drove through narrow, winding streets, While we were slowly mounting a steep slope, we saw two women, wrapped in blue veils, descending almost perpendicular flights of street steps cut in the rock, making signs to our driver to stop. After a hurried colloquy with Michael, who sat on the box, he had the carriage stopped to take them up, and explained to us that these women were going to serve as interpreters for us in the harem, where he could not be admitted. One of them was a Servian, and could jabber a little Russian, and her companion spoke English. We clambered down a steep bank to which a boat was moored to cross over to the other shore, and dismissed our carriage, having decided to return by steamer. We picked our way through a dingy side street paved with pointed stones, between which weeds grew, and came up to a house of dubious appearance, with narrow iron-barred windows like those of a prison. At the sound of our bell, the door was opened by an eunuch, who took us into a large room with an enormous bedstead, hung with green and gold brocade, standing in the middle. An odor of attar of roses filled the apartment. My curiosity was awfully excited. I expected to see beautiful houris, but was greatly disappointed. First of all appeared the Pasha's favourite wife, looking rather pretty, with a flower in her jet-black hair, her fingers stained with henna, and saturated with perfume so strong as to make you sneeze. Behind came the second wife, an insignificant little thing, followed by the third would-be houri, a wrinkled old guy. For a quarter of an hour we stared speechlessly at each other. Then, losing patience, I asked our interpreter when the other 9 wives would make their appearance, and she replied they were all out walking, but would soon be back. But I was sure it was all a fib, and that they were nothing but a myth. After a while, the wife number 1 began to talk to our interpreters in a low voice, after which they came up and told us that we had to be presented to the master of the house. Here was something that didn't enter our programme, but we had to undergo the ordeal which seems to be the custom here. We were taken into a big room and ushered into the presence of the Pasha, a white-bearded patriarch, wearing an enormous white turban, who was sitting on a low divan upon a pile of cushions, with his legs tucked under him. A little nigger boy, one of his numerous offsprings, was playing at his feet with a wooden horse. The Pasha signalled for us to be seated, and fixed Zoe and me with a long stare over his spectacles, seeming to approve of us. He called one of our interpreters and asked if Zoe and I were sisters, and ordered her to tell us that he wanted to keep us both in his harem. Finding the proceeding of too oriental a fashion, we hurried away under the pretext that my husband was waiting for us outside. The old satyr appeared very much displeased that we slipped out of his grasp, and when taking leave of us he gripped my hand and squeezed my fingers to make me cry out. Who could have thought of that old man being so inflammable? We ran down the stairs and rushed out, happy to have got off so cheaply from this mouse-trap. Being too late for the steamer, we took a ferry-boat. It was nearly night when we were back at the hotel, and marched in to dinner, which was half over. The day of the Salamlik, the birthday of Mahomed, when the Sultan leaves his palace in great pomp and goes to the neighbouring Hamadiyya mosque to public prayers, fell that year on a Friday, the Mahomedan Sabbath. Thanks to Madame Lebedeff, we had the opportunity to see the ceremonial of the Salamlik, and the Sultan's state visit to the mosque. She had got cards of admission for us to the terrace of one of the wings of the palace, where places were reserved for the members of the diplomatic corps with their wives and daughters. Madame Lebedeff came to fetch Zoe and me in her phaeton in a grand toilet, with a Turkish order glittering on her breast, which made her look very pompous and very patronizing. Great animation reigned in the town. People crowded in the streets so that our carriage could scarcely move. The windows and housetops were full of spectators, and the native women seemed to be all out of doors, walking about in groups, wrapped up in long white veils which covered them from head to foot. In a narrow street we had got into the stream of carriages, and nearly ran into a cab. In a moment I was out of the phaeton, just when a platoon of soldiers was advancing on me. Seeing my critical position, a young Turk, who occupied the cab we got into, asked me to get into his carriage. but Madame Lebedeff drew me back hastily. At length, after many struggles, we arrived at our destination and mounted on the terrace, where Constantinople's high society had gathered in a brilliant throng around us. On the square under our feet were guards of honor and massed troops. 12 battalions, 15 squadrons, and 8 military bands were ranged. We found ourselves just over the bayonets of a regiment of Tunis Zouaves, very good-looking, dark-skinned men. The muezzin in the minaret began to call to prayers, and there soon appeared a smart coach containing the recluses of the Sultan's harem, preceded by the Grand Minister of the eunuchs, and 2 negro and 2 white footmen. The numerous sons of the Sultan, armed with spears, came behind cantering on magnificent steeds. An infinite number of pashas, beys, and effendis brought up the rear, with a great number of German officers who had come to Constantinople to teach the military art to the Turkish army, and then, to the desperate and wild sounds of the Turkish bands, the Sultan appeared, reclining in a victoria with the coachman in Albanian costume. The Padishah was acclaimed with enthusiasm by the populace, and the troops saluted him, putting their hand on the breast and forehead. As soon as the Sultan had entered the mosque, religious chants were heard. On Friday the service lasts 20 minutes usually, but this time it was prolonged more than an hour through the reading aloud of the Prophet's biography. The Sultan returned to the palace mounted on a fine, long-tailed Arab. The horses' trappings and saddles were covered with precious stones. The Sultan stood at his window whilst the troops defiled before him. After the review paper bags full of sweets were distributed to the soldiers, I had, as it appeared, conquered the heart of one of the Zouave soldiers, standing just under me, who stared at me with persistence when his officer was away. I looked down upon him and nodded to him to throw me a bonbon, and he replied by gesture that he was afraid of his officer, who was now watching our little maneuver. Just then bonbons and cool drinks were being handed on trays to the guests on the terrace, and this time it was my warrior who asked me to throw him a bonbon. An over-ripened lady, meagre as a gutter cat, who stood by me, understood the signal as being addressed to her, and, thrusting a coquettish glance at the Zouave, she threw him a chocolate, which he kicked away contemptuously with his boot. As I couldn't help smiling, the affronted lady looked daggers at me, but I didn't mind it a bit, and recompensed my bronze-faced admirer by throwing to him a sugar candy. He stooped down and picked it up. Then he raised his hand high, so that I could see that he had the candy in it, and looking up with a smile, he kissed the bonbon and threw it into the pocket of his vest. When the Zouave regiment was leaving the place and marched away, my soldier took a last look at me and went off, every now and then pausing to look back, and almost broke his neck with efforts to catch a last glimpse of me. Constantinople did not offer a great deal in the way of distraction. In the evenings especially we were at a loss for amusements. We had quite enough of Turkey, and took the Tsar, a Russian boat bound for Egypt. On our way to the embarkment we entered a Greek church, where a big chandelier bearing the form of a ship hung from the ceiling to assure us a safe passage and get the blessing of St. Nicholas, the patron of the navigators. Our steamer was a veritable floating hotel, reuniting all the advantages of modern comfort. In the hold were packed 1,800 sheep, a drove of cattle, a large cage full of fowls, and 3 pairs of splendid Russian steppers, who were to be sold at Cairo. Each pair of horses cost 4,000 roubles, about £400. In the night we crossed the Marble Sea, and early the next morning we perceived the Dardanelles, and heard the beat of the drum on the opposite shore. Towards evening we entered the archipelago, strewn with rocky islands, and passed before Lesbos, with shores scorched by the sun, without a tree or a blade of grass. End of section 56.
Section 57 of Diary of a Russian Lady. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Christine Rutger. Diary of a Russian Lady by Barbara Doukhovsky. Athens. We waited for daybreak to enter the narrow port of Biarritz. The Russian military agent, Baron Traubenberg, came to meet us in a launch belonging to a Russian man of war, in which we went over to the landing stage and then up to Athens by train. The journey was a short one. We got there in 20 minutes. The country is unattractive, deprived of vegetation, and looking fearfully burnt up. The prevalent color is sandy yellow. We had but little time for sightseeing at Athens, the Tsar remaining at anchor only till night. The dusty streets, the want of water, and the poverty of the population left a disagreeable impression upon me, and the heat was intense. We were nearly roasted alive by the scorching sun. When we passed before the royal palace, we were amazed by the simplicity of the railing surrounding it. In the absence of the royal family, the people are allowed to go into the palace, and a lackey offered to escort us over it. The state apartments are worth showing, but the upper suites of rooms are of Spartan simplicity. After having visited the temple of Theseus, we drove up a long, steep hill, fringed with spiky cactus plants, leading to the Acropolis, the citadel of ancient Athens, which dominates the whole town. When we returned to our ship, we found new passengers. Lady Denmore, the wife of a high British dignitary, whom she was going to rejoin in India, and a pleasant American pair, Mr. and Mrs. Holland, elderly, childless people, talking with a strong American accent. They were going to Cairo. In the night the sea grew rough, and we were tossed about during 2 days. On the third day we entered the African waters and perceived a yellow band of sand. Birds, forerunners of the Rhine, were flying over our ship, and soon the outlines of the port and the mosques of Alexandria came in view. End of section 57. Section 58 of The Diary of a Russian Lady. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Christine Rutger. The Diary of a Russian Lady by Barbara Doukhovsky in Pharaoh Land. Here we are on the threshold of the great desert. As soon as the Tsar dropped anchor, stopping alongside a Russian cruiser, the Nakhenov, our vessel was invaded by a crowd of natives who precipitated themselves on our luggage. They were all speaking at once, shouting and gesticulating. The scene reminded me of the attack of the savages in Aida. We looked about us for the right sort of person to accompany us in the capacity of guide to Cairo, and finally hired for the service a dusky Arab named Mahmoud, on whose jersey was embroidered in big white letters, "I speak Russian." Everybody went on shore, but we decided to pass the night on board and start in the morning to Cairo. We passed a very bad night, the Egyptian sun having turned our cabin into an oven, and we could not open the porthole through the close proximity of the cruiser Nakhimov, alongside which we were anchored. At 6 o'clock we took a carriage to drive us to the railway station through the broad streets of Alexandria. The inhabitants we met on our way were the most part Negroes of different shades, and the blue-robed, dark-skinned Belgas. The native women, black-shrouded and veiled, wear a piece of black lustring wrapped round their bodies, making of them formless lumps, and giving them the ghastly aspect. A black veil is suspended on a metal cylinder, which is placed between the eyes with the text of the Koran inscribed inside. Before taking the train to Cairo, we had to pass through the preliminaries of the customs. Thanks to our guide, Mahmoud, we have obtained, by special favor, the permission of our boxes not to be opened. It took 3 hours to get from Alexandria to Cairo. Every few minutes, the train halted at a bustling station. At the stoppings, the Arabs dusted our cars with long brooms made of ostrich feathers. The journey would have been perfect but for the heat and the dust. Eyes, nose, mouth were choked with it, and by the time we reached Cairo, our hair was quite grey. All through our desert journey, I had felt as if I had wandered into a dream of the Old Testament. Egyptian villages with huts of dry mud of the same color as the soil, with a maze of dust, of children, of animals and flies, emerged here and there from between the date palms laden with fruit, hanging in big bunches. On the road, we saw great brown buffaloes going wearily round and round, turning the irrigating mills. Strings of burdened camels marched slowly along the road. Here is a Bedouin leaning forward on the neck of his quick-stepping horse, outriding a fat fellah trotting on a small donkey, with a woman sitting astride behind him, holding him round the waist. We now passed across the fertile delta of the Nile, through cotton plantations with their white flocks, and the fields of ripening grain standing waist high. In Egypt, the land is so fertile that the harvest is got in 3 times a year. We are speeding along canals on which sailing boats are gliding. Bands of natives and buffaloes are bathing in them. Here is the Nile, which is very high at the season. All the land between the biblical river and the sands being hidden beneath the waters. We are approaching the metropolis of Africa. The windows of every compartment of our train are framed with eager, longing faces, straining for the first glimpse of the pyramids. There they are, looking quite close in the clear atmosphere. The first view of these colossal piles rather disappointed me. They did not appear on the horizon as big as I thought they would be. We crossed the Nile by a long bridge and arrived at Cairo, halting at a vast domed station. Then we took a carriage and went to the new hotel situated in the Esquibie district, the European quarter of Cairo. The season had not yet opened, and the hotel was comparatively empty, there being more servants than guests for the moment, but they were expecting a great number of visitors, and great preparations were made. Carpets were laid down, curtains were put up, and the sights and sounds of these preparations pursued us everywhere. Everything around seemed so strange to me. There were no chambermaids in the hotel, and the barefooted Nubians, wearing a flowing white cotton gown from neck straight to heel, served us. On the day of our arrival, we sat up late on the terrace of our hotel, looking out on the Esquibie gardens, where the Arab band is playing every night. I was astonished to hear Russian popular airs among their repertoire. Smart British officers quartered in Cairo in tight-fitting uniforms strolled leisurely about the streets. Dignified Arabs, mysterious long-robed figures, appeared to float rather than walk, their white burnouses flowing behind them. Native nurses wheeled perambulators, the negresses wrapped up in white veils, and the Arab nurses in blue covers. A band of tourists riding spirited little donkeys passed along. Egyptian donkeys are fine little animals, holding their heads high like thoroughbreds. They are white for the greater part and shaved in designs. The best donkeys are brought out from Mecca and valued higher than horses. Oh, how hot it is in Cairo! It never rains here. Sometimes the clouds are to be seen on the horizon, but over the town the sky is permanently of azure blue. In the daytime we are bothered by a swarm of flies, and are devoured at night by greedy mosquitoes, a veritable Egyptian plague. Our apartment is next to the Collins, our new American friends who traveled with us on board the Tsar from Piraeus to Alexandria. Mrs. Holland is a charming lady, but rather despotic. She could twist her husband round her little finger. He was very mild and fond of peace. Mr. Coriander, the Russian consul, placed himself at our disposal and gave us a great deal of interesting information. It is now the Ramadan, one of the biggest Muslim feasts, and the Arab quarter of the town is especially animated. We drove with Mr. Coriander through the narrow and dirty streets and arrived at a great open place. I was extremely interested by the panorama of the East which passed before our eyes. We met the most varied types, magnificent Arabs, Syrians in red mantles, Copts, Christians of the Greek faith, wearing black turbans, blue-clad figures of Vela, in a garb that I recalled the ill-omened coat of Joseph, and other specimens of the brown children of the Nile. The Egyptian women have painted chains and a ring stuck through their noses. The eyes of their babies were stuck round with flies, the poor mites being too apathetic to drive them away. These Oriental Zorong in turbans stared at us unbenevolently, except a young negress carrying a naked baby astride on her shoulder, who offered me a piece of sugar cane, smiling and showing beautiful, glittering white teeth. We passed with some difficulty through the crowd and maneuvered between the tables laid out with refreshments, set in the middle of the streets, and entered an Arab cafe to see the dances of the Bayaderi, or Egyptian dancing girls. At the entry hung a dark curtain covering the open doorway, which was lifted for us to pass, and we found ourselves in a small hall where 3 bayaderis sat upon a raised platform. They were covered with gauze, with reddened lips and palms, wearing massive golden earrings, their hair twisted into innumerable thin ringlets, at the end of which hung golden coins, with silver bracelets jingling on their bare ankles and their arms. We waited for their dances in vain. These daughters of the East absolutely refused to exhibit themselves before Gaias, Christians, and passed their time in throwing alluring glances at a group of good-looking young Hajis, men who had made the pilgrimage to Mecca or Medina, sitting in the first row. The next day we visited the Mosque of Amrou. Before entering it, we were told to tie on straw slippers upon our shoes. In the shadow of the mosque it was nice and cool. A palm had grown in the second court near a cistern where pilgrims performed their ablutions. The mosque is a large square building containing a whole forest of miraculous columns. Proof columns, as they are called, standing very near each other and giving passage to the just and keeping back the perverted. The proof can't be precisely right, for according to it, it is only slim individuals who are ascertained to be just. while those inclined to be fat are always appear to be perverse. A muezzin was chanting the Koran in the middle of the mosque to a throng of pilgrims prostrating themselves in prayer before the tomb of Caliph Amru, who was buried on the spot where he had been killed during a great slaughter, which took place in the altar during the fight of the Arabs and the Mamelukes. We mounted on the citadel that same afternoon, before reaching the old fortress built on the spur of the Makatam Hills. We passed threatening British cannon, which kept watch over the town of Cairo, and passed through the iron-clamped gates to the wide courtyard where stands the mosque of Muhammad Ali, now converted to barracks. When we returned to the hotel, our way was barred by a funeral procession, escorted by a group of dervishes bearing ragged banners and chanting the Koran to the accompaniment of drums, and hired women mourners who beat their breasts and scratched their faces, wailing lamentably all the time. Behind them, the favorite donkey of the deceased was led. Some steps further, we were brought to a standstill by a wedding procession. A rich palanquin bearing the newly married couple appeared, placed on two shafts, to which two splendid dromedaries were harnessed, one behind and one in the front, covered with bright scarlet nets, and decorated with tufts of white ostrich feathers and neat silver bells. Camels heavily laden with their wedding gifts brought up the rear. The mighty pyramids seemed to stand quite near to Cairo, and still it takes an hour and a half to drive to them by a long avenue of great trees with meeting branches, stately leafy veterans whose thick tops, forming a cool vault, prevented the sun from scorching us when we drove on the Ishmael road that leads from Cairo to the pyramids. We crossed an iron bridge over the Nile, which, through at its furthest now, is not very deep. A drove of buffaloes were crossing it easily. We passed through the mud-built village of Saqqara, a small encampment with a cluster of nomad tents, and saw a circle of Arab Bedouins, cloaked and white-hooded forms belonging to a nomad tribe, crouching over a fire and cooking the dinner in the plain under the scanty shade of palm trees. Their sheikh, a very tall and dignified Arab, offered us a camel and a donkey to go and see the Sphinx. Sergei mounted the camel and I had to condescend to the donkey. We were followed by a band of Bedouins who offered us their services as guides to the pyramids. Our escort increased as we went on. Half-naked children ran after us begging bakshish. Directly after leaving the village, we were in the Sahara, with no tree or habitation, only the naked desert with rippling sandbanks. The landscape fatigued the eye by its sand uniformly yellow and its sky uniformly blue. The pyramids, the greatest of all human monuments, bewildered us by their size when we drove up to them, especially the Pyramid of Cheops, which took 100,000 masons 25 years to build. The pyramids are of extreme antiquity, 8,000 years before the Christian era. At the time when Abraham undertook his journey to Egypt, the pyramids had already existed for several centuries back. As soon as a pharaoh began to reign, in the first place he had his mausoleum built in the form of a pyramid. Inside, rooms with alabaster walls are shown, and long, high galleries containing the huge granite sarcophaguses. We made a tour of the great Pyramid of Cheops. Its blocks consist of a series of steep stone steps. To go up these steps is like walking up a wall. The hard African sun was shining fiercely, and it was too hot to undertake the ascent of the pyramid. We were contented to contemplate its wonders from the base. A young Bedouin proposed to show us a wonderful feat, his ascent and descent of the pyramid in 19 minutes. But we refused to witness that acrobatic performance and rode over the hot yellow sand of the desert to the Sphinx. All around us the great plain extended to the horizon. I was oppressed by the immense solitude in the desert, in the midst of the sand ocean, the Montreux Sphinx, the colossus of the past ages, keeps watch on the sands from nearly 4,000 years before the birth of Christ, sleeping his eternal and enigmatic sleep. How many centuries have passed, and this giant continues contemplating, with a mysterious and condescending smile, the nothingness and instability of the world. Hundreds of years after I am dead, the Sphinx would be probably as it is now, silent, grave, crouching there under the scorching sun, its eyes of stone gazing beyond the world of men, and seeming forever to be smiling ironically on the folly of human vanities and aspiration. I looked at the wonderful beast that lay grazing westward, with mocking, calm, and fathomless eyes of everlasting mystery, and was conscious of a sudden sense of smallness. If it hadn't been so hot, I should have meditated on the fragility of human greatness. A legend says that Mary, Joseph, and the Holy Child halted here on their long journey when they fled to the land of Egypt to escape the fury of King Herod, and that the Virgin laid the tired Christ between the paws of the Sphinx to sleep. We had brought a small kodak with us, and Mahmoud immortalized me installed on the back of my peaceable courser, and my husband perched on his high quadruped, both of us surrounded by a multitude of dusky sons of the Sahara. When we got to our cottage, we amply recompensated the services of our Bedouin followers, who continued to run after our cottage, demanding more tips and shouting, "Bakshish, Sahib, bakshish!" Mahmoud put out himself by their effrontery, rose in his seat looking remarkably ferocious, and began to throw stones at them, at which the whole crowd took to their heels. We had to return full speed to Cairo before the drawbridge was raised for the ships to pass. We tore through the bridge, which is a mile long, scattering the foot passengers who happened to be in our way to right and left. The next day we went on donkeys to see the whirling dervishes, an extraordinary and rather terrific sight. We entered a mosque consisting of a square hall, with sheepskins laid down the middle, on which a score of dervishes in long white skirts were ranged in a wide half circle. The sheikh, an old man with a long white beard, stood between them holding the Prophet's banner. The dervishes, their long hair falling to their shoulders, swayed their bodies from side to side, uttering ominous sounds like that of angry lions. I glanced around with an involuntary shiver, and went and sat at the back of the hall, near a group of officers of the Egyptian army, feeling a sense of security in their proximity. Suddenly the sheik gave vent to an odd sort of growl, which I didn't like at all. It made me think of wolves. The dervishes tried to imitate him, and so horribly that I turned cold and measured the distance to the door, wanting frantically to get away. At each howl, the dervishes' heads went backward and forward, and then from right to left, to the sound of cymbals and blowpipes, their long hair covering their faces, falling gradually into frantic convulsions, their eyes out of their sockets. One of them entered into such a frenzy that he continued for more than 5 minutes, wagging his head, not being able to stop it by inert force. The long human chain holding each other by the hand began bending to the ground to the increasing shouts of Allah, Allah. At last they fell on the floor inanimate, with foam on their lips. Having gone through all this program, the dervishes, quieting down, came up to their sheik and kissed him. When we went out of the mosque, we had to pass before a sacred goat, a very wicked one, who tried to butt all the passersby with his horns. We remounted our donkeys, and our little cavalcade started off on the long white road. my frisky little ass trotted swiftly, moving gaily his long ears, and Sergei had great difficulty to keep up to me, being obliged to struggle with his stubborn donkey, which was vicious and kicked frantically all the time. We came up to a little desolate village inhabited by Copts, native Christians belonging to the Orthodox faith, and visited the first place, the Coptic church, built on the place where the Virgin Mary, Joseph, and the Holy Child are said to have stayed when they fled to Egypt. We stood on the very spot where the Holy Family had rested. The water stood inches deep upon the floor from the overflowing of the Nile. When we went out of the church, we saw on the porch a crowd of Coptic beggars who whined in English, "A penny for the love of Christ." On our way back, we met a carriage preceded by musicians, and we thought that it was a wedding, but instead of a newly married couple, we saw a little boy sitting between two natives, and were told that it was the circumcision of the little Egyptian which was being celebrated, by driving him in triumph around the streets of the quarter of the town where his parents lived. We visited on the same day the enormous mosque of Amru, which will contain about 10,000 people. Upon the floor were stretched hundreds of small bright red carpets, upon which the followers of the Prophet bent, muttering their prayers, and went on with the monotonous chanting of La Lila Ilala. There is an Arabic academy, the Madrasa school, for the education of Softas, theological students, attached to the mosque. This academy is a grand edifice supported by 180 columns and lighted by 1,000 lamps, has accommodation for 11,000 students and 325 professors. When we entered one of the men's halls of the academy, we saw a white-bearded professor wearing a green turban. That means he is a Haji and has been to Mecca, sitting on the floor and leading a lecture to a solid mass of white-robed youths, who sat cross-legged before the teacher, bowing and swaying before him. We were told that before a student becomes an imam, he must study for 15 years in order to be admitted formally to the clergy. Next day, Mr. Coriander, who was well acquainted with Egyptian antiquities and could decipher indecipherable inscriptions, took us to see the Gizeh Museum, where in large glass cases lay Egyptian mummies, which had been human beings of the flesh and blood 3,000 years ago. The bowels of the mummies are put in a box and laid at the feet of the sarcophagus. We saw a mummy of Seti I, The Pharaoh whose daughter had found out baby Moses on the banks of the Nile, and that of Ramses too, the father of 170 children. Both mummies are admirably preserved, as well as that of Amenet, the great priestess. She lies upon her back, her mouth opened, showing all her teeth. Her long black hair is still attached to the scalp, and the skin to the bones. We made some excursions out of town. We went one day in the direction of Matare, about 5 miles from Cairo, to see the virgin sycamore tree under which the Holy Family took rest. The way leading there gives you an impression of old Babel time. The vegetation is magnificent, cactuses, bamboos, and date palms everywhere. The grass on the lawns is more than 5 feet high. We went along shady avenues and crossed lotus, maize, and sugar-cane fields. The virgin sycamore is enclosed by a wall which measures about a mile in length. A railing surrounding the tree is locked up. We had it opened and saw a great number of names, to which we added ours, engraved on the mighty trunk of the sycamore, all ragged by the lapse of time, and intertwined with branches. An ancient legend says that the Holy Family, on their flight to Egypt, remained 2 years absent, and lived at the little village of Matare, about 15 minutes' walk from this spot, was the celebrated town of Ethiopia, which is mentioned in the Bible. Very few fragments remain of the town, except a high obelisk, which is supposed to be the oldest in Egypt. It is of granite and a height of over 65 feet. It is there that Moses had been a priest. We continued our way to the ostrich farm built on the moving sands of the great desert. It is kept by a French company, but the men who are occupied with the rearing of the huge birds are all Bedouins. At the entrance, there is an inscription in French, Parc aux Autriches, ostrich park. It contains about 1,000 winged creatures, perched high on their long legs. The males are covered with black curling feathers. Only the tail is cream-colored, and the females are all gray-feathered. The heads of the giant birds reach far above the grating surrounding the farm. The gathering of the feathers, which takes place only once a year in May, requires great precautions. The ostriches gathered into an enclosure are pushed one by one into a kind of box placed on 4 posts. Closed between the 4 boards, the bird is unable to fling out his terrible kicks, which could easily smash the operator's legs and arms. 8 men must hold the ostrich during the operation. The section of artificial brooding is very interesting. It is often practiced as the ostriches, sitting during 43 days on the eggs, frequently perish. Each ostrich gives yearly about 1,000 francs of profit. Before leaving the farm, we bought a dozen beautiful feathers and a pair of enormous ostrich eggs. On our way back to Cairo, we saw in the distance in the desert a vast English camp. On the Isle of Rhoda, the broadest arm of the Nile, there is a Nilometer dating from the time of the pharaohs. We went to see it and crossed on the other side of the island in a cake. In the company of barefooted Arabs, we moored to the spot where the daughter of the Pharaoh found Moses. The Nile being now in overflow, the Nilometer was submerged in the water to the very top. The native women with bronze arms were drawing water from the Nile in stone pitchers and carried it away, balancing their picturesque burdens gracefully poised on the head and shoulder, recalling the biblical times. Every Friday in the Gishe, the Hyde Park of Cairo, about sundown, the aristocracy of the city takes the drive. We went for a stroll in the park through the wide avenue bordered by thickly planted trees. In the large park alleys, broughams passed containing harem ladies with faces so closely veiled within muslin, accompanied by their favorite slaves. A native of high degree came driving in an open carriage, with sandaled, gorgeously clad sais, carriage runners, with white wing-like sleeves embroidered with gold, running before his carriage and clearing the way for their master. After our drive, we had tea at a little inn on the bank of the Nile, where we found a nice sheltered place close to the river. Just in front was moored a large dahabia, a large sailing vessel cruising up the Nile as far as the Hararaks. We were immediately surrounded by a crowd of natives. One of them was offering a good bananas in English, and another wanted absolutely to clean our shoes. Our arrival at Cairo had been advertised in the papers. The local authorities were warned, and English reporters came to ask Mr. Coriander the reason of our visit to the metropolis of Africa. They may be perfectly tranquilized, for we certainly have nothing to do with politics, Serge and I. It had been our intention to travel in Palestine after our tour in Egypt, but cholera was raging at Mecca, which, much to our disappointment, prevented us from going there. I was sorry to say goodbye to Mrs. Holland. We parted with mutual regret and promises of letters. Kissing me fondly, she said, "I love you, darling. I have never met a more lovely little thing than you." A few more kisses, and we separated to follow our diverse destinies. Mrs. Holland stood on the doorway to see us off and waved her hand in friendly farewell. whilst the omnibus slowly carried us away. We have learnt through Mr. Coriander that Mr. Abaza, a very old friend of my family, who had known me at home as a little girl when I was still in short frocks, and whom I had lost sight of for a great many years, had settled in Alexandria. We let him know the day and hour of our arrival, and when we reached Alexandria, as we stepped out of the train, a gentleman came forward with both hands extended, saying, "A hearty welcome to you, Princess Baba." My amazement can well be understood when Mr. Abaza proved to be the silent fellow passenger who had crossed with us from Sebastopol to Constantinople, whom we had taken for a taciturn Greek. How extraordinary that we should meet like that! Queer what a little place the world is. It is so nice to have an old friend turn up in a far country. We put up at Alexandria at the Hotel Abbat, where our guide Mahmoud served as a dragoman. In the following afternoon, we went on a visit to Mukhtar Pasha, the ex-commander of the Turkish army during the Russo-Turkish War, who had removed to Egypt, an old general overcharged with years and decorations. Our ancient foe came up with his hand out, welcoming us heartily. We had no need of an interpreter, the Pasha speaking very good French. Our host proposed a little refreshment, and the next moment a turbaned servant came in with tea and stole out of the room silently, walking backwards. Next day we went to see Mr. Abaza in Ramel, a little place situated an hour and a half's journey from Alexandria, where he owned a house of his own. We passed the hippodrome, a broad racing ground, and a large plain utilized for purposes of recreation by cricketers and lawn tennis players, arranged by the English colony of Alexandria. We now rode through an arid and deserted country, swarming with all sorts of vermin, serpents, scorpions, bats, etc. As we approached Ramel, the scene changed as if by magic, and we found ourselves in an ocean of verdure. Mr. Abaza came to meet us at the station and led us to his pretty villa buried among the trees. He regaled us with a luxurious lunch, with champagne in profusion. The meal was served by Arab servants clad in white, very well groomed and trained. Directly after lunch, Sergei had to return to Alexandria to be received in private audience by the Khedive, and I remained at Ramel until night, Mr. Abaza having proposed to see me back safely to Alexandria. I found my husband enchanted with his visit to the Khedive, who had been charming to him. We sat together with Mr. Abaza on the terrace of our hotel until late, and had a comfortable chat over old times. End of section 58. Section 59 of The Diary of a Russian Lady. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Diary of a Russian Lady by Barbara Doukhovsky. Our way back to Russia. Next morning, supplied with the tickets from Cook's agency, we sailed for Italy on the Amphitrite, a splendid steamer belonging to the Austrian Lloyd Company, a veritable floating town filled with every possible requirement. The third bell announcing our departure rung and the boat moved out to sea. Soon Egyptian land disappeared from view. The Adriatic, which is particularly treacherous, promised a stormy passage. There were big black clouds on the horizon, and the wind was very strong. We were in for rough weather. The whole night our ship tossed about like a cockleshell, and foaming waves broke against the portholes of our cabin. I couldn't go to sleep till daybreak. When the liner swung into the familiar waters of the Mediterranean, it was calm as a lake. After the intense heat of Egypt, it seemed very cold, but one is never satisfied with the temperature one has. After 6 days at sea, we arrived at Brindisi, where the formalities of landing are very strict. A pilot boat came to meet us with a sanitary officer, who had a long conference with our ship's doctor. The pilot, at length having ascertained himself that everything on board was right, hoisted the sanitary flag and piloted us to the custom house. After which we took the train to Bari. 2 American ladies, mother and daughter, occupied our compartment, and soon conversation began between us. The younger one told us that they came from the New World to the Old One to have her trousseau made at Venice. What a shame to leave her bridegroom for 6 months for her frivolities. This flighty bride said that in return she bought her sweetheart a collection of neckties in every capital of Europe. We arrived in the afternoon at Bari, which seems very dull and poor, and took an antediluvian coach drawn by a drowsy nag sent by the Hotel Continental to the station. This hotel, the best one in Bari, proved anything but comfortable. A dirty, sleepy waiter showed us into a bare, cold room, and soon after an old witch, who had only one tooth in her mouth and wore enormous copper earrings, came to make our beds. After a spare lunch composed of burnt chicken and a dish of macaroni, we went to visit the famous church where the relics of St. Nicholas repose. The temple swarmed with pilgrims. 2 nuns were on their knees before the mausoleum of the saint, waiting their turn to creep into the narrow nook where the holy remains are laid. We saw them crawling flat on the floor, and the attendant on duty began to drag them out by their legs to give up the place to other pilgrims. Before we left the church, the pater put under our noses a big book in which generous travelers, leaving various sums of money as a gift to the church, put their names down. He tried to draw our attention on the signature of a Russian merchant who had bestowed the sum of 100 rubles, but we did not take the kind, and he had to be satisfied with less than that sum. When we went back to our hotel, dinner was served in our apartment. We went to bed directly after our meal. The room was like ice. We had to cover ourselves with all the shawls and rugs that we had brought with us, and still we couldn't get warm. In spite of the cold, voracious mosquitoes ill-treated us the whole night. We got up very early, swallowed hastily a cup of nasty coffee, and left for Naples. At the stations, our train stopped as long as the cards wanted it. "Partenza!" they cried out, but the train did not move. A lady who traveled in our compartment said that there were smugglers on the line, and told us some horrors which fairly made my hair stand on end. While she was going on with stories of smugglers, our train, which was going full speed, stopped suddenly the moment we entered a tunnel. We were for long minutes in complete darkness and heard voices calling noisily and the sound of smashed glass. Good heavens, what could be the matter? My imagination being awfully excited, I nearly died of fright. It appeared that our guards had forgotten to provide us with candles for the tunnel, and were doing so now in the dark, breaking to pieces the lantern. I heaved a sigh of relief when we came out of the tunnel into the light again. On the platform in Naples, we were attacked by a swarm of facchini, who took our luggage by force and installed us in a cab, which brought us to the Grand Hotel on the Gila. The traffic in the noisy streets of Naples was bewildering. We had to proceed cautiously between carriages, heavy cars, and laden donkeys. The horses in Naples are not bridled, and therefore very difficult to manage when they happen to be of independent character. The horse who drew us was of amorous temperament, and watched for an opportunity to flirt and bite his rivals all the way, and many a time I was on the point of jumping out of the carriage. We took an apartment which looked out on the Piazza Vittorio, where the municipal band played in the afternoon. The weather was cold and raw. It rained steadily, and we were forced to remain indoors. Naples is not a cheerful place in wet weather, and we were ready to turn our back on it and return to Russia. But the weather having cleared up on the third day of our sojourn, we decided to prolong our stay for a fortnight. We wrapped ourselves up warmly and took the tram to make a tour around the town. When passing the emigrants' office, we saw a long line of pale-faced immigrants with babies and bundles clasped in their arms who were going to America, sitting on the ground and waiting their turn to subscribe themselves for expatriation. After our drive, the guide took us through the royal palace, where we admired the beautiful concert hall constructed by the Bourbons, with the marble statues of the 9 muses standing along the walls. Profiting by our stay in Naples, I wanted to take a few lessons on the mandolin, and Sergei bought me a costly pearl-inlaid instrument at Venaccio's, the best mandolin maker. A lady teacher recommended by our hotel keeper was engaged to instruct me in the difficulties of the tremolo on the strings, but she proved to be a very mediocre teacher and taught me the tremolo with her gloves on. I did not repeat my lesson, and Professor D'Ambrosio, a well-known musician and composer, was invited in her place. I spent hours studying my mandolin, playing scales and exercises. During the summer months and autumn months, the San Carlo, one of the biggest theaters in the world, is closed, and we went to see Faust at a small theater, where the performance began very early, at 6 o'clock in the evening. The chairs in the first row cost only 2 francs. The conductor of the orchestra seemed little more than a boy and could not be over 20, and the performance did not please me. Faust was too fat, and Mephistopheles not diabolical enough. Cybele had a fine mezzo-soprano, but boys' clothes did not suit the outlines of her stout figure, and Margaret had nothing of the woman but the skirt, and struggled against the almost impossible task of the mature woman impersonating a girl of 17, and was listening with all the coyness of 40 years and 6 children at home to the love-making of Faust. At 8 o'clock, a new performance of Don Giovanni was about to begin, but our eyes closed with sleep, and we did not purchase any more tickets. On the 12th of November, we took the train to Rome. I became suddenly aware that one of our fellow passengers, a dandy-looking young Italian, was staring at me over his newspaper. He wore an eyeglass which made him squint a little, and through which he couldn't see, I am sure, but his sight evidently was so excellent that he could well afford to sacrifice the vision of one eye now and then for the sake of effect. He faced me with a gaze that made me long to box his ears. Feeling awfully disturbed, I looked anywhere but in his direction, and throwing myself back in my corner, I opened a magazine and pretended to be deeply engrossed in its pages. I slowly turned leaf after leaf. I turned so many that he became impatient and tried in alternating his position by moving up opposite to me to take a better view of me and catch my eye, but my eye refused to be attracted. Then the persevering man tried to enter into conversation with me in asking permission to smoke. I bent my hand in careless assent and pretended to become violently interested in the landscape. "What a splendid scene!" he exclaimed suddenly, but I continued to gaze out of the window and made no reply, laughing inwardly at this little maneuver and regretting that I had no eyes behind my back to look on the other side and see his discomfiture. When we reached Rome, we seized our bags and descended on the platform. We had to cross the railway line, running to catch the Florence train. Whilst my pursuer was calling a facchini to look after his luggage, he lost sight of us in the hurry of changing trains. Rather to my regret, I must confess, for like false Margaret, je voulais bien savoir quel était ce que je homme et comment il se nomme. I was so sorry that I did not know who he was and where he came from. We entered an empty car, and Sergei promised the guard a good tip if he would leave us to be sole occupants of the compartment. All at once, we saw my Faust running about the platform and peeping anxiously into all the cars. He started when he saw me at the window and prepared to step in when the guard slammed the carriage door in his face, and I never saw him any more. When we arrived at Virballen, the sight of our frontier, the Russian voices, the Russian train, the Russian porters were a joy to me. How nice it is to be home again. We found Moscow in full winter. All the streets were white. End of section 59.